22 at 8710. Follow us on Twitter at Brownfield. John Perkins on Brownfield.
Get great deals during Menards Race to Savings Sale, where there's low prices with a wide selection. Let Menards take care of all your home improvement needs.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Detroit area and count on. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com. Offices in Troy and Ann Arbor.
Fever is a leading symptom of the coronavirus, so take your temperature twice a day with the Kqrzysiak temporal scanner. It's quick and easy to use, and its accuracy is backed by more than 80 clinical studies. Have your family start and end their day with the only home thermometer used and recommended by and nurses. Your family can take their temperatures in seconds to know where they stand in the fight against COVID-19. Protect your family from the spread of this deadly disease and stay safe with Kqrzysiak. If your family depends on your income and something happened to you, what would happen to them? You need life insurance, and SelectQuote can help you get it at a price you can afford.
SelectQuote found Jacob, 40, who's in excellent health, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $19 a month.
Not in perfect health? Don't worry.
SelectQuote found Tanya, 40, who has type 2 diabetes, a 10-year
on several charges after 3 men accused him of sexual assault. DeLand pleaded no contest to second-degree criminal sexual conduct causing personal injury to gross indecency between 2 males and delivery of an imitation-controlled substance. After serving what will be 24 months, he may be released as soon as April. The Saginaw Diocese issued a statement following the announcement of his possible release, saying they continue to pray for all victims of sexual assault, especially minors, and that they are deeply sorry for wounds that have been inflicted on the faithful members of the community. After his release, DeLand would be forbidden from presenting himself as a priest or exercising public ministry. WSGW News Time, 5:35.
Hi, this is Mary Ann from Warden Interiors of Frankenmuth. We have all been living through these challenging times and readjusting our way of doing our everyday tasks. For years, we remember the simpler times when you could pull into a gas station and have the attendant pump gas and clean your windows. If you long for that type of service again, it can be found at Warden Interiors in Frankenmuth. From the moment you step through our front door, you will again get that all-inclusive experience. Your ideas can easily be brought to life by our knowledgeable design team and installed by our own expert installers. Whatever your dreams are, from floors to counters, ceramic to draperies or blinds, we at Warden Interiors pride ourselves on making all your home and business improvements feel like that simpler time in life. So please be sure to stop into Warden Interiors today and enjoy your all-inclusive experience, as we can help you every step of the way. Warden Interiors on North Main Street in Frankenmuth will help you bring it all together.
WSGW News Time, 5:36. A man fishing on a frozen Michigan lake was killed when a snowmobile crashed into his ice shanty. The incident happened Saturday evening on Devil's Lake in Lenawee County. Investigators with the Michigan DNR say the fisherman was declared dead at the scene, while the minor injuries. An annual tip-up fishing competition and winter festival were being held at the time, with dozens of fishermen participating along with snowmobile and motorbike races along the lake. The crash is under investigation. A Reed City area public schools bus was involved in a crash with a pickup truck early Monday morning in Green Charter Township. An investigation by the Mecosta County Sheriff's Office determined that the school bus was traveling eastbound on 21 Mile Road when the pickup truck attempted to turn southbound onto 230th Avenue. Bus, no one was injured in the crash. The total number of confirmed COVID-19 cases in the state of Michigan is now 575,489, with total deaths at 15,158. The Michigan Department of Health and Human Services reported 1,265 new cases and 8 new deaths on Monday. The snowstorm hitting Detroit has forced the city to reschedule vaccinations planned for today. Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan says while streets near the convention center will be blocked, residents to get out of their neighborhoods.
I think for most people in the city, you may not be able to get out of your neighborhood to get down to TCF. And so we don't want people missing their vaccine appointments. And so we are canceling the Tuesday vaccine schedule. We're moving all 3,000 appointments to Saturday.
Duggan says all individuals with appointments will be contacted to confirm the details of their new Saturday appointment. Jaguar is a latest luxury plans to go all electric. Here's Autobeat reporter Jeff Gilbert.
Jaguar is setting 2025 as a date by which all of its vehicles will be electric. It's something we're seeing with many luxury brands, with Cadillac wanting to be all EV by the end of the decade. Even really high-end Bentley and Rolls-Royce see the future as electric.
Gilbert says many countries are moving to ban gasoline-powered vehicles long-term. And this morning you'll find several inches of snow, and they're working on the but they still had a lot of work to do at the time I came in, Charlie, and your local side streets and everything haven't been touched yet.
Yeah, and it's, difficult to really ascertain all the different tools because that wind is really blowing up things too.
It is, and that's not going to make it any simpler. You're going to get a lot of drifting, and could be some problems where there would be clogging on ramps or whatever in certain areas.
Yeah, so especially if you're in those open areas, you got to be very cautious. Visibility is reduced. This is one of those mornings where you'd say, if there's any school that's open, let us.
Yeah, that's this list is enormous, and I've just looked down at it, and I think I recognize most of the school districts in Saginaw Bay, Midland, and Tuscola counties, and it looks like most of them are closed.
Yeah, and I would imagine that's the way it is for a lot of places around the state, because we're not alone in this. Although it's interesting way that this forecast continues to play out. Let's get the forecast officially, and that means having to tune in to hear what's going on when it comes to the update of meteorologist Paul Sanders. Well, we still have some stuff left over. On the backside of the heavy stuff, but what's going on? That wind whipping around, and what's going to happen after the stuff moves out?
That's right. Yeah, still looking at some light snow in the day today here. Additional accumulations generally confined to an inch or up to 2 inches.
Producer Kevin Delaney.
Here through the day. Otherwise, we'll see temperatures steady in the teens with north winds picking up around 15 to 25 for us. Tonight clearing out and dropping off with our temperatures 3 below 0 to 10. Sunny on Wednesday, high around 20. Southwest wind stay light. Wednesday night, lows near 10. Thursday, we'll see a high temperature of 26. Light snow showers possible late Thursday. Thursday night, some snow showers passing through 18. And then some clouds for us. But Friday, mid-20s. Back in the mid-20s for high Saturday with some sunny breaks into the start of the weekend. 30 on Sunday with a chance for snow showers. I'm weatherology meteorologist Paul Frobley.
Your barometric pressure, we have it at 29.89. Falling wind is out of the north, averaging 20. So 10 is the official temp, but we're wind chilling at 9 below at WSGW. Your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world. Yes, you've made a connection on this Tuesday. Thank you for doing so. Dave and Charlie in studio with you on this February 16th, 2021, the 47th day of the year. We broadcast out of studios sponsored by Stone Specialist, your direct source of granite quartz and marble countertops, stonespecialist.net. A show sponsored by Sound Asleep Lab, locations in Saginaw, Midland, Mount Pleasant, Bay City. 2 board-certified sleep physicians, 2 nurse practitioners to diagnose and treat your sleep disorders. Visit soundasleeplab.com. That's soundasleeplab.com. The continuation of weather advisories and warnings for the state goes on, and it is where we are still on that northern edge like we talked about yesterday. Although, well, it was just Saginaw yesterday. We now have the inclusion of Bay and Midland and even into Aranac County as well. And we are still the weather advisory because of the lesser amount that is projected. Still a few inches of snow, maybe 1 to 2 that could still be going on before we officially have the cancellation of the weather advisory about noontime. But into the thumb, getting into Sanilac and St. Clair and Huron counties and down to Metro Detroit, right to our south in Genesee, toward Shiawassee, the Pierre counties. Storm warnings is still the bulk of the snowfall. The more intense snowfall is to the southern portions of the state as the system was moving from south to north. And so you're going to find several more inches, upwards of 10 inches in some places down toward the southern Metro Detroit area and some of those border counties of Ohio and Indiana. So while we have stuff here and we're dealing with it, there's more stuff down there that they have to deal with.
Yeah, right here you're going to find about 6 inches to clear off your car this morning if it's set outside.
And please do clear off your
Yes,
vehicle.
absolutely, please.
Well, no choice but to take your time to get to where you want to go. When you see plows, of course, give them a chance to do their work. Don't crowd the plows, they say. You want to make sure that first.
In fact, it's a whiteout when you get anywhere near one.
Yeah.
Even if you have a vehicle, I had a couple of pickups past me as usual on the way in this morning. And once they got it from me, it's whiteout. They just stay back and wait until it clears and you get far enough ahead and let them continue to throw up the snow behind them. But you don't want to be anywhere near something like that.
No help with the schools that are
Perfect.
closed.
Thank you.
And still people that are doing work at home. And this may be one of those mornings where even if you had gone back to the office, maybe you say, I'll do that work at home today.
Still have the capability? Yes, it's probably a smart move.
Historically, we note this date in 1862, the Civil War Battle of Fort Donelson in Tennessee ended. This is the battle that gave Union General Ulysses S. Grant's victory the nickname of being Unconditional Surrender Grant. 1868, the Benevolent and Protective Order of the Elks was organized in New York City. And in 1968, the first 911 emergency telephone system was inaugurated in Alabama. Some of the birthdays today. We have singer and actor Peggy King, who's 91. Actor William Katz, 70. Actor LeVar Burton, 64. Actor and rapper Ice-T, 63. Alicia Moore, 63. International Tennis Hall of Famer John McEnroe, 62. Musician Andy Taylor, 60. Musician Dave Lombardo, 56. Sarah Chalk is 50. Olympic gold medal runner Kathy Froome, 48. Actor Chloe Wepper is 35. Singer Ryan Felice is 34. Musician Danielle, 52. Dr. Elizabeth Olson, 32 years old today. February 16, day 47 of 2021. And on this day before Ash Wednesday, Fat Tuesday, we're going to have what fun we can have with our annual visit with Kqrzysiak's House Restaurant in Bay City, where the polka party is already going underway. We know that the punchki is going out the door and helping us with the flavor. I believe we have Art Lewis. I know I was talking to him earlier.
Well, I hope so.
And there you are. Good morning to you. Thank you for getting up and making your way through the snow to Kqrzysiak's house.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it was a slower ride this morning. Let's put it that way. But I'm glad this month I happen to be driving a four-wheel drive Ram truck from Finland. I had no problems getting up here. But most of the roads actually have been plowed. Only the streets around the restaurant up here were kind of rough, and they've got those straightened out too. So the punchkis are going out the door here at Kqrzysiak's House Family Restaurant, Cass in Michigan. And a band, the band is here, the accumulation of great musicians, as I like to say, and they just stopped playing. I wish they'd start again so we can hear some of it. But they are ready for business here at Kqrzysiak's. Now, I should tell you, it's first come, first serve for seating, and they are limited, obviously, to limited capacity by the rules of the health department. So it's like 25% or 100 people. I don't know what their numbers are here, but it's not nearly going to be as crowded as it normally would be, but you better get here early if you want a table and be able to eat. So come on out, as they say on Fat Tuesday. Just drive carefully. If you come a little bit later, the road crew will have a chance to get the roads in better shape. And here's the band. Hang on. And I should tell you that we are also videoing on twitch.tv/WSGW Radio, on Twitter, on Facebook, and on YouTube, live from Kqrzysiak's. So you can actually look at me and hear them on video. So there you go. The whole package.
Excellent.
Very good.
Well, we'll listen to a little bit of music here for a moment.
All right.
Wake up song this morning on WSGW's Morning Team Show. Lots more that we'll have for you throughout the morning from Kqrzysiak's House in Bay City. Thanks to Art Lewis and his broadcast. It is 5:49 on WSGW. That means Mike Avery time is Outdoor Magazine Minutes.
This is Mike Avery with today's Outdoor Magazine Minute. John Azoga is an outdoor writer who spent the early part of his career as a DNR wildlife biologist in the UP. He says he's glad CWD wasn't around back then.
We have had one case of CWD, unless something has really cropped up here in the last few days. We have not had a second one, but there's going to be one. And don't forget, now up here, we're dealing with a migratory deer herd. That is a big, big deal.
More after this from Jay's Sporting Goods.
News, opinions, do this, don't do that. Some days you just want to throw up your hands, go to the woods, and stay there. You know, that's not a bad idea. Jay's Sporting Goods encourages you to get outdoors and put as much distance as you want between you and everyone else. But before you head out, head into Jay's Sporting Goods to find just what you need to make the most of your escape. It's the gateway to social distancing the way God intended. Jay's Sporting Goods, Claire and Gaylord.
Michigan's UP deer herd faces lots of challenges: hard winters, the threat of disease, and loss of habitat.
And it all comes back to winter habitat management. We get CWD up here, the point is going to be, no, we want fewer deer, not more.
More with retired DNR biologist John Azoga next time.
551 WSGW, starting to go up to the hour, up to the minute news and business and weather and sports. Here's Dave Maurer in the WSGW newsroom.
Officials say a forecast of winter weather across the U.S. is likely to blame for the deaths of 2 people in Texas. More than 4 million people across Texas are without power after a massive storm system dropped temperatures into single digits as far south as San Antonio. Law enforcement reported 2 men were found dead along Houston area roadways. Causes of death were pending, but officials said the sub-freezing temperatures were likely to blame. At least 3 people have been killed after a tornado touched down in North Carolina. More information on that coming shortly. Mardi Gras, or Fat Tuesday, has arrived in New Orleans, but officials in the tourism-dependent city aren't hoping for big crowds during the coronavirus pandemic. All parades are canceled and bars throughout the city have been closed since Friday. Even takeout drinks are forbidden, and officials put restrictions on crowds in the historic French Quarter, which is usually the scene of huge gatherings. Another possible factor in crowd control, frigid temperatures were in the weather forecast. Other Gulf Coast communities also have taken virus-related safety measures. Mobile, Alabama, for instance, has canceled parades. The right-wing social network Parler says it's relaunching. The Twitter alternative was forced offline following the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol by supporters of then-President Donald Trump. Parler has been struggling to get back online since Amazon canceled its web hosting service on January 11th over Parler's unwillingness to remove posts inciting violence. And interim CEO Mark Meckler of the Tea Party Patriots movement said in a statement yesterday that Parler would be brought back online for current users this week, with new users being able to sign up next week. But the site's only presence Monday evening was a single static web page. A man has been found stabbed to death in the parking lot of a southeastern Michigan hotel. The Monroe County Sheriff's Office has said to her yesterday that the stabbing occurred during a fight late Sunday with another man who was arrested in the hotel's lobby in Frenchtown Township. The suspect was treated at a hospital for injuries from the fight. He was being held in the county jail. The sheriff's office said that both men, both from Monroe, had been together earlier in the evening. Their names were not immediately released. In the morning, where virtually all schools in the area closed for the day because of the heavy overnight snow shower.
All right. Most of those actually started coming in last night, too.
Right. They could anticipate it was going to be a pretty good storm.
We're at 553 WSGW. The continuation of going up to the hour, now to the up to the minute of the Fox Business Report.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets took a break from Monday's President's Day. They returned to action today, looking to continue to build on a hot start to the new year. The Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ are at record highs. According to a survey from the marketing firm Numerator, 74% of consumers say they're targeting a healthier lifestyle this year in the wake of the pandemic. You've probably heard of the Oscar Wienermobile, right? Now get ready for another outrageous vehicle.
Planto's tweeting it's looking to hire 9 peanutters to travel the U.S. for a year in the Nutmobile. The brand ambassadors will learn to drive the 26-foot-long Peanut on wheels and help create peanut-centric content to share online. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
At your Fox Business Report, I'm Jill Nato, invested in you.
President Biden says he will defeat the NRA, and now the NRA is fighting back. All this week, Newsmax TV's Stinchfield tells the real story about Biden and the NRA. Watch Stinchfield at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax TV. It's on all major cable systems. Check your guide or call them. Tell them you want Newsmax. And download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or smart TV and watch us now. 30 million Americans watch Newsmax. You should too.
Proper, effective, healthy bowel movements are easy to attain, and so many areas of your life get better. Go to poopfix.com. Go to poopfix.com.
That's poopfix.com.
5:55 WSTW, continuing up to the hour, up to the minutes with the weather forecasting and meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Our winter weather advisory continues into the day today as we'll see some lingering light snow and flurry activity with additional accumulations that inched up to 2 inches expected yet. Temperatures stay around the mid-teens for highs. North winds 15 to 25. For tonight, clearing skies, lows at 3 below. West winds 5 to 10. Wednesday, we'll see some sunshine, highs around 20. 10 on Wednesday night with increasing clouds. Thursday with cloudy skies, chance for snow showers late, 26. Mid-20s with mostly cloudy skies expected Friday. Back to 26 on Saturday. This is weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Barometric pressure, 2989. Falling wind is north, averaging 20 gusts. It's 10. That's the actual temp. 9 below wind chill from WSTW. Your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region. Your connection to the world.
I'm attorney Jerry Wright, and I have practiced law in mid-Michigan for over 3 decades. Many of you have attended my monthly workshops where you have learned about estate planning, asset protection planning, avoiding nursing home costs, and how to save the family farm. Would you like to understand more about these topics? I'm offering 3 free e-booklets about estate planning, farm succession planning, and Medicaid planning.
To get your free e-booklet, go to jerrywrightflawyer.com to download any or all of the e-booklets or call 989-790-1461 to request a copy.
My e-booklet, Understanding Medicaid, describes Medicaid, Medicare, and the difference between them. If estate planning is confusing to you, then get my e-booklet, Estate Planning Basics, and you'll find that it is a helpful guide for your future planning. If you have a farming operation and want to save it for future generations, then get my e-booklet, Estate Planning for Farmers.
If you want any of these free e-booklets, go to jerrywrightflawyer.com or call 989-790-1461 to request your free copy.
5:57 WSTW, up to the hour with up to the minute sports. Red Wings hockey last night lost to Chicago. Blackhawks 3, Wings 2. The game-winning goal in overtime with just 17 seconds left before it was going to become a shootout. Blackhawks took a 2-0 lead in the first period. Wings fought back with goals from Vladislav Metsnikov and Christian Juice. Wings outshot the Blackhawks 29-24. Losing in overtime again 3-2. The Pistons were supposed to play the Spurs tonight from Little Caesars Arena. Game canceled because of a positive COVID test from the Spurs, plus some contact tracing. Rookie Sadiq Bey named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week for last week. The only other Pistons rookie ever to win the Player of the Week award was Kelly Tripucka back in 1982. And the Pistons have announced that they're talking with Blake Griffin about working out a resolution of his future. It's obvious that the star forward is not part of the Pistons' future, so as he turns 32 next month, the Pistons will find a way to work out some type of trade for a team for Blake Griffin. Up to the hour, up to the minute sports on WSGW.
Save big money on your home improvement projects now during Menards Race to Saving Sale. Stop in for the best selection of thermostats. Keep your home's temperature comfortable through every season while saving energy with a new Honeywell thermostat. Pick up the programmable thermostat that lets you have separate settings for weekdays and weekends. Right now, it's only $21.99. Save big money now during Menards Race to Saving Sale. Prices are good through February 20th. Save big money at Menards.
I'm Joel, co-founder of the company behind Super Beets. I'm excited to share with you our newest product, Super Beets Heart Chews, which includes clinically researched grapeseed extract, shown to be 2 times as effective at supporting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone.
Get a free 30-day supply of Super Beets Chews, plus a free 30-day supply of Super Grapes with your first purchase when you shop at getsuperbeets.com/sky. That's getsuperbeets.com/sky.
It's Fat Tuesday fun on WSGW, a little different way from Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City. And we'll have the continuation of more. We'll be checking again with Art Lewis after the news, coming up at 6 o'clock, which is coming up right now on WSGW.
From the Stone Specialist Studios, this is WSGW, Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, WSGW-FM, Carlton. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Dell Small Business.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A historic winter storm has brought sub-zero deadly conditions to parts of the South. It spawned a tornado that's killed at least 3 people and injured 10 in Brunswick County, North Carolina. WWAY-TV's Tanner Barth from Ocean Ridge Plantation.
Absolute devastation. Houses blown off of their foundations. Trees snapped in half. Cars thrown. Lengths of football fields.
Rescue crews are trying to dig out people trapped beneath the debris. Million people across the South have no power to temper the Arctic chill. CBS meteorologist Lonnie Quinn.
For Dallas, Texas, your temperatures are running 49 degrees colder than they should be. For Oklahoma City, they're running 51 degrees colder than they should be.
An ice storm has forced rolling blackouts. The weather has slowed COVID vaccine rollouts in some states. But CBS's Steve Futterman says it's shortages holding things up in California.
Last week here in Los Angeles, the mass vaccination site at Dodger Stadium was temporarily shut down. Now in San Francisco, that city's downtown Moscone Center site is stopping its vaccine program for a week. This all has to do with shortages. Last week, officials in LA received just 16,000 doses. This week, Mayor Eric Garcetti hopes that number will rise to 58,000.
For the first time, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is admitting partial blame for underreporting COVID-related deaths at nursing homes in the state.
We were too focused on doing the job and addressing the crisis of the moment, and we did not do a good enough job. I take total responsibility for that.
He stopped short of a full apology for lack of information. Last week, a top Cuomo aide admitted they were afraid the Department of Justice would use the data against them. North Carolina Republicans have censured one of their own, Senator Richard Burr, for siding with Democrats in the vote to convict former President Trump of inciting a deadly riot at the U.S. Capitol. Congressman Dan Bishop.
I like Senator Burr, I'm friendly with Senator Burr, but this was an error, and the Republican Party is correct in my judgment to express that view.
Burr, who's retiring, joined 6 other Republicans in voting to convict. A 3-time NFL Pro Bowler has died. Former wide receiver Vincent Jackson, who played for the Chargers and the Buccaneers, had been staying at a Homewood Suites near Tampa. Police say his body was discovered by a housekeeper. His family had reported him missing last week, but officers located him the next day and closed a missing persons case. Local officials say they are investigating the cause of death. Vincent Jackson was 38. Dow futures are up 20. This is CBS News.
The Dell President's Day sale for 50% off PCs powered by Intel Core processors. Call 877-ASK-DELL for a Dell Technologies advisor. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
There are times when it's hard to ignore that you may have a gambling problem. Like when you're at the casino and you've withdrawn the maximum amount from your ATM.
Withdrawal denied.
When you can't leave the tables, yet you don't know how you're going to put food on the table.
Credit card denied.
When you can't seem to pump the brakes on gaming and then can't fill up your gas tank.
Transaction denied.
When you're so invested in gambling, you're not able to invest in your future. You're robbing yourself and those you love of a better life.
Approval denied.
Don't deny there's a problem any longer. If you or someone you love is struggling with a gambling problem, we can help you win your life back. For free confidential help, call the Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117 or visit Michigan Gambling. A message from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services.
Do you promise to love, honor, and cherish, forsaking all others?
I do.
And now, by the power vested in me, I now pronounce you roommates. Go forth and...
That's not the vow you took. But if struggles with CPAP have you and your spouse sleeping in separate rooms, growing apart, and feeling more like roommates than loving partners, it might be time to look into Inspire. The only FDA-approved sleep apnea treatment that works inside the body with just the click of a remote. That's right, just a button. There is no mask or hose and no need to sleep in separate rooms. If you are struggling with CPAP, great sleep awaits at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com. Inspire. Sleep apnea innovation. No mask, no hose, just sleep.
Talk to your doctor to see if Inspire is right for you. Review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
This is WSTW. It's 6:05.
Good morning on the Morning Team Tuesday with Dave and Pat and Charlie and you. It is a morning where it's winter. From last night into this morning, we have roads that are snow clogged, and you're going to need time to get to where you need to be if you need to be any place. Winds whipping around. Temperature is 10 right now. Wind chill actually on the back end of the storm system, but still some to go. We'll have the forecast for you coming along. The sports from Pat at 6:15. The Rush Limbaugh morning update at 6:25. And yes, this is Tuesday, Fat Tuesday, the day before the Lenten season begins, and we're having our annual fun with Kqrzysiak's House Restaurant in Bay City. Louis with us early this morning to help us provide some fun with the punchki polka partying that's going on. And yes, it's going on, even if a little differently this year. We'll get to that after the news. Here's GW Newsroom.
Thank you, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. The majority of the K-12 schools in Saginaw Bay, Midland, and Tuscola counties are closed today. You can verify your schools on our WSGW.com website. We do have word the Delta College classes are canceled today. However, the COVID-19 vaccine site will be open. So once again, Delta College classes are canceled. However, the COVID-19 vaccine site will be open at Delta. We hear a lot about the economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic, but a state education 2 to 3 years to bring students back to where they should be in the classroom. Robert McCann, the executive director of the K-12 Alliance of Michigan, says funding needs to take into account not only the academic needs of students, the social needs as well.
What's critically important for people to remember is that this crisis that they are going through does not end with a vaccine. It does not end with simply opening classroom doors back up and bringing them back in. We are planning for the needed, in many cases, a 2 to 3 year recovery plan for some of these students.
McCann has been encouraging the governor and lawmakers to work together and allocate full funding for schools as soon as possible. 11 Saginaw County residents between the ages of 18 and 30 have been selected as 2021 First Ward Leadership Fellows and will participate in a 14-week leadership training program hosted by Saginaw Valley State University. WSGW's Rick Antonio has more.
First Ward Leadership Fellows will join SVSU students who are in the 2020-2021 Vitito Global Leadership Institute in the Scott L. Carmona College of Business. The focus of the training is to highlight opportunities to become community leaders through board memberships. Workshops led by local civic and community leaders will emphasize the importance of service on boards. Dawn Hinton, director at SVSU Center for Academic Innovation and Online Learning, says the program is designed to assist in developing leadership skills that will allow them to make significant contributions to their community. She adds students in SVSU's Vitito Global Leadership Program each year are required to select a community engagement project. This year, the choice is a peer-to-peer leadership mentoring program with the First Ward Community Center. Rick Antonio, News Radio 100.5 and 790. WGW News Time, 6:08.
Hey, this is Pat Johnston, and I can't tell you how many times I've been watching sports and wanted to bet the game on my phone. Well, guess what? Now I can, because FanDuel Sportsbook is officially live in Michigan. And to celebrate, they're kicking things off in a big way. FanDuel is giving new users their first bet risk-free. That's right. You'll get up to $1,000 back in site credit if you don't win. Seriously. So not only can you bet on all your favorite teams, but you'll get up to $1,000 back if you don't win your first bet. That's just one of the reasons why FanDuel is America's #1 app. I've got the FanDuel Sportsbook app on my phone. It's easy to use, easy to find your bet. You'll get your winnings in as little as 24 hours, and it's safe and secure. So download the FanDuel Sportsbook app and be sure to sign in with promo code WSGW so they know that I sent you. That's FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code WSGW. Must be over 21 and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. Site credit is non-withdrawable and expires in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
WSG News Time, 6:09. Meijer has announced a donation of $1 million in turkeys to 10 food banks within its service communities to help feed those in need. Meijer kicked off its donation series recently with the delivery of 6,000 frozen turkeys to the Greater Cleveland Food Bank's weekly food distribution event. In total, the retailer is donating 50,000 frozen Meijer and honeysuckle turkeys to several of its food bank partners that include Forgotten Harvest in Oak Park and Gleaners Detroit. The turkey donation is in addition to the more than $7.6 million donated in 2020 to help feed hungry families across the Midwest through its Simply Give program. The bodies found this week in a wooded area in western Michigan have been identified as a couple who went missing earlier this month.
Authorities say the deaths of Gary and Laura Johnson will be listed as homicides. Their bodies were unearthed Friday at Groudneck State Game Area in Portage, just about 3 miles away from their home. Last week, officials with Portage Public Safety said police entered their home today and found signs of violence after Gary's employer said he had not logged on for work. The couple's 27-year-old son is in custody on other charges. Police say he was found in the storage unit at an apartment building and had his parents' car. Jason Scott, the Michigan News Network.
Federal loans are now available for Michigan small businesses, agricultural cooperatives, and private nonprofit organizations damaged by excessive rain from last September. Low-interest economic injury disaster loans are available in Alger, Sheboygan, Chippewa, Emmett, Moose, Mackinac, and Schoolcraft counties. Loans can be up to $2 million with 3% interest rates for small businesses and 2.75% for private nonprofit organizations. Ready after the weather and everything, probably for some more fun, Charlie, from Kqrzysiak.
Yeah, I'm going to check in with Art Lewis again with that fun that we have on Fat Tuesdays with the polka music and more. 6:11 is the time on WSGW, and for the people that usually show up at Kqrzysiak's in person, which you can still do, as Art said, on a first-come, first-served basis, of course, limited because of health concerns. But we'll bring it to you via your radios.
Yeah.
Let's bring the weather forecast to you via your radio. Meteorologist Paul Trombley's here.
Our winter weather advisory continues into the day today as we'll see some lingering light snow and flurry activity with additional accumulations that inched up to 2 inches expected yet. Temperatures stay around the mid-teens for highs. North winds 15 to 25. For tonight, clearing skies, lows at 3 below. West winds 5 to 10. Wednesday, we'll see some sunshine, highs around 20. 10 on Wednesday night with increasing clouds. Thursday, skies, chance for snow showers late, 26. Mid-20s with mostly cloudy skies expected Friday. Back to 26 on Saturday. This is weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Barometric pressure, they have that right now, 2974. It's falling. Your wind is north around 20, but the gusts are going to 30. So 10 for the official temp, 9 below wind chill factoring at WSGW, your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world. Indeed, the winter that we really haven't had way up until this point, like we're getting it this morning with all the snow and the wind and whipping, making travel very difficult. If you don't have to, then don't. If you do, make sure you've got a vehicle that's appropriate for this kind of weather, please. Add to 6:13 on WSGW. Yeah, it's the day before Ash Wednesday and Lenten season and the Fat Tuesday fun that we've had for many years. And Art Lewis always on hand to help us bring us the fun from Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City.
And a good morning to you. We are at Kqrzysiak's house here in Bay City, along with Polka All-Stars and some folks here too. But remember, it is limited seating, so first come, first serve. And here we are on Fat Tuesday already. Last year at this time, my wife and I were canceling a trip. We planned to be in New Orleans 2 days later, and that's when they closed everything. So we're glad we didn't go. But we've got a taste of it this year.
And it sounds like everyone's having a good time despite the weather, despite the restrictions.
Yep, here's a little music for you. And later on, we are on video on twitch.tv/WSGW Radio and on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. Later on, during the 9 o'clock hour, we'll take the little camera off the computer and scan it around so you can see what's happening.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier that you said people are there. It is, you said, first come, first serve as far as seating goes?
Yep, because they are limited. They're 25% or 100. I'm not sure which number is the right one for them. Depends on their total capacity. But they are open, and you can come in, and the band is doing its thing. They have the buffet set up, except it's not a buffet. It's cafeteria style. They will serve you as you go down the little line. But other than that, it's Fat Tuesday. The punchkis are here in boxes, and I have not had one. yet.
No, well, that would have been the standard question. How could you not have one yet?
Yeah, well, I had breakfast already, but I did not have a punchki yet. I don't know whether I will have one. I might. So you can't hang around this place without having a punchki. That's for sure.
You got to have one because that'll be breakfast, lunch, and dinner for you.
You got it.
The takeout line will be busy.
I'm sorry.
I said the takeout line will be busy for.
They'll be steady.
Piles and piles and piles of it.
Yep,
Yeah.
they'll be steady, and they've got the lot plowed too, so there's plenty of parking.
Mm-hmm.
So
all right, we'll
I'll get you I will
your way.
send you a picture of the punchki pickup area, and you can put that up too. Take a look at how many boxes of punchkis there are.
Looks like a mountain, probably.
They're all over the place.
After the 6:30 news, we'll check in again and get more of the fun from Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City, where we know that the punchki is going out the door, as it is in many other locations. We understand that. Bakeries and shops and such that produce punchki. We just have had an tag him for many years, Kqrzysiak's house, with the music and the fundraising too, the effort for the County Salvation Army that goes on. More after the news at 6:30 on WSGW. We're going to do some sports for you this morning. Pat Johnston's ready to go. 6:16 is your morning team time on WSGW.
Sports, we start with NHL hockey. The Detroit Red Wings played another tough, close game, but eventually fell 3-2 in overtime against the Chicago Blackhawks at the LCA. As you heard on WSGW, the Wings earned at least a point, thanks in part to this pretty third-period goal by defenseman Christian Juice, which tied the game at 2-2.
Here's Juice now with a stutter step move. He scores! Juice made a move from his right to his left. He got the goaltender moving just a little bit, and he fires it behind Subban to tie the game at 2.
It's his first goal as a Red Wing, but the Blackhawks would steal it when Dominic Kubalik scored the game-winning goal at 4:43 in the overtime session, dropping Detroit's record to 4-10-3 on the season. The Wings did come back from a 2-goal deficit as Vladislav Nemesnikov scored his 4th of the year. Detroit earned at least a point in back-to-back games for the first time this season. The Wings host the Blackhawks tomorrow night with coverage beginning at 7:15 p.m. on 790 News Radio WSGW. Another NHL scores from last night. Ottawa outlasted the Maple Leafs 6-5 in overtime. The Sens rallied from a 4-goal deficit. Arizona blanked the Blues 1-0. Darcy Kemper stopped 24 shots to earn the win. The Islanders bested Buffalo 3-1. It was over the Blue Jackets 7-3. Florida outplayed the Lightning 6-4 as the Panthers are just a point back of Central Division leading Tampa Bay. Winnipeg held on for a 6-5 win against Edmonton. Calgary topped Vancouver 4-3, and the Sharks beat the Ducks 3-2. In NBA basketball, the Detroit Pistons, who are playing some of their best basketball so far of the year, will have to wait until tomorrow to play. Their scheduled game against the San Antonio Spurs tonight is postponed due to a positive COVID test inside the Spurs locker room. Contact tracing is leaving the Spurs without the required number of players. It's the 25th postponement in the NBA this year, and third for the Pistons, who will visit the Dallas Mavericks on Wednesday night. Meanwhile, Pistons rookie Sadiq Bey is the Eastern Conference's Rookie of the Week. Bey averaged over 17 points, 5.5 rebounds, and 2 assists in 4 games last week. Bey joins Kelly Tripucka as the only rookies to earn Player of the Week awards in franchise history. We also learned on Monday that veteran forward Blake Griffin and the Pistons have agreed to part ways. Griffin will remain out of the lineup until he and the organization can agree on his future. Pistons general man says, "We respect all the effort Blake has put forth in Detroit and his career and will work to achieve a positive outcome for all involved." Griffin turns 32 next month and is not part of Detroit's long-term plans, kind of like the parting ways between the Detroit Lions and quarterback Matthew Stafford. As for Monday night scores across the NBA, the Utah Jazz outscored Philadelphia 134-123. Jordan Clarkson tallied 40 points, Utah's 8th win in a row. Ben Simmons scored 42 in the loss for Philly. The Clippers doused the Heat 125-118. Chicago topped Indiana 120-112. Washington prevailed 131-119 against Houston. The Knicks defeated Atlanta 123-112. Brooklyn held on for a 136-125 win against Sacramento as James Harden recorded a triple-double for the Nets. And Golden State handed the Cleveland Cavaliers their 8th straight loss with a 129-98 blowout rout. In college basketball, the Michigan State Spartans visit the Purdue Boilermakers later on tonight at 7 p.m. Number 16 Florida State upset number 7 Virginia 81-70. And in Australian Open tennis, Serena Williams has reached the semifinals. The 23-time Grand Slam champion and 7-time Aussie Open champ disposed of second seed Simona Halep in straight sets 6-3, 6-3. She moves on to world number 3 player Naomi Osaka. The 3-time major champion proved to be too much for Shui Sui, winning 6-2, 6-2. She and Serena will battle it out on Thursday. And what a story on the men's side after a sluggish first set. Aslan Kqrzysiak dominated 18th seed Grigor Dimitrov in 4 sets to become the first man to reach the semifinals of a Grand Slam in his debut during the professional era. Kqrzysiak, who is ranked 114th in the world, will play the winner of the Novak Djokovic-Alexander Zverev match later on tonight. I'm Pat Johnston with Sports Headlines on WSGW.
Avoid the crowds and skip straight to savings with RV show prices all winter long at General RV in Birch Run. Whether you shop safely in-store or online, you will save thousands with our exclusive RV show discounts and all-time low financing. Plus, we are giving you a trade-in bonus on top of your trade-in value. We've moved our most popular floor plans indoors, and we have thousands more RVs online in our virtual showroom. Save thousands with our RV show prices online and in-store at General RV in Birch Run off I-75.
621 WSGW. It's your morning team show with Dave Maurer. Top stories from the WSGW newsroom.
Officials say a frigid blast of winter weather across the U.S. is likely to blame for the deaths of 2 people in Texas. More than 4 million people across Texas are without power after a massive storm system dropped temperatures into single digits as far south of San Antonio. Law enforcement reported 2 men were found dead along Houston area roadways. Causes of death were pending, but officials said the sub-freezing temperatures are likely to blame. At least 3 people dead after a tornado hit in North Carolina. More on that coming up soon. The North Carolina Republican Party has voted to censure Senator Richard Burr over his vote to convict former President Donald Trump during Trump's second impeachment trial. AP correspondent Ben Thomas reports.
Burr is one of 7 Republicans who voted to convict Trump of incitement of insurrection on Saturday. And while that made it the most bipartisan Senate vote for impeachment, the final tally was 10 votes short of the 2/3 majority needed for conviction. North Carolina GOP Chairman Michael Whatley says the resolution to censure Senator Burr is merely symbolic, but it expresses the party's disagreement and disappointment with Burr's decision. Burr has represented North Carolina in Congress for 26 years, the last 16 as senator. He announced several years ago that he will not run for re-election in 2022. I'm Ben Thomas.
WSGW News Time 622. President Joe Biden is facing mounting pressure at the border. Thousands of people are waiting to claim asylum, and more come each day, falsely believing they will be able to enter the U.S. now that former President Donald Trump is out of office. Biden has made major changes to his predecessor's hardline immigration policies, but he hasn't lifted the major restrictions to people seeking asylum as he faces pressures from all sides. Asian shares are rising, lifted by the economic recovery. Vaccine rollout sent signs that new coronavirus cases may be abating. Japan's benchmark Nikkei 225 advanced today after closing above 30,000 the day before for the first time since August of 1990. U.S. markets were closed Monday for Washington's birthday, but U.S. futures were higher. A Detroit area hospital system has canceled 1,884 appointments for second doses of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine because it didn't receive enough from the state. Beaumont Health said Monday that it learned Friday of a significant reduction in its vaccine allocation. And the majority of K-12 schools closed in our area this morning because of the overnight heavy snow. And we have heard now from both Delta and SVSU. Delta and SVSU have both canceled classes for today. However, both will continue to have vaccine scheduled for today. There's a vaccine clinic at Delta, and they're having a second dose vaccine clinic that's going on from 9 until 6 at SVSU today, Charlie.
Dave, thank you. On WSGW, the clarification what the weather is doing. That weather from meteorologist Paul Trombley. It's being brought to you by Consumers Energy. Mother Nature is striking with cold weather and snow and such, and you want to stay safe and warm, and you can do so. And Consumers Energy has tips on how to do that. Visit consumersenergy.com/cold weather. Get tips to make your home more comfortable, maybe save some money. You can count on Consumers Energy. Paul Trombley has that weather advisory till about noon today. Some light snow that's happening now. We're on the back end of the storm system, but it's going to be enough that maybe another inch or two of accumulation for sure. and some blowing winds of a north direction, 15 to 25 and gusting. That's the big thing going on now. 15 high temp today, if you can call it that. We had some clearing into tonight, low about 3 below zero. Then some sun on Wednesday, high 20. Clouds on Thursday, high 26. We have a falling barometer, 2989. North wind averaging 20, and then gusts to 30 or more. 10 degrees, wind chill 9 below. WSGW, your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world. 6:25, going to connect to the Rush Limbaugh morning update. That's coming up next.
You're looking for soybeans that give you the yield you want. But when it comes to fighting your toughest weeds, you also need flexibility. Introducing Extend Flex soybeans. Elite genetics with triple tolerance to dicamba, glyphosate, and glufosinate. The yield you want, the choice you need. Learn more at extendflexsoy.com. Always read and follow IRM where applicable, grain marketing, and all other stewardship practices and pesticide label directions.
On air and online from the Stone Specialist Studios. This is 100.5 and 790 News Radio WSGW.
Cała młoda dziewczyna.
As we go to the Rush Limbaugh morning update at 6:26 on WSW, the Fat Tuesday fun going on at Kqrzysiak's house. A little flavor of that for you here. More of it after the news, Mark Lewis on WSW, your morning TV show.
In May, California Democrat Governor Gavin Newsom approved a program that gave low-income illegal immigrants in his state a $500 payout so they could deal with the coronavirus. He put $75 million in the payout fund, and the money's all gone now. So California Democrats want more. As always, they sent Governor Newsom new legislation that would give low-income immigrants a $600 payout so they can buy groceries. Only this time, something truly bizarre happened. Governor Newsom vetoed the bill. He actually said the reason that he didn't sign it is because of the impact it would have on the state's budget. Now, nobody's quite sure what that impact would be. Estimates for the grocery giveaway to immigrants range from tens of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars. But since when does that matter to Democrats? Millions, billions, trillions. I mean, no number is too much to spend when it comes to immigrants, legal or illegal. So how can Governor Newsom, a rich Democrat, talk about the cost of the state when immigrants, poor immigrants, need groceries? Where's his heart? I mean, these poor people need to eat, don't they? Rich Governor Newsom tells them to suck air. Democrat governor basically wants immigrants to starve. When did this happen? You know, if I were a liberal, which thankfully I will never be, I would say this sounds a little xenophobic to me. Folks, working your land in cold weather is hard enough, so make sure your tractor is as tough as you are. Mahindra Track. In frigid temperatures. That's why Mahindra is the official tractor of tough. Whatever Mother Nature throws your way, your Mahindra tractor will keep clearing snow, pulling out tree stumps, and hauling feed for livestock. And don't forget, my good friends at Mahindra offer rugged attachments and implements to handle any job. So visit your Mahindra dealer today to save thousands of dollars on a new tractor, or choose 0% interest on select Mahindra models during the red tag sale. For purchases of select models now through February 28, 2021. Learn more at whymahindra.com, and may your family continue to have a safe and blessed year.
Take advantage of rock bottom prices and test drive a Mahindra today at Lloyd Miller & Sons in Corunna, or visit LloydMillerandSons.com. That's LloydMillerandSons.com.
Northeastern Paint Supply invites you to listen to the WSGW Focus Show with Art Lewis. Weekday mornings from 11 to 11:30. You'll hear local business and community leaders. Sponsored by Northeastern Paint Home Decorating Centers in Saginaw and Bay City.
The spread of COVID-19 is still unchecked across the nation, and you need to keep your family safe. Make a new habit and check your temperatures twice a day, once before dinner and before leaving home in the morning. You can't afford to take chances, so use the Kqrzysiak temporal scanner. Its accuracy is backed by more than 80 clinical studies, and it takes an accurate reading in seconds. It's the only home thermometer used and recommended by hospitals, doctors, and nurses. Quick and easy to use. You can count on Kqrzysiak to keep your family safe 24 hours a day.
At 6:30, WSW Your Morning Team Show. Good morning, welcome. We got Dave and Pat and Charlie with you, and Art Lewis too, who's up early with us this morning at Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City, the restaurant where the polka fun is happening for the Punchki Fat Tuesday going on today. And we'll have more of that coming up for you live with Art Lewis coming up after the news. The weather, that's a story within itself. The storm that started yesterday and accumulated snowfall that got schools closed and roads clogged, a slow go, and temperatures, wow, with that wind whipping around, it's 10, but we're wind chilling at 9 below. And that wind's also causing some of the reduced visibility and road situations happening. We'll have more of the forecast for you. And as I said, more Fat Tuesday fun coming after the news from Dave Maurer in the WSW Newsroom.
Thank you, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. The majority of schools in Saginaw Bay, Midland, and Tuscola counties closed today because of the overnight snowfall. Delta College classes are canceled today. However, the COVID-19 vaccine site will be open. And SVSU has also canceled classes for today. However, the second dose vaccine clinic will go on from 9 until 6 today at SVSU. Residents in the Sanford area are advised to stay off the river and lake bed south of the Edenville Dam due to hazardous conditions, which will be increased tomorrow as the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy conducts a drawdown of the rivers north of the dam. EGLE will begin working on lowering the Tobacco River spillway crest by about 12 feet, which will allow for more water to flow through the dam and into its natural downstream channel. Anyone with ice shanties on the river will need to remove them before the work begins, which is expected to last between 10 and 12 days, weather permitting. State Representative Phil Green from Millington has introduced a plan to make broadband internet more accessible to Michigan's rural communities. WSGW's Rick Antonio has more.
The plan would eliminate sales and use tax for broadband equipment, bringing down the cost of a broadband introduction project. Green says, quote, lowering the cost makes every dollar go further and makes expansive rural projects more feasible. He adds the changes would be another tool in the tool belt bringing broadband to the area. The measure comes in addition to the legislature's $14.3 million appropriation for rural broadband infrastructure that was signed into law in October, and the establishment of the Broadband Expansion Act of Michigan that outlines requirements for awarding grants and ensures public broadband expansion dollars are used efficiently to bring service to the unserved. Rick Antonio, News Radio 100.5 and 790.
A new forecast says the auto industry could lose the production of more than 1 million vehicles because of the global microchip shortage. Here's Autobeat reporter Jeff Gilbert.
1.3 million to be exact. They've already lost 450,000 vehicles. This is a worldwide number, but many plants in the U.S. have been impacted as car makers work to get chips to their most important vehicles. Meanwhile, the production of microchips in Japan was briefly halted earlier this week when an earthquake hit the region.
WSGW News Time, 6:33.
Jim Wilson, are customers surprised to find such a big selection of used vehicles here at Midland Ford Lincoln?
I've had many people tell me this is the best selection of used cars and trucks they've seen in Michigan, not just in quantity, but in the quality of our vehicles.
You seem to have the cars and trucks everyone is looking for. Hard to find models you'd expect to find only in classified ads by private parties.
Our volume sales means customers always have a bigger selection of better quality cars. Our minimum pricing policy means Midland Ford customers always pay less.
But better doesn't mean more expensive. You have cars and trucks in every price and payment range, even for the tightest budgets.
From inexpensive basic transportation to late model luxury and a great selection of trucks, we have what you're looking for. We currently have more tough Ford trucks and used Escapes and Explorers than we've ever had in our history.
America's falling in love with Ford, and you have a personal invitation to find out why today at Midland Ford Lincoln, your savings store.
WSGW News Time, 6:34. A man fishing on a frozen Michigan lake was killed when a snowmobile crashed into his ice shanty. The incident happened Saturday evening on Devil's Lake in Lenawee County. Investigators with the Michigan DNR say the fisherman was declared dead at the scene, while the snowmobiler suffered minor injuries. An annual tip-up fishing competition and winter festival were being held at the time, with dozens of fishermen participating, along with snowmobile and motorbike races along the lake. The crash is under investigation. Chile, the IRS is now accepting and processing tax returns for 2020. Spokesperson Luis Garcia says taxpayers should double-check to make sure they have all tax documents, including W-2 and 1099 forms, before starting their returns. And if you received unemployment benefits last year, that income is taxable as well. You'll need the 1099-G form. While some people end up owing money, Garcia says most in Michigan will see a refund this year.
It's about 74% of people in Michigan get money back when they file their taxes. And the interesting thing is that the majority of people who wait till the last minute are getting money back.
The sooner you file, the sooner you'll get your refund. So even though the deadline to file is April 15th, Garcia suggests filing your tax paperwork as soon as possible. Officials at Northern Michigan University say there have been 0 cases of COVID-19 on campus as surveillance testing continues. The testing is done each week for a random group of 300 students, staff, and faculty. A school spokesman says the university will not let its guard down as students are 5 weeks into the semester with 10 more weeks to go. Weekly testing will continue, and results will be available on a dashboard on the university's website. NMU rotates its testing between residence hall students 1 week and off-campus students, faculty, and staff the next. Additionally, NMU athletes are tested almost daily, so doing a great job in Northern Michigan at preventing any kind of contagion or spread.
Okay, we wish them continued success at 6:37 on WSGW. We have weather forecasting to do with meteorologist Paul Trombley, being brought to you by Premier Kitchen and Bath Gallery, where the move is going on, and that means going on great deals for you, a moving sale. Visit Premier Kitchen and Bath Gallery in person while you can at 800 South Poseyville Road in Midland. Or online, it's premierkitchenandbathgallery.com, premierkitchenandbathgallery.com. Here's Trombley.
Our winter weather advisory continues into the day today as we'll see some lingering light snow and flurry activity with additional accumulations an inch up to 2 inches expected yet. Temperatures stay around the mid-teens for highs. North winds 15 to 25. For tonight, clearing skies, lows at 3 below. West winds 5 to 10. Wednesday, we'll see some sunshine, highs around 20. 10 on Wednesday night with increasing clouds. Thursday with cloudy skies, chance for snow showers late, 26. Mid-20s with mostly cloudy skies expected Friday. Back to 26 on Saturday. This is weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Very much a pleasure.
I need a notepad like
It's 29.89 and falling. Your winds are whipping from the north about 20, with the gusts going to 30. It's 10 degrees. That's actual, 9 below wind chill. From WSGW, your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world.
But not here.
Actually, in the back end of the storm system,
Yeah,
there's
that's
still
for sure.
Snow around. Advisories continuing till around noon for our area, and just a touch to the north, including Gladwin and Aranac counties. Once you get deep into the thumb, though, over toward
30
Huron
below?
and,
Wind chill,
you
yeah.
have, San Lac and St. Clair counties down to Metro Detroit,
Yeah.
including Genesee, Lapeer counties. Storm warnings, actually. That's how on edge we are. We have the lesser amounts, the more amounts still continuing to the south. 8, 9, upwards of 10 inches of snowfall in some places for total accumulation for the southern sections of the state. It's a slow go on roads.
25
Schools
did. They
closed,
came
as
farther
Dave
than 5
talking
would.
about. Please give yourself the extra time if you do have any need to head out this morning.
Yeah, I heard about one school. It's closed, but they were going to do virtual.
Ah.
And then they shut that down because of snow in the dish.
Well, yeah, I couldn't do that.
And couldn't get the signal out.
Oh, boy, just when you think you have it solved. We'll keep you up to date, of course, on WSGW on your morning team show.
The all-new Halo LED is the industry's first LED in-duct whole home air purification system that's both mercury-free and zero ozone compliant.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
Halo
yeah.
LED treats all air conditioned
Yeah, we got to
space,
go out every now and then
reducing
and brush ours off.
pests and pollutants. It's easily mounted into the HVAC air
do
duct
that?
and wired
Big
to your
room
furnace for
or-
seamless operation. The Halo LED was independently lab tested to produce 97% of airborne bacteria, including mold, 99.9% of surface bacteria and viruses, and will kill 99% of microbes in a human sneeze within 3 feet. Best of all, the Halo LED has successfully proven to kill 99% of flu germs on surfaces. Not only will the Halo LED save you from germs, but it will also reduce odors, particulates, smoke, and chemical VOCs. Call Reamer Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning today to speak with someone about how Halo LED can significantly help your indoor quality. Hashtag got flu.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion.
Time is 6:40. Your morning team of WSGW and you, most importantly you, on this Fat Tuesday morning with Dave and Pat and Art and Charlie. Whole gang here for you this morning. As we broadcast and radio show that's sponsored by Sound Asleep Lab, those locations you'll find in Saginaw Bay City, Midland, and Mount Pleasant, with those 2 board-certified sleep physicians, those 2 nurse practitioners, working to diagnose and treat your sleep disorders. Look online for soundasleeplab.com. It's soundasleeplab.com. And this morning, when we have Fat Tuesday fun with Art Lewis's help this morning, we can listen. And yes, Art Lewis, because you told us to, we can look at you too. We see you on your Facebook page.
Oh, do you? You watching
that video? I'm watching you right now.
Ah, well, we both, the 2 of us sitting here, the audience can't see unless they're watching, have faces for radio.
There we go.
But we're here anyway. And that other face belongs to Major Ray of the Salvation Army here in Bay City. Good morning to you, first of all, on this chilly, snowy Fat Tuesday.
Yes, good morning.
This is an important time for you, though, because Kqrzysiak's, for many, many years now, has provided you with funding from this, haven't they?
Yes, this Fat Tuesday fundraiser has been almost, I think this is our 21st year. So they've been doing this way before I was around.
Ah, well, unfortunately, I have to tell you, I've been here for all 21. I think the only one I missed was last year, and that was for good reason. But the tradition carries on. The punchkis are here. I had one this morning. I won't have another.
Yeah, I had one already.
One is enough.
I got a dozen ready to take back to the office.
Yeah.
You feed your staff, they'll work harder.
I don't know if I'm going to be that nice to the guys at the station this year. But I'll let Terry Henny bring them back. But the Salvation Army, you guys have been around for a long time here.
I believe they have hit 128 years.
Wow.
Now.
Wow,
Because
you don't look that old.
No, yeah, I had it well.
Oh, my goodness. And you serve a lot of needs in this community, don't you?
Yes, we've really stepped up our game this COVID. This last year has been just crazy, phenomenal. A lot more people needing assistance and help. So this fundraiser today is going to be a nice shot in the arm to help move things forward.
How about the pantry? You've been getting food in the pantry?
We do. It's coming pretty good. We've seen a lot more. It's not just the people who are not working. We've also seen some people working class needing the help to get by because they've had hours cut. They've had their wages affected by all of this. So
yeah, it's impacted everybody. There's no 2 ways about it. It's been an unusually challenging year, to say the least.
And hopefully this isn't the new normal.
Oh, yeah. Well, who knows what the new normal is going to be? That's the problem. That's the problem. Well, we're going to spend some time with Major Ray after the 9 o'clock news this morning. Get a little more into the Salvation Army and what they do here in Bay County and elsewhere, because there are units all over. I mean, this is a worldwide organization that goes
but
back.
I like staying and focusing on my own little world right here.
Yeah. You got enough to do, huh?
Yes.
We're here at Kqrzysiak's House Restaurant up in Bay City at Casson, Michigan. It's their annual Fat Tuesday, and the Kowalski Brothers Polka Band is here in great form this morning. They are limited to seating and the number of people they can hold, so it's first come, first serve.
I think their capacity is 75.
75, something like that, because that'd be about 25% of their normal, which I think is 250, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. Anyway, they have limited seating, but the band is here. The buffet is now cafeteria style. They will serve you from the buffet. And, of course, the punchki boxes are lined up. I sent you a picture of that, Charlie, of just some of the boxes. That was just one table.
There are like 3 tables out there
Yeah,
covered.
loaded.
We received the picture, and we already have it posted on our Facebook page. And I thought the same thing, that, yeah, this is just one little table of punchki that's
it.
at Kqrzysiak.
You got it. All waiting to be picked up. Those are pre-orders. Of course, you can come in and they'll fill a box for you from their various shelves while they last. That's the key.
No, I'm just curious about your setup. Obviously, we can hear the band a little bit in the background. You're there with the Major, but are you in a separate room away? Or
Yes.
How are you set up this year?
I'm in what's called the sunroom, and I'm the only one in here. The other tables
They're treating him like royalty.
That's
up there.
right.
They give him his private
Yeah.
room. He's got a fireplace over here.
Yeah,
And
yeah. That's right. That's right. We do have a little heater in here and everything. And I have a sliding curtain, which I have closed right now, which is why it's quieter than normal. But when I open that curtain, then I have a clear shot at the band, and I have a microphone set up that way. But when we do the talk, it's probably a little easier to keep the band at bay.
Indeed, it was very effective. 'Cause I know in years past, sometimes you battled with the band when it came to conversations.
Yeah, so I got smart now. I just closed the curtain. So, and when they play, you can hear them through the curtain anyway a little bit, but not as loud as they would be if I had it open.
yeah, they're a little more gentle because I think it's a crowd of people that usually entice them to be more vibrant in their music
Yeah,
too.
yeah, but I noticed that the tables are filling up a little bit.
Yeah.
So people are coming out this morning to give the road crews a chance to work on the roads, which, by the way, they did a phenomenal job. I mean, I came up M13. I stayed off of 75, and I came all the way up 13. And roads were in pretty good shape. I was amazed how good they were considering the amount of snow we had.
Well, kudos to the folks who are out there doing those
Oh,
tough
yeah.
jobs.
Wow,
on
yes.
These cold mornings with snow blowing and having to deal with traffic and such like that.
All righty. So we will talk to you again from Kqrzysiak, and we'll have the Major on after 9 o'clock this morning.
Thank you.
All right, good to hear you. Good to see you again. Art Lewis
Yeah.
is doing his video feed this morning, accessible in various ways.
And now watch me disappear.
Page.
Watch me
And it's
disappear.
at
Bye.
Facebook.com/WSGW, and you can enjoy that. And we'll continue to enjoy the flavor and fun of Fat Tuesday from Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City, where we have been doing it for so many years. And again, maybe a little differently because of the necessity this year, but still, we're having the fun with you this morning.
They'll still move over 10,000 punchki
Yeah.
as the day goes along. That's pretty much what they do every year.
It's amazing. And then on our Facebook page, too, we put a couple of still shots so you could see the Kowalski Brothers band that Art was talking about. And we do have that table full of punchki boxes.
I'll get a look at that.
It's just, piled high.
It's a good, nice, clean video where Art is, though. Art in the Major there. That was a good looking video.
Yeah, technology allows us to do, and we're doing our best to do it for you this morning.
And we'll be doing it more and more.
So you're nice and comfortable wherever you may be, especially on mornings like this where maybe you don't want to head out, and it's probably a good idea. If you don't have to go, then don't go. As much as the roads are being cleared as best as possible, and it's helped that the snow really has moved out. We still have some light snow falling, but not nearly to the extent. It's just that the wind is going to be a concern as they go through the day, and whipping that snow around, reducing visibilities, and stay that way because of that wind.
And more snow than
Should be clearing out tonight.
Oh, clearing tonight. This is later in the week, I guess we're getting
A little bit later on could be around. Although tonight the big story is the fact that we could drop to 3 below.
Ooh,
So,
all right.
the cold follows the snow. 6:49 WSGW. We were actually skating yesterday on the rink early in the evening. And as we were wrapping up, the wind started to pick up.
You can feel it.
I said, let's take care of business now and get out of here. And sure enough, 15 minutes later, it came blowing through. The morning team show continues on WSW 649. We'll start going up to the hour with up-to-the-minute news and business and weather and sports. We'll do that for you coming up next.
What does it take to be the best in comprehensive cardiac care? It takes the drive to continually raise patient expectations and the commitment and compassion to exceed them. That's how we created the McLaren Cardiovascular Network, where our expert team of specialists across Michigan offers patients everything from complex and minimally invasive procedures to cutting-edge clinical trials. That's cardiac care at McLaren. That's doing what's best.
$6:50, your morning team time on WSGW. Up to the hour we start to go with that news and that business and weather and sports. It starts with Dave Maurer in the WSGW newsroom.
Officials say a tornado in the southeast North Carolina county of Brunswick has left some residents trapped or missing in damaged homes. The WWAY-TV reports the tornado hit just after midnight, damaging houses, ripping some off the foundations and snapping trees in half. Brunswick County Emergency Management said people were trapped in homes. The Wilmington Fire Department tweeted that it would send teams to help find people missing after the tornado. Some power lines were also downed. Brunswick Electric Membership Cooperation has said thousands of people lost. Officials say a frigid blast of winter weather across the U.S. is likely to blame for the deaths of 2 people in Texas. More than 4 million people across Texas are without power after a massive storm system dropped temperatures into single digits as far south of San Antonio. Law enforcement reported 2 men were found dead along Houston area roadways. Causes of death were pending, but officials said the sub-freezing temperatures were likely to blame. President Joe Biden is facing mounting pressure at the border. Thousands of people are waiting to claim asylum, and more come each day, falsely believing they will be able to enter the U.S. now that former President Donald Trump is out of office. Biden has made major changes to his predecessor's hardline immigration policies, but he hasn't lifted the major restrictions to people seeking asylum as he faces pressures from all sides. His administration has promised a more humane approach, but hasn't said how or when it will act, and is trying to discourage people from coming in the meantime. An official says an overcrowded bus is driven off a bridge and into a canal in central India, killing at least 40 people. The bodies found in a wooded area in western Michigan have been identified as a couple who went missing earlier this month. Authorities said yesterday that the deaths of Gary and Laura Johnson will be listed as homicides. Their bodies were unearthed Friday at Gordonick State Game Area in Portage, about 3 miles from their home. Portage Public Safety Director Nick Arnold said last week that police entered the home Tuesday and found signs of violence after Gary's employer said he had not logged on for work. The couple's 27-year-old son is in custody on other charges. Police said he was found in a storage unit at an apartment building and had his parents' car. Had a slow go on the roads this morning. There are many local side streets and courts and things like that they won't get to for some time yet. And you just have to take it easy, and you may find some clogging when you're trying to get out of those locations at the main drags that do get clogged.
That's why they had the 4-wheel drives.
I bet you did. And well, what I like is the fact that I go out when it's pristine, put things up.
Yes, we do get to blaze our own trails.
Yeah, I've got all-wheel drive, so I didn't have any problem.
It is 6:52 on WSGW. There is that advantage. Let's continue going up to the hour. Up to the minute now, we have for you the Fox Business Report.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Video sharing app TikTok is facing multiple complaints from consumer agencies in Europe. It's accused of failing to protect children from hidden advertising and inappropriate content. Sears and Kmart are closing more locations. USA Today says more stores have been added to those starting liquidation sales this month. SB 360 Capital Partners is managing the closings, which now includes a list of 33 stores to be shut by mid-April. Sears and Kmart have closed more than 3,500 stores and cut 250,000 jobs in the past 15 years. An Israeli startup is planning to make meat substitutes by using 3D printers. Redefine Meat hopes to be selling products in North America later this year. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Cosola, invested in you.
President Biden says he will defeat the NRA, and now the NRA is fighting back. All this week, Newsmax TV's Stinchfield tells the real story about Biden and the NRA. Watch Stinchfield at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax TV. It's on all major cable systems. Check your guide or call them. Tell them you want Newsmax. And download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or smart TV and watch us now. 30 million Americans watch Newsmax. You should too.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
6:55, up to the hour. It's up to the minute weather on WSGW meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Our winter weather advisory continues into the day today as we'll see some lingering light snow and flurry activity with additional accumulations an inch up to 2 inches expected yet. Temperatures stay around the mid-teens for highs. North winds 15 to 25. For tonight, clearing skies, lows at 3 below. West winds 5 to 10. Wednesday, we'll see some sunshine, highs around 20. Thursday with cloudy skies, chance of snow showers late, 26. This is weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Barometric pressure's falling. It's 2989. Wind is whipping out of the north at 20, gusts to 30. 10, your temperature. Wind chilling 9 below from WSGW. Your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world.
Hi, this is Mary Ann from Warden Interiors of Frankenmuth. We have all been living through these challenging times and readjusting our way of doing our everyday tasks. At Warden Interiors, we remember the simpler times when you could pull into a gas station and have the attendant pump gas and clean your windows. If you long for that type of service again, it can be found at Warden Interiors in Frankenmuth. From the moment you step through our front door, you will again get that all-inclusive experience. Your ideas can easily be brought to life by our knowledgeable design team and installed by our own expert installers. Whatever your dreams are, from floors to counters, ceramic to draperies or blinds, we at Warden Interiors pride ourselves on making all your feel like that simpler time in life. So please be sure to stop into Warden Interiors today and enjoy your all-inclusive experience, as we can help you every step of the way. Warden Interiors on North Main Street in Frankenmuth will help you bring it all together.
Pat Johnston, up to the hour. Up to the minute sports on WSGW. It's 6:57.
In NHL hockey, the Detroit Red Wings lost a tough one to the Chicago Blackhawks last night, 3-2 in overtime. The Wings host the Blackhawks tomorrow night. In the NBA, the Detroit Pistons game against the San Antonio Spurs tonight is postponed due to a positive COVID test within the Spurs locker room. Pistons will visit the Dallas Mavericks on Wednesday night. And veteran forward Blake Griffin and the Pistons have agreed to part ways, as Griffin will remain out of the lineup until he and the organization agree on his future. College basketball, the Michigan State Spartans visit the Purdue Boilermakers later on tonight at 7 p.m. The third-ranked Michigan Wolverines are off until Thursday when they host Rutgers. And speaking of the Wolverines, athletic director Ward Manuel has agreed to a 5-year extension that'll keep him in Ann Arbor until 2026. Detroit Tigers pitchers and catchers report tomorrow for spring training in Lakeland, Florida. The first full-team workout is scheduled a week later. And in Australian Open tennis, 38-year-old Serena Williams continues to defy the odds as she defeated second seed Simona Halep in straight sets. The 23-time Grand Slam champion moves on to the semifinals to face world number 3 player Naomi Osaka. I'm Pat Johnston with Up to the Minute Sports as we go up to the hour on WSGW. Hey, this is Pat Johnston, and I can't tell you how many times I've been watching sports and wanted to bet the game on my phone. Well, guess what? Now I can, because FanDuel Sportsbook is officially live in Michigan. And to celebrate, they're kicking things off in a big way. FanDuel is giving new users their first bet risk-free. That's right. You'll get up to $1,000 back in site credit if you don't win. Seriously. So not only can you bet on all your favorite teams, but you'll get up to $1,000 back if you don't win your first bet. That's just one of the reasons why FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook app. I've got the FanDuel Sportsbook app on my phone. It's easy to use, easy to find your bet. You'll get your winnings in as little as 24 hours, and it's safe and secure. So download the FanDuel Sportsbook app and be sure to sign in with promo code WSGW so they know that I sent you. That's FanDuel Sportsbook, promo code WSGW. One in President, Michigan. First online real money wager only. Site credit is non-withdrawable and expires in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
It's a 6:59. It's WSGW. And it's a Fat Tuesday morning on the Morning Team Show this February 16th, the day before Ash Wednesday and hunting season begins. After the news at 7, more of the fun from Fat Tuesday as a Kqrzysiak's house location, the restaurant in Bay City where Art Lewis is holding forth for you this morning. That's coming up after the news. The news, which is next on WSGW at 7 o'clock.
From the Stone Specialist Studios, this is WSGW, Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, WSGW-FM, Carlton.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A developing story from North Carolina where a deadly twister tore through Brunswick County just after midnight. WWAY-TV's Matthew Huddleston is on the scene.
They confirmed there were 3 fatalities with this tornado and still 10 injuries. Thankfully, though, no one else right now is unaccounted for. They're continuing to search for people over the next several hours as they make their way through this area.
Thousands there have no power this morning. The tornadic system spawned by a historic Arctic storm that has the southern portion of the country in a deep freeze. Roads are covered with ice and snow from Texas up through Mississippi on into Colorado. Alec Grimes is in Fort Collins, where it feels like -6 right now.
My feet were frozen, stuck to my shoes, and he took me to the hospital, and then that's when I found out I had frostbite. They had started talking about possible amputation, and at that point it became real and scary.
Houston, Texas is expected to see a low of 8 degrees, breaking the old record of 13 set in 1895. Utilities have begun rolling blackouts to prevent outages at critical facilities like hospitals. Matt Zavadsky with MedStar in North Texas.
Is a large number of hypothermia calls, not because people are outside, but because they're home but have no electricity and have no heat.
There is hopeful news on the coronavirus front. Yesterday, fewer than 54,000 new cases were reported in the U.S. That's the lowest number since October. The single-day death toll was down as well. CBS's Deborah Alfarone says mutations could cause new spikes.
New York is treating its first case of a variant initially discovered in South Africa, and a group of scientists have discovered at least 7 homegrown variants.
They may have little subtle effects on how well the virus colonizes the human respiratory tract.
The new variant's been spotted in Britain. The new variant was spotted by researchers in Edinburgh who have now detected it in 10 countries, including the U.S. They say some of its mutations are similar to those found in Brazil, South Africa, and the English county of Kent, suggesting it may be more infectious and may be at least partially resistant to existing vaccines. But the researchers stress more study of this new variant is needed. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London. No parades. Now no drinking at bars during Mardi Gras in New Orleans. Mayor LaToya Cantrell has ordered them closed through the weekend over fears of COVID variants spreading. People have been decorating their homes as floats this year to entertain passersby. S&P futures are up 21. This is CBS News.
CBS News Radio is your home for breaking news. With our team of reporters around the country and the world, we give you the coverage you can trust.
Small business owners don't have the patience for nonsense, especially when it comes to their internet provider. They want the best services for the best price. Simply put, that's Spectrum Business. They give you great value, zero nonsense. Just call 833-919-2121. You'll get fast, reliable internet and phone with no contracts and no hidden fees, all for a price that could cut your bill in half. Spectrum Business. Call today, 833-919-2121.
From the Michigan Lottery Silver, the progressive jackpot that keeps building with every ticket sold all day long. From the moment you wake up, the jackpot's building. And while you're in the shop, it's still building. Even while you're working, it's still building. Until jackpot, a winner, right on the spot. The fun keeps building with fast cash, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best.
Have you ever wanted to learn a new language like French, Spanish, or Russian, but thought it would be too difficult and time-consuming? Then try Babbel. Text TRY to 64,000 and try it for free. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. In 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel uses a modern that makes language engaging, fun, and memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then, sentences gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. Babbel is created by language experts who use the spaced repetition method to help you learn quickly and remember what you learn. With Babbel, you can speak a new language. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free. Just text TRY to 64,000 to start learning a new language today. That's TRY to 64,000. TRY to 64,000.
The WSGW Morning Team Show at 7:05. Welcome and good morning, we say. I'm WSGW, with Dave and Pat and Art and Charlie. With the light snow that's still in and around parts of the Great Lakes Bay region, the temperature still remains cold, and then we had a wind chill to it. It's 9, wind chilling 10 below. Winds out of the north, 20 miles per, gusting to 30. If you have to be on the roads, please use the caution necessary. We are having Fat Tuesday fun. We're bringing the polka party to you with the Punchki from Kqrzysiak's House Restaurant in Bay City. We'll do more with Art Lewis after the news. Pat Johnston with sports. Bill O'Reilly's commentary coming up too. Coming up right now, the news continues with Dave Maurer in the WSGW newsroom.
Thank you, Charlie. The majority of K-12 schools in our area closed today because of the heavy snowfall overnight. Delta College classes are canceled today. However, the COVID-19 vaccine site will be open. Saginaw Valley State University has canceled classes for the day as well, but the second dose vaccine clinic will go on from 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. A Michigan education leader says it could take some children 2 to 3 years to recover from the coronavirus pandemic. Many students have been learning remotely since the pandemic first hit last March. Robert McCann, the executive director of the K-12 Alliance of Michigan, says it's not only academics, but social and emotional growth that need to be considered.
First, assess what their needs are. How behind are they in academics? What are their social and emotional needs that are going to help them start that recovery process? And then build a plan around those unique needs of that student to get them back where we want them to be.
McCann says the crisis won't end with everyone getting a vaccine and reopening schools. He said there should be an assessment of every student. He says we've never seen anything like this before, and all resources should be made to support the kids. Saginaw Valley State University is responding to the growing demand for mental health services by building a new model to serve its campus community. WSGW's Michael Pritchard reports. Well, we're unable to bring you that report right now. We will bring it to you in an upcoming newscast. WSGW News Time 7:07.
We've all seen how unpredictable life can be, but here's one thing you can count on. The Covenant Center for the Heart is here for you. More people in the Great Lakes Bay region trust their hearts to Covenant Healthcare than any other area hospital. Why? Because we have the most comprehensive cardiac care in the region. From diagnosis in our chest pain center, to the region's first structural heart disease program, to our cardiac rehabilitation and wellness center. And because we keep our patients safe, Covenant has been awarded an A rating for patient safety from the Leapfrog Group 4 times in a row. So if you have an existing heart condition, call your cardiologist. If you experience symptoms like chest pain or shortness of breath, call 911 or come to the Covenant Emergency Care Center. Don't delay care. Life and hearts can be unpredictable. Trust yours to Covenant Healthcare, the leader for extraordinary care.
WSGW News Time 7:08. We now have that report from Michael Pritchard.
The incidence and prevalence of mental illness, substance use, and emotional distress on college campuses have been trending up for years, and COVID-19 is compounding the problem. The American Council on Education reported 68% of higher education presidents listed student mental health as among the most pressing issues in academia. A national survey in 2018 found major depression affected 18% of students compared to 8% in 2007. Severe anxiety affected 14% compared to 6%, and 2% made a suicide attempt compared to 0.6% in 2007. SVSU is establishing a new campus mental health and wellness center and have hired the center's first director, Margaret Bach. The new model is expected to strategically respond to a wide range of mental health concerns for students, faculty, and staff to provide a range of short-term solutions and or referral as appropriate. Education and training will be made available for faculty, staff, and students on topics such as alcohol and other drugs, substance abuse, and suicide prevention. Michael Perchin, News Radio 100.5 and 790.
The Delta College Board of Trustees has initiated a national search process to fill an important leadership position with the announced retirement of President Dr. Gene Goodnow. WU's Rick Antonio has more.
The NAACP Saginaw Branch Executive Committee met February 6th to approve a list of qualities and characteristics to guide the search effort and decision-making of the Delta College Board of Trustees in the appointment of a new leader for the college. In a news release, Saginaw Branch President Terry Pruitt says they hope the Board of Trustees will extend every effort to appoint a well-qualified individual to serve as president of the college and put forward a significant effort to identify minority individuals as part of a finalist pool of interview candidates for the position. He says this will signal and confirm the board's leadership and commitment to the principles of diversity and equity in the development of the senior administrative team. Rick Antonio on Radio 100.5 and 790.
The Michigan Department of Natural Resources has announced changes to the state's 2021 deer hunting regulations. Officials say they're meant to further simplify deer regulations and remove barriers to hunting participation. Antlerless licenses may now be purchased without an application in the Lower Peninsula and portions of the southern central Upper Peninsula. Licenses may be used on public or private land. In the mid-zone Upper Peninsula, a deer hunting access permit must accompany the universal antlerless license. The permit is no longer required for supplemental feeding in the Upper Peninsula. The changes go into effect with the start of the 2021 deer hunting seasons in September. So know your zones and areas and some things changing in the UP from the past.
So it's called a deer access license?
That's what it is, a deer hunting access permit.
Okay. 7 to 12 at WSGW. We have some weather forecasting to do. the situation that from last night into this morning certainly is the cause of a lot of the news and concern. We're actually in the back end of what's happening. Let's find out about what's happening from meteorologist Paul Trombley. This forecast is being brought to you by the folks with New Hope Valley Assisted Living in Saginaw and Bay City, where maybe you're in a situation where you find yourself that you're not 100% independent, but would like to add amenities as you need them. Well, there's something called enhanced. And you can find out more about it when you visit online, newhopeseniorcommunities.org. newhopeseniorcommunities.org. Discover enhanced independent living. Here's Paul Trombley's update.
Our winter weather advisory continues into the day today as we'll see some lingering light snow and flurry activity with additional accumulations that inched up to 2 inches expected yet. Temperatures stay around the mid-teens for highs. North winds 15 to 25. For tonight, clearing skies, lows at 3 below. West winds 5 to 10. Wednesday, we'll see some sunshine, highs around 20. 10 on Wednesday night with increasing clouds. Thursday with cloudy skies, chance for snow showers late, 26. Mid-20s with mostly cloudy skies expected Friday. Back to 26 on Saturday. This is weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Barometric pressure. We have that reading right now at 29.89, continuing to fall. North wind average is 20, but the gusts going to 30. The temperature of 9, that's above. The wind chill is 10, that's below at WSGW. Your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world at 7:13. Continuing to have fun with the Fat Tuesday connection with you. Thank you to Art Lewis being up early and out with us this morning at Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City.
No, indeed. We are here and glad to do it. It's a tradition that's been going on a long, long time, and we've been involved in it. I can't tell you how many years. It's decades. But always fun here at Kqrzysiak's house. The Kowalski Brothers Polka Band is on scene. You can come in and have breakfast and watch the music if you get here when there is seating available, and there is right now, by the way, because they are limited by the rules of the COVID-19 rules that are handed down to restaurants at 25% capacity. But they are here, and glad to have you aboard too. Tons of punchki boxes out there. I finally figured out how the system worked because they've got boxes all over the place, and I'm going, how do you find them? They're all done by time. And as the time draws near that those are going to get picked up, they move them to the front. And they have them all sectioned off by time. I didn't realize it. I was wondering how they would find anything because they must have hundreds and hundreds of boxes of punchkis out there.
Very clever. I'm sure it's a system they perfected over the years.
Yep. I'm taking a picture of me taking a picture right now of the setup here. I'll have to send you a picture of that too, the setup I have. It's compact and impressive.
I think this is the 23rd year, if I'm not mistaken.
It could be. Yeah, that's about right. It was. Yeah, that's probably true, Dave. There we go. All right, I got a picture of the picture I will send you. So,
all right.
Yep.
Well,
Anyhow.
we'll listen to a little band since your microphone is open on that.
Sure,
and
we'll.
go to our sports.
All righty.
I get dizzy, I get numb when I'm dancing with my mambo jumbo. Yes, I want her, you can't have her, she's not fat to me. Oh no, she's not fat to me. Oh yeah, she's not fat to me. Yes, I want her, you can't have her, she's not fat to me. Oh no, she's not fat, she's not fat, she's not fat to me.
Kowalski Brothers with the music and the fun as part of the party that goes on with the punchki for Fat Tuesday at Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City. We'll have more after the news at 7:30. It's sports time. Pat Johnston's getting ready to go on WSW.
NHL hockey. The Detroit Red Wings played another tough close game, but eventually fell 3-2 in overtime against the Chicago Blackhawks at the LCA. As you heard on WSGW, the Wings apart to this pretty third period goal by defenseman Christian Juice, which tied the game at 2-2. Here's Juice now, the center step move, he scores! Juice made a move from his right to his left. He got the goaltender moving just a little bit, and he fires it behind Subban to tie the game at 2. It's his first goal as a Red Wing, but the Blackhawks with Silla and Dominic Kubalik scored the game-winning goal at the 4:43 mark in the overtime session, dropping Detroit's record to 4-10-3 on the season. Vladislav Nemestikov scored his fourth of the year for Detroit, which continues to struggle on the power play as they are now just 0-26 in their last 9 games. On the bright side, Detroit is starting to lose the point in back-to-back games for the first time this season. The Wings host the Blackhawks tomorrow night with coverage beginning at 7:15 p.m. on 790 News Radio WSGW. Other NHL scores from last night: Ottawa outlasted the Maple Leafs 6-5 in overtime. Arizona blanked the Blues 1-0. The Islanders bested Buffalo 3-1. It was Carolina over the Blue Jackets 7-3. Florida outplayed the Lightning 6-4. The Panthers are just a point back of Central Division leading Tampa Bay. Winnipeg held on for a 6-5 win against Edmonton. Calgary topped Vancouver's 4-3, and the Sharks beat the Ducks 3-2. In NBA basketball, the Detroit Pistons will have to wait until tomorrow to play their next game. Their scheduled game tonight against the San Antonio Spurs has been postponed due to a positive COVID test inside the Spurs locker room. It's the 25th postponement in the NBA this year, and third for the Pistons, who will visit the Dallas Mavericks on Wednesday night. Meanwhile, Pistons rookie Sadiq Bey is the Eastern Conference Rookie Player of the Week. He joins Kelly Tripucka as the only rookies to earn the Player of the Week award in franchise history. And we also learned on Monday that veteran forward Blake Griffin and the Pistons have agreed to part ways. Griffin will remain out of the lineup until he and the organization agree on his future. Pistons general manager Troy Weaver said that we respect all the efforts Blake has put forth in Detroit and his career, and will work to achieve a positive outcome for all involved. Griffin turns 32 next month and is now part of Detroit's long-term plans, kind of like the parting of ways between the Detroit Lions and quarterback Matthew Stafford. As for Monday night scores across the NBA, the Utah Jazz outscored Philadelphia 134-123. Jordan Clarkson tallied 40 points, Utah's 8th win in a row. Ben Simmons scored 42 in the loss for Philly. The Clippers doused the 18th, Chicago topped Indiana 120-112. Washington prevailed 131-119 against Houston. The Knicks defeated Atlanta 123-112. Brooklyn held on for a 136-125 win against Sacramento as James Harden recorded a triple-double for the Nets. And Golden State handed the Cleveland Cavaliers their 8th straight loss with a 129-98 blowout rout. In college basketball, the Michigan State Spartans visit the Purdue Boilermakers later on tonight at 7 p.m. Number 16 Florida State upset number 7 Virginia 81-70. And in Australian Open tennis, Serena Williams has reached the semifinals. The 23-time Grand Slam champion and 7-time Aussie Open champ disposed of second seed Simona Halep in straight sets 6-3, 6-3. She moves on to face world number 3 player Naomi Osaka. The 3-time major champion proved to be too much for Shui Sui, winning 6-2, 6-2. She and Serena will battle it out on Thursday. And what a story on the men's side. After a sluggish first set, Aslan Karatsev dominated 18th seed Grigor Dimitrov in 4 sets to become the first man to reach the semifinals of a Grand Slam in his debut during the professional era. Karatsev, who is ranked 114th in the world, will play the winner of the Novak Djokovic-Alexander Zverev match later on tonight. I'm Pat Johnson, Sports Headlines on WSGW.
Applied Imaging customer Kristen Vandebussy, contract management supervisor at ADAC Automotive, had a paper problem.
So we had entire file cabinets, we had a file room, we had off-site storage for filing, and we just knew that that wasn't going to be where we wanted to be in the future.
You trusted Applied Imaging's expertise and culture.
Well, I think they have a good diverse group at Applied Imaging, which includes men and women and people who are in different areas of specialty. And I think that's important in a tech company that they have promoted women and that women are visible.
How has ADAC benefited from Applied Imaging's partnership?
I would say they're problem solvers. Applied Imaging has helped us to save money and time. So it's a double win in my opinion.
Applied Imaging. Call today and challenge their experts to solve your problems. Call 800-521-0983 or visit appliedimaging.com. Applied Imaging. Fast, friendly.
At 7:21 with WSGW's Morning Team Show. In the newsroom, top stories, and Dave Mauer.
North Carolina authorities say at least 3 people are dead and 10 others were injured after a tornado ripped through Brunswick County, leaving a trail of heavy destruction. Officials say the tornado hit just after midnight in southeastern Brunswick County near Kqrzysiak town and the Ocean Ridge Plantation community, destroying homes, downing power lines, and snapping trees in half. Brunswick County Emergency Management says people were trapped in homes. Brunswick County Sheriff John Ingram says searches for missing people are underway and will increase during the day. He's asked people to avoid the area while crews work to clear the streets and search for victims. Officials say a frigid blast of winter weather across the U.S. is likely to blame for the deaths of 2 people in Texas. More than 4 million people across Texas are without power after a massive storm system dropped temperatures into single digits as far south of San Antonio. Law enforcement reported 2 men were found dead along Houston area roadways. Causes of death were pending, but officials said the sub-freezing temperatures were likely to blame. The icy winter storm has blasted parts of the Gulf Coast has forced a major oil refinery to shut down. AP correspondent Jackie Quinn.
It's the nation's largest oil refinery, the Motiva plant, that's closed down in Port Arthur, Texas, because of unprecedented freezing conditions. The company says that it continues to monitor the weather and will resume operations as soon as it's safe to do so. Many power-generating plants in Texas remained offline, causing utilities to impose rolling blackouts. And high demand in the Plains states has also forced rolling outages in Missouri and eastern Kansas, with the Southwest Power Pool warning that other states could see disruptions in service. I'm Jackie Quinn.
WSGW News Time 7:23. Global shares are rising, lifted by the economic recovery, vaccine rollouts, and signs that new coronavirus cases may be abating. European shares opened higher on Tuesday, trading after another strong advance in Asia. U.S. markets were closed Monday for Washington's birthday, but U.S. futures were higher. A 47-year-old man has been arrested after a Livingston County woman's remains were found in Detroit. The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office says Dewan Knighton was arraigned Sunday on mutilation of a dead body, concealing the death of an individual, and tampering with evidence. The remains of 29-year-old Kayla Pettis were found Thursday at an undisclosed location. The prosecutor's office says Knighton was arrested at the scene. Pierce was reported missing November 24th by her mother. Her death remains under investigation. Knighton has a February 25th probable cause conference. Of course, Livingston County, located northwest of Detroit. Moving on to
WSGW 724. Let's do the forecast. Well, Trump is doing the forecast, brought to you by Consumers Energy. Mother Nature delivers extended cold and wintry conditions, and Consumers Energy is ready to help with conquering that cold, keeping you safe and warm. Visit consumersenergy.com/cold weather for tips to save money. You can count on Consumers Energy. Paul Trumbull's forecast is for the weather advisory for about noon as the light snowfall still continues with a couple more inches on top of what we already have. North wind, though, blowing, averaging 15 to 25. We're getting gusts to 30. About 15 for an actual 10. We'll start to clear into tonight with a west wind at 5 to 10, and the low goes to 3 below. Some sunshine forecast into Wednesday, a high of 20. Clouds on Thursday might bring another round of snow showers by 26. Falling barometer at 2989, and the wind that's out of north at 20, but again gusts to 30. 9 above actual, 10 below wind chilling at WSGW, your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world. And the Bill O'Reilly connection, that's coming up next.
Time now for the New Hope Minute. We're here today with John Zarnecki with New Hope Senior Communities.
That's the holiday season. Our phone has really been ringing both here at New Hope Bay and New Hope Valley. And the number one concerning question that folks have is how are we not only dealing with the COVID-19 virus, but when are you looking to have the vaccine administered to the residents and staff? And the good news is, as of the end of January, at both New Hope Valley in Saginaw Township and here at New Hope Bay in Bay City, we have had the COVID vaccine administered here to our residents and our staff. For those of you who have been looking at New Hope Bay or New Hope Valley, or if you've just been waiting to hear the news of the vaccine rollout, we certainly invite you to give either one of our communities a call, and let's see what we can do to help you find a spot for your mom or dad. Go to newhopeseniorcommunities.org. You can look at our floor plans, you can look at our inclusive approach to assisted living, look at what we have to offer, contact us, and then you can arrange a time, talk to us, give us a call, and we'll help you out any way we can.
You're in the Stone Specialist Studios. This is 100.5 and 790 News Radio WSGW.
Don't put beans in our ears. Beans in our ears. Beans in our ears.
726 WSW as we head to Bill O'Reilly's update. Some more of that fun from Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City. The Fat Tuesday and the Kowalski Brothers. More after the news at 7:30 on WSGW.
Bill O'Reilly here, and I'm warming up from the NRIA.net studios in New York. Stand by for the O'Reilly Update Morning Edition. Investors, Bill O'Reilly here. Are you sitting on capital or wanting to diversify? The NRIA Real Estate Development Fund provides returns right now. They capitalize on strategic markets, offering monthly payments of 10% annualized returns, plus bonuses up to 21%. Start your due diligence at nria.net, or please call 800-800-1414, 800-800-1414.
An offer of securities is only made by the NRIA Private Placement Memorandum. Read it first. Past performance does not guarantee future results. NRIA is a real estate development firm. Learn more at nria.net.
On this Tuesday, I am looking forward to the town hall starring President Biden tonight. Now, my question today is, will I learn anything from President Biden tonight? I'm a bit dubious on that. But so far, this is what I know about Mr. Biden's outfit. He's moved very far, perhaps because he will be a one-term president and he doesn't want grief from progressives. It doesn't really matter what he does or says because he's not going to be running it. Joe Biden will not bring the country together, and that's a myth, because his policies are, well, too far left. In fact, the concentration of trillions of dollars on climate change may well harm the American economy, because the USA, as I have stated before, does not have the money. So in order to raise $2 trillion to fight a theory, you have to tax the people and corporations, and that will constrain free enterprise. There's no doubt in it. So Joe Biden is basically saying, look, I'm going to do what the progressives want me to do. Will that be on display tonight in the town hall? I'll tell you. The COVID cost you your home, cybercrime up 75%. That includes home title theft. Bill O'Reilly here for home title law. The title documents to homes are online now. A thief finds your home's title, forges your name on a email, stating you sold your home to him. That's why I protect my home's title. Home title law. Let's go to HometitleLock.com and register to see if you're already a victim. Then use code RADIO to receive 30 free days of protection. Home Title Lock. That is the Morning O'Reilly Update. More analysis later on.
Listen to this radio station on the radio.com app anytime, anywhere. Listen to more than 300 stations, along with more than 3,000 podcasts from your home area or across the U.S. all free.
With the radio.com app.
It's 7:31 morning team Tuesday time on WSGW with Dave and Pat and Art and Charlie and you. Yeah, everybody's here early in the morning, especially since it's a fat Tuesday morning. We're having fun at Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City at a punch party. Art was helping us out with that. We're going to Art Lewis after the news to get more of the flavor and the fun. If you're going there, going anywhere, beware snow. I think everyone's aware of that with all those school closings and, well, the roads that are snow covered. Kudos to the road crews out doing the plowing, opening up roads, and many are now becoming opened up as best as possible, although you know how secondary side roads go, those are still going to be tough. It's a slow go, and it's a cold go too. The temperature right now just 9, wind chilling 10 below. The whipping winds are going to be a cause throughout the day of concern. Let's get into the news being brought to you by Wolfhouse Ace Hardware, 5818 State Street in Saginaw, where personal service still exists. Here's Dave Maurer.
Thank you, Charlie. The majority of K-12 schools in Saginaw Bay, Midland, and Tuscola counties are closed today because of the heavy overnight snowfall. Delta College has canceled classes for the day. However, the COVID-19 vaccine site will be open. And Saginaw Valley State University likewise has canceled classes for the day, but the second dose vaccine clinic will go on from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Saginaw Valley. Residents in the Sanford area are advised to stay off the river and lake bed south of the Edenville Dam due to hazardous conditions, which will be increased tomorrow as the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy conducts a drawdown of the rivers north of the dam. EGLE will begin working on lowering the Tobacco River spillway crest by about 12 feet, which will allow for more water to flow through the dam and into its natural downstream channel. Anyone with ice shanties on the river will need to remove them before the work begins, which is expected to last between 10 and 12 days, weather permitting. An imprisoned former priest from Saginaw may be released early. WSGW's Rick Antonio has more.
Robert DeLand was sentenced to 15 years in prison in 2019 on several charges after 3 men accused him of sexual assault. DeLand pleaded no contest to second-degree criminal sexual conduct causing personal injury, to gross indecency between 2 meals, and to delivery of an imitation-controlled substance. After serving what will be 24 months, he may be released as soon as April. The Saginaw Diocese issued a statement following the announcement of his possible release, saying they continue to pray for all victims of sexual assault, especially minors, and that they are deeply sorry for wounds that have been inflicted preyed on the faithful members of the community. After his release, DeLand would be forbidden from presenting himself as a priest or exercising public ministry. Rick Antonio, News Radio 100.5 and 790. WSGW News Time, 7:33.
This winter, pack away your snow shovel and put the back-breaking job of digging out on ice with a Honda snowblower from Wolf Isles Ace Hardware in Saginaw. When there's snow in the forecast, don't sweat it. Put the chill on winter work with high-quality, dependable machines from Honda. Quick-starting engines with plenty of heavy-duty power let these snowblowers handle whatever old man winter dishes out, so you can turn mountain. And they're adjustable, so you can throw the snow where it needs to be, out of your way. Turn up the heat on snow and ice and see your way clear this winter with a rugged Honda snowblower. Check out the complete line of Honda snowblowers today. Think of it as driveway access insurance. See Wolf Isles Ace Hardware, 5818 State Street, Saginaw, where customer service still exists. Open 7 days.
It's the sound of a good deal. That's music to your ears.
WSGW News Time, now 7:34. Tax filing season is officially underway. IRS spokesperson Luis Garcia says taxpayers should file as soon as possible, as 74% of Michigan residents will receive refund checks this year.
Because of some of the delays with mail, because of the delays due to the pandemic, some people may not have all of their tax documents, their W-2s, their 1099s. So we want to make sure that everybody, before they file, does a quick mental list and make sure that everything, whether it's from a bank, from unemployment, from an employer, that you have everything in front of you before you start your tax preparation.
The deadline to file your taxes is April 15th. Meijer has announced a donation of $1 million in turkeys to 10 food banks within its service communities to help feed those in need. Details from MNN's Rob Mason.
Meijer kicked off its donation series recently with the delivery of 6,000 frozen turkeys to the Greater Cleveland Food Bank's weekly food distribution event. In total, the retailer is donating 50,000 frozen Meijer and honeysuckle turkeys to several of its food bank partners that include Forgotten Harvest in Oak Park and Gleaners in Detroit. The turkey donation is in addition to the more than $7.6 million it donated in 2020 to help feed hungry families across the Midwest through its Simply Give program. Rob Mason, the Michigan News Network.
4 people have been charged with multiple misdemeanors for allegedly defacing a Civil War statue in Allendale Township. The charges stem from 2 incidents of vandalism, which depicts a Union and Confederate soldier standing back to back with an enslaved child at their feet. In the first incident on January 4th, a clown face was painted on Union soldier. In the second incident on January 8th, the Confederate soldier was given a faux tar and feathering. The charges are punishable by a fine not more than $500 and up to 90 days in jail or participating in a park cleanup program in lieu of jail. And one would imagine most people would prefer to be doing the park cleanup as opposed to be going to jail, Charlie. So a little community service does a body good.
Yeah, we encourage that. 7:37 on WSGW. We encourage the weather forecast update. This update being brought to you by Reamer Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning on State Street in Saginaw Township, and with meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Which your weather advisory continues into the day today, as we'll see some lingering light snow and flurry activity with additional accumulations that inched up to 2 inches expected yet. Temperatures stay around the mid-teens for highs. North winds 15 to 25. For tonight, clearing skies, lows at 3 below. West winds 5 to 10. Wednesday, we'll see some sunshine, highs around 20. 10 on Wednesday night with increasing clouds. Thursday with cloudy skies, chance for snow showers late, 26. Mid-20s with mostly cloudy skies expected Friday. Back to 26 on Saturday. This is weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Your barometric pressure is 2989 and falling. That wind out of the north averaging that 20, but gusting up into the 30 range. 9 above, actual 10 below wind chill. WSGW, your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world. Weather advisories continuing till noon for our area. You get into the deep thumb of Sand Lac, St. Clair, and Sand Lac counties, and then you're going to find yourself with the storm warnings. I think I said Sand Lac twice. Huron, Sand Lac, St. Clair counties. To Lapeer, Genesee, Shiawassee counties to the south. Southern portions there. Winter storm warnings because of an extra few inches of snowfall on top of what we have. Again, we're on the northern edge. We have been, and still this northern edge. Around 5, 6, 7 inches of snowfall you're fine. And the drifting because of all that wind that's blowing. Road crews out. Traffic is moving as it has to, as we see outside our studios here on Tittabawassee Road. We remind you that our morning team show is sponsored by Sound Asleep Lab. Those locations you find in Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, and Mount Pleasant. Seek out the 2 board-certified sleep physicians, the tuners, practitioners of Sound Asleep Lab. Locations in Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, Mount Pleasant. And online, it's soundasleeplab.com. That's soundasleeplab.com.
No hot water this morning? Call Reamer Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning for same-day water heater replacement.
Mike, room 4 is ready to go. Like now.
Indeed knows unexpected growth can stretch your business thin.
Kelly, room 2 needs
Like at Dr. Moore's dermatology practice. To keep pace with new patients, he needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome and good morning, we say, with you on the Morning Team Show on WSGW.com, to Alexa and Siri, through 100.5 through 790. It's all WSGW with you. This February 16th, 2021. Tomorrow, Ash Wednesday, the Lenten season begins, and the Christian community, the religious aspects are well noted. For all can enjoy the Fat Tuesday fun. That's the day before Lent season begins, and the Fat Tuesday fun for many years we've had with you in our association with Kqrzysiak House in Bay City. Art and Adam at the restaurant to provide us with that Fat Tuesday fun.
Well, indeed, I'm here. Terry Henney is here today, and with me right now, the man whose name is on the shingle, Donnie Kqrzysiak. Good morning, Donnie.
Good morning. Good morning.
Fat Tuesday, and here we are again.
Here we are, another year in.
How many years you guys been doing this?
This is our 22nd that we've been keeping track of, but so far, I think we're at 22. Could be a couple more, but we kind of lost track in between a few years. We lost track after last year for sure.
Yeah, boy, what a year that was.
Crazy
and
year with
still
everything.
Is, and this is a tough business to be in during this time.
Yeah, it's been a challenge. Changed the outlook of every restaurant and bar and everybody in town and the way everything runs. I mean, there's nothing the same anymore.
Well, Fat Tuesday, I mean, this has been a tradition, as you say, for 22 years. Do you know how Dad started it and what brought it about?
Well, it just started out while we were always getting ready for Lent, and it seemed like, we went down to Hamtramck and we were going down there to get punchkis and doing that. And he's like, well, maybe we should bring it up here and start doing a little party up here. And started out small, and we started making punchkis. And
that's the way your dad did everything.
Before we had nobody in town was making punchkis. Now everybody in town makes punchkis.
That's the way your dad did everything. Started out here,
started out small,
and then all of a sudden, look out.
That's it. It started out as a little idea, as a little bar, and now we're to the big restaurant. It's starts out somewhere.
So we've got Fat Tuesday. We've got the Kowalski Brothers Band here, the polka band. Limited seating because obviously the rules are in effect.
Yeah.
So you have to keep it down, but no limit on the punchkis. Boy,
well,
the
a lot of
boxes
punchkis are rolling out, and we spaced them out a little bit too, just so we didn't have the crowds as normal in here. Did a little bit of spacing on the time frames, and it's worked out really well.
Yep.
And we don't have a big crowd in there, but we're flowing a lot of punchkis out, and then here's good too. We got everybody spaced out, and we're in our own little room out here, so everything's going good. So
you start making punchkis when? How long does it
we
take
did some on Sunday. We had quite a few orders going on Sunday, a little earlier than normal. Monday, they worked a full shift on Monday morning, and then they worked all the way through the night last night. So,
and you do them the traditional way.
We're doing the old-fashioned way. Yeah, there's no easy way around it. It's a lot of work and
a lot of calories,
a lot of frying, a lot of fryer oil going down. And like I said, Ruthie's been here, our baker. She's been here the whole time we've been open, and she's in charge of the whole thing. So I leave her in charge of it all. So I stay right out of her way.
My famous story was your dad, 1 year, I don't know, maybe 10, 12, 15 years ago, who knows now. He came out with a plate with a punchki on it. Says, Art, you got to try this. So I started eating this punchki, and inside the punchki was a Polish sausage.
Oh yeah, he had Polish sausage in him. Yeah, you got to try everything, And yeah, it was a little bit different, but it's kind of like a heavy donut with sausage in it, And
right.
it was something to try.
Enough meals for 2 days.
There you go. Yeah, get both ends of it covered. You get your meat in the bread. So
absolutely. Well, it's fun, and let's hope that you get a reasonable crowd and people come out. And it's something close to normal anyway.
Yeah,
people need it.
People are ready to get out and enjoy themselves a little bit. I mean, I know we all got to be careful yet and take care of everything, but we got the spacing. We're doing everything we can do, and like you said, it's people want to come out for a great meal.
Other than doing this, we're wearing masks.
Yeah, we've been wearing masks all morning and everything else. Yeah,
Yep.
we do hear everybody, and like you said, it just makes it a little easier to talk. But no, it's and the snowstorm didn't help us any either. On top of it all, a big surprise for all the snow this morning.
Oh.
But what do we do?
Yeah. Well, listen, thanks for
No,
thanks
thank you
for having us.
No, I'm
and,
glad you're
thanks
always
for
here. It's
stopping.
always a pleasure.
Always fun. It's
It is a good
always
time.
fun. There was a lot of discussion because nobody knew.
I
but,
know. Well, I said we're not going to give up. I said we got to keep playing. The band's got to keep playing, no matter if the boat's going down or not. We got to keep playing. And
There you go.
everybody wants to hear the polka music and bring the spirits up a little bit. I guess
Absolutely.
So.
Good seeing you, Donnie.
You too. Thank
Thanks
you
a
very
lot.
much. Thank you.
Take care. Kqrzysiak's House Family Restaurant, Casson, Michigan's where it's all at this morning. And as I've said, limited seating because of the COVID restrictions. But the Kowalski Polka Band, the Kowalski Brothers Polka Band is here. The Punchkis are waiting. And it's just, it's like normal, just a slightly smaller crowd. But everything else is just about the way it is, guys.
Donnie certainly has followed up Dad very well, hasn't he?
He has indeed. He has followed up his father in splendid tradition.
Yeah, I go way back, and that it used to be a little place, and there was addition upon addition upon addition put on there, and became a pretty good sized establishment over the years.
Yeah, because it was originally you guys were a meat market, weren't you?
Well, down the road was the
It
meat
was a
market. Here was
house,
just a
yeah.
little house bar.
Yeah, this was a house
a little
bar,
local
but
bar.
the
Yeah,
meat market's where it
Yeah.
got started.
meat
wasn't
market where it started back in '73.
it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been 5 editions. So
Well,
yeah,
Dave is old enough to remember that.
there you go. I was a little kid then. I was still here. Right? I was here all along.
All right, guys, we'll talk to you later. Don't forget, you can watch after 9 o'clock. I'll have Major Ray on from the Salvation Army, and sometime during that hour, I'm going to rotate the camera around. You can see the band.
Okay, and we have posted a still shot that you sent to us, plus the punchki table, and I'll post also the shot. Boy, we have come a long way with technology to what you do for a broadcast setup compared to years past, huh?
Yeah. I had to tear my house apart to bring it.
Oh no!
Well, I had
looks...
in my home. I have everything wired, and I have it all cable tied and everything, so it looks really neat. But I forgot because all those wires that I needed were in those cable ties, so I had to undo everything.
Get the wire cutters out.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what
Next
happened.
time we'll find you a different unit to take and try and make it easier for you.
Well, it wouldn't have helped because I needed the stuff for the video and all that.
Oh,
that
that's
was
right, because you're doing the video.
and my
Okay.
headsets. I need those too. So, all right. Talk to you later.
We'll check it again as Art Lewis continues to broadcast at Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City in the south end there. And always a good time. Yeah, I'm counting the same thing that Donnie mentioned. I've got 22 here.
22.
Yeah. So I must tell you on my list here, I do have variations of numbers, but it seems like
I think we did something before they started adding the polka band. I think we did a punchki thing a year or two before it became what it is today.
it could be because some of the years kind of got a little changed around. But hey, that's okay. They say 22. It's 22.
I recall last year they were saying 22. So it's kind of like somebody who's 39 and not getting any older, I guess.
Well, maybe thinking last year was a forgettable year, so we'll just repeat and get a better year this year.
Maybe.
It's the 7:49 at WSW. Hope you're having a good time with it. Yeah, you can listen to what's going on. We have our morning team show page up and running at WSW.com. We're going to put some of the podcast segments up that the conversation just had our talk about with Donnie Kqrzysiak and last hour's conversation with Major Ray. And we're doing our best to bring the party to you as we always do when it comes to Fat Tuesday fun with the WSW Morning Team Show. We're at 7:49. We are going to start going up to the hour. We have the up to the minute when it comes to the news and the business and the weather and the sports all ready to go next.
The best garage doors, service and more. Call the Delta Door Doctor. He knows doors.
No, not the right style. Let's see about this pair. That doesn't fit. Oh, hold up. Love this pair. They fit perfectly and they look great on me. I'll take them.
You try on shoes to see if you like them before you buy them. Why not do the same for your new garage door? The pros at Delta Door can show you how. Using a picture of your home on your cell phone or computer, they'll walk you through different styles and colors so you can try it on before you buy it. A new garage door is an investment you'll have for many years. Make sure you pick the perfect one with help from the Delta Door Doctor. Call Delta Door at 989-793-2942.
For the best garage doors, service and more. Call the Delta Door Doctor. Delta Door.
Delta Door, 2835 Universal Drive, Saginaw.
WSGW, up to the hour we start to go with that news and business and weather and sports. Dave Maurer starts that in the WSGW newsroom.
North Carolina authorities say at least 3 people were killed after a tornado tore through a seaside town. At least 10 people were injured in the deadly tornado that hit just after midnight in southeastern Brunswick County near Kqrzysiak town. The tornado comes as millions of people in Texas are still without power early today amid sub-freezing temperatures. Nearly 4 million homes and businesses were without power early today in Texas, where temperatures dipped into the single digits overnight. Police say a woman and a girl died from suspected carbon monoxide poisoning at a Houston home without electricity from a car running in an attached garage. The attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6th has reignited the debate over how law enforcement should handle domestic extremist groups. In nearly half of the more than 200 federal cases stemming from that day, attackers appeared inspired by conspiracy theories, right-wing propaganda, and racist or extremist ideologies. That's according to an Associated Press review of court records and social media posts. The FBI has linked at least 40 defendants to extremist movements. Among them are at least 16 members or associates of the neo-fascist Proud Boys, and at least 5 connected to the anti-government Oath Keepers. Mardi Gras, or Fat Tuesday, has arrived in New Orleans, but officials in the tourism-dependent city aren't hoping for big crowds during the coronavirus pandemic. All parades are canceled, and bars throughout the city have been closed since Friday. Even takeout drinks are forbidden, and officials put restrictions on crowds in the historic French Quarter, which is usually the scene of huge gatherings. Another possible factor in crowd control, frigid temperatures were in the weather forecast. Other Gulf Coast communities also have taken virus-related safety measures. Mobile, Alabama, for instance, has canceled parades. It's not often that we hear single digits that far south, Charlie.
Boy, that's
pretty nasty to be without electricity and in many cases heat. It's shelters that people can go to.
I was going to say throw another log on the fire. Do they even do that? Yeah, probably outdoors. But
yeah, right.
7:52 on WSGW. We continue going up to the hour, up to the minute now. Fox Business Report, as we have that for you now.
I'm Connell McShane. This is the Fox Business Report.
Investors appear optimistic on this short trading week, encouraged by the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines and anticipation of a U.S. stimulus package. Investigators are looking into half a dozen accidents involving private turboprop planes built by Piper Aircraft. The Wall Street Journal says the National Transportation Safety Board is investigating why the planes experienced problems steering on runways after touchdowns. All of the planes were damaged, though no fatalities or serious injuries were reported. Carnival's AIDA Cruises is planning to restart sailings on March 20th with a cruise around the Canary Islands. AIDA is based in Germany, where COVID-19 lockdowns have been extended until March. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda, invested in you.
President Biden says he will defeat the NRA, and now the NRA is fighting back.
All this week, Newsmax TV's Stinchfield tells the real story about Biden and the NRA. Watch Stinchfield at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax TV. It's on all major cable systems. Check your guide or call them. Tell them you want Newsmax. And download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or smart TV and watch us now. 30 million Americans watch Newsmax. You should too.
When's the last time you looked at your bathroom? Second thought, you might not want to make eye contact with that old faucet. It's time to head to Lowe's for some home improvement. Choose from stylish brands like American Standard, Delta, and Style Selections, and transform your before bathroom into an amazing after bathroom. Woohoo! You can't see her, but she's high-fiving herself. Don't just do it yourself. Do it for yourself. Stop by Lowe's or visit lowes.com/DIFY for vanities starting at $99. Valid through 3/31 U.S. only.
7:54, up to the hour continues, up to the minute with the weather forecasting of meteorologist Paul Trombley on WSGW. It's brought to you today by McLaren. Strokes and heart attacks do not discriminate. They can affect people of all ages, ethnicities, backgrounds. You can join McLaren for a heart, health, and stroke screening on February 18th. That's Thursday, from 7:30 a.m. till 11:30 a.m. It's going to be at the McLaren's Bay Region's East Side Medical Mall. That's 1454 Center Avenue in Essexville. It's a $10 cost, and registration is required. You can call 989-894-3000, 989-894-3000 at Heart, Health, and Stroke Screening on February 18th with McLaren. Here's Paul Trombley's update.
Our winter weather advisory continues into the day today, as we'll see some lingering light snow and flurry activity with additional accumulations an inch to up to 2 inches expected yet. Temperatures stay around the mid-teens for highs. North winds 15 to 25. For tonight, clearing skies, lows at 3 below. West winds 5 to 10. Wednesday, we'll see some sunshine, highs around 20. Thursday, with cloudy skies, chance for snow showers late, 26. This is weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley.
With your temperature of 9 above actual, but 10 below wind chill at WSGW, your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world.
Jim Wilson, we've heard people talk about your volume discount pricing. Just what does that mean? How does it save me money on a new Ford Escape or an F-Series truck?
We try to sell our cars and trucks for as little as possible, not as much as possible.
You're saying volume sales spread your overhead costs and profit over more vehicles?
We'd rather sell 1,000 vehicles at $100 profit than 100 vehicles at $1,000 profit.
So that's why you have acres of new vehicles here.
That's why you'll find a bigger selection of Ford Escapes, Ford trucks, plus a complete line of Ford and Lincoln vehicles.
Is it true that dealers, even from other states, buy from you because of your inventory?
And that, however, like always, we encourage everyone to shop and get the very best price of the Ford or Lincoln of their choice, and then let us show you what real savings are.
Everyone loves to save money, and right now, you can help yourself to thousands of dollars in savings and the best possible selection at Midland Ford Lincoln, your savings store.
Up to the hour, Pat Johnston takes us with sports on WSGW. It is 7:57.
In NHL hockey, the Detroit Red Wings lost a tough one to the Chicago Blackhawks last night, 3-2 in overtime. The Wings host the Blackhawks tomorrow night. In the NBA, the Detroit Pistons game against the San Antonio Spurs tonight is postponed due to a positive COVID test within the Spurs locker room. The Pistons will visit the Dallas Mavericks on Wednesday night, and veteran forward Blake Griffin and the Pistons have agreed to part ways, as Griffin will remain out of the lineup until he and the organization agree on his future. College basketball, the Michigan State Spartans visit the Purdue Boilermakers later on tonight at 7 p.m. The third-ranked Michigan Wolverines are off until Thursday when they host Rutgers. And speaking of the Wolverines, athletic director Ward Manuel has agreed to a 5-year extension that'll keep him in Ann Arbor until 2026. Detroit Tigers pitchers and catchers report tomorrow for spring training in Lakeland, Florida. The first full-team workout is scheduled a week later. And in Australian Open tennis, 38-year-old Serena Williams continues to defy the odds as she defeated second seed Simona Halep in straight sets. The 23-time Grand Slam champion moves on to the semifinals to face world number 3 player Naomi Osaka. I'm Pat Johnston with Up to the Minute Sports as we go up to the hour on WSGW.
On your morning team show at 7:58 on WSGW. Selling homes, buying homes, the whole home process disrupted, you could say, in the better part of a year now because of what's going on with COVID. But despite those disruptions, never disruptions when you were with Mark Kqrzysiak to get your home sold, because Mark knew immediately that homes could still be sold despite whatever the world was around us. And it's still happening today with Mark using technology, virtual home tours, online technology, experiences just like the real thing to make sure that you stay safe, and all to get your home sold fast and for top dollar, and always guaranteed. That home sales guarantee never went away either. You can still get your contact on Marcus Kqrzysiak. I've got the phone number that I have that I'm going to give to you here in just a moment. Get ready for it. So you can contact Mark and, well, agree on a price and a deadline. And if the deadline passes and your home isn't sold, Mark will have it bought for cash. The home sales guarantee. Doesn't matter what the world that is around us happening. It's always happening that your home needs to get sold, and Marcus Kqrzysiak will do that for you. And always at no risk, because you can get out of the contract free and clear at any time. Discover Marcus Kqrzysiak and that home sales guarantee. Discover the technology being used. Discover ways that everyone is safe and homes are getting sold. As always has been the case and always still is the case with Marcus Kqrzysiak. Here's that phone number. It's 781-6979. That's 781-6979. Also online, you can visit markghomes.com. That's Mark, M-A-R-K. The letter G, homes.com. Marcus Kqrzysiak. Mark G, Century 21, Signature Realty. It's news time at 8 o'clock, and after the news, we'll get back into the polka fun and the Punchki Party fun with Kqrzysiak and Bay City with Art Lewis on WSGW.
Home Specialist Studios. This is WSGW, Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, WSGW-FM, Carlton.
Deadly tornado.
Homes are destroyed, trees uprooted.
Millions in the dark and cold.
We've never had as serious of a situation with our power grid.
Investigating the Capitol attack.
The next step, a 9/11 style commission.
Good morning, I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup. At least 3 people are dead, 10 others injured after a tornado tore through parts of Brunswick County, North Carolina, just after midnight. WWAY TV reporter Tanner Barth says there's widespread destruction and concern that people might be trapped or missing.
Absolutely. Just blown off of their foundations, trees snapped in half, cars thrown, lengths of football fields. And, I had some chance to talk to some neighbors and say, this really caught them off guard. A lot of them were planning to, call it a night and get into bed. And then all of a sudden, this thing was here and gone within 30 seconds.
This is part of the same storm system that barreled through the South, where millions lost power in a brutal ice storm. This morning, it's -6 in Oklahoma City, 3 degrees in Dallas. CBS's Omar Villafranca is in Big D.
Amidst the worst Texas winter storm in years, power, or the lack of it, is the biggest concern for residents across the state. Herbert Miller, the stepfather of a CBS News producer, is suffering from COVID complications and now relies on an oxygen tank to breathe. The tank needs electricity to function, but he and his wife Tamiji lost power and water pressure early Monday in their home in Katy, Texas.
We were able to get in my truck and plug it in and recharge it. So we have to do that about every 5 hours.
In nearby Houston, the power outages are also complicating the fight against the pandemic. More than 8,000 COVID vaccines nearly went to waste after a storage facility lost power.
Austin Mayor Steve Adler tells CBS this morning the demand for power now is just unprecedented.
It gets really hot in Texas. We plan for that. But reaching these cold temperatures at this level for this duration is something that the state obviously did not plan for.
Tens of thousands still don't have power in Oregon after the major snowstorm there. Now to Washington, where CBS's Ed O'Keefe tells us lawmakers are going to set up a commission to investigate last month's attack on the U.S. Capitol.
The commission will be modeled on the commission formed after the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001. One of the potential challenges with this new commission is that unlike the 9/11 attacks, the Capitol riot had partisan political motivations, and most members of Congress seem to have already made up their minds about what led to it. But this also means that at least part of Washington will still be dealing with the fallout from the Capitol attacks and former President Donald Trump's role in them as the Price pushing forward with his own agenda.
North Carolina's Republican Party has voted to censure Senator Richard Burr. He was one of 7 GOP senators to vote to convict former President Trump at his impeachment trial. Reacting to it, Burr says the party chose loyalty to one man over core principles. In West Palm Beach, Florida, a President's Day crowd turned out to support a twice impeached president.
WPEC TV reporter Al Pefley.
The crowd roared with approval as the SUV Mr. Trump was in slowed down in front of them. The former president could be seen waving and shouting, "We love you," to supporters that lined the street.
It was really worth the drive to come up here and see him. It was really awesome.
President Biden goes to Wisconsin today. It's his first official trip as president. At a Milwaukee town hall, he'll make the case for his $1.9 trillion COVID relief plan. About 40 million Americans have had at least one COVID vaccine shot, and more than 14 million have had both doses. As CBS's Carter Evans reports, states are expanding access to the vaccine, hoping federal supplies catch up soon.
Nationwide, new COVID cases are at their lowest since the end of October. Hospitalizations down 46% in the last month. But leading public health experts say, brace yourselves. Louisiana State virologist Dr. Jeremy Camille is one of the scientists who recently found evidence of at least 7 homegrown variants.
They may have little subtle effects on how well the virus colonizes the human respiratory tract.
It intensifies the race to vaccinate Americans before the next potential surge. More megasites are opening, but some, like San Francisco's Moscone Center, have had to shut down. Supplies are running out.
It's 4 minutes after the hour.
CBS News Radio is your home for breaking news. With our team of reporters around the country and the world, we give you the coverage you can trust.
While we've been staying safe at home, scientists have been on a journey. The destination, a COVID-19 vaccine. This journey decades ago with research into other coronaviruses. Scientists built from there with months of research and development, cooperation with other experts worldwide, and clinical trials on tens of thousands of volunteers of diverse race, age, and health status. They arrived at a safe, effective vaccine, and hundreds of thousands in Michigan have already been vaccinated. But the next step is ours. We need to get the vaccine when we can. Keep wearing masks correctly and taking precautions until we reach our destination, freedom from COVID-19 and getting back to the lives we love. Discover the facts for yourself at michigan.gov/COVID vaccine. A message from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services.
New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo insists the state did not cover up coronavirus deaths in the state's nursing homes, but admits there were problems.
I am in charge. I take responsibility. We should have provided more information faster.
New York acknowledges some 15,000 COVID deaths in long-term care facilities. 9,000 recovering hospital patients were sent back into nursing homes in the pandemic's early months. Overseas, a virus success story from Israel. CBS's Elizabeth Palmer.
Just over 4 months ago, Israel's COVID outbreak was one of the worst on earth. The country went into strict lockdown. And then the Israeli government struck a deal with Pfizer-BioNTech for enough vaccine to inoculate every Israeli adult by the end of March. 2 months in, the data is as good as the scientists predicted. In a study of 1.2 million people, half got the vaccine, and they were 94% less likely to get sick. In other words, among the vaccinated, COVID is in dramatic decline.
Republican David Perdue, ousted from the U.S. Senate in Georgia's runoff elections last month, has filed papers to challenge Democrat Raphael Warnock in Warnock's term is just 2 years, filling out the term of retired Senator Johnny Isakson. The NFL is mourning former star wide receiver Vincent Jackson.
He's it to the end zone. Open Jackson! Touchdown, San Diego!
Jackson, who had 3 Pro Bowl seasons in the league, was found dead in a Florida hotel room days after authorities spoke to him as part of a welfare check. He had been reported missing by his family last week. Cause of death not clear. He was 38. A 5-year-old Missouri girl hurt in a crash involving Kansas City Chiefs assistant coach Britt Reed just before the Super Bowl has come out of a coma. Donations to the girl's GoFundMe page are close to $500,000. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
8:08, it's WSGW. Good morning on this Fat Tuesday. Yeah, the Punchki and the polka and the fun happening with you on WSW's Morning Team Show. Dave and Pat and Art and Charlie and you. 9 degrees, the temperature, 10 below the wind chill. The snow, which we're on the back end of the storm, so the cleanup is going on. The roads getting open as best as possible with the plows and road crews and such. Do use caution if you're traveling, though, especially on secondary side roads, residential streets. We'll do weather forecasting for you and Paul Trombley coming up. We'll do sports for you from Pat Johnston. We'll be back with Art Lewis at Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City with the Punchki Fun today. All that's coming along. More news comes along. Now with Dave Maurer in the WSW newsroom.
Charlie, a few hundred K-12 schools are closed today because of the overnight storm. Delta College classes are canceled today. However, the COVID-19 vaccine site will be open. And SVSU has also canceled classes for today. However, the second dose vaccine clinic will go on from 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. today. We hear a lot about the economic coronavirus pandemic, but a state education leader says it may take 2 to 3 years to bring students back to where they should be in the classroom. Robert McCann, the executive director of the K-12 Alliance of Michigan, says funding needs to take into account not only the academic needs of students, the social needs as well.
What's critically important for people to remember is that this crisis that they are going through does not end with a vaccine. It does not end with simply opening classroom doors back up and bringing them back in. We are planning for the needed, in many cases, a 2 to 3 year recovery plan for some of these students.
McCann and his group has been encouraging the governor and lawmakers to work together and allocate full funding for schools as soon as possible. 11 Saginaw County residents between the ages of 18 and 30 have been selected as 2021 First Ward Leadership Fellows and will participate in a 14-week leadership training program hosted by Saginaw Valley State University. WSGW's Rick Antonio has more.
First Ward Leadership Fellows will join SVSU students who are in the 2020-2021 Vitito Global Leadership Institute in the Scott L. Carmona College of Business. The focus of the training is to highlight opportunities to become community leaders through board memberships. Workshops led by local civic and community leaders will emphasize the importance of service on boards. Dawn Hinton, director of SVSU Center for Academic Innovation and Online Learning, says the program is designed to assist in developing leadership skills that will allow them to make significant contributions to their community. She adds students in SVSU's Vitito Global Leadership Program each year are required to select a community engagement project. This year, the choice is a peer-to-peer leadership mentoring program with the First Ward Community Center. Rick Antonio, News Radio 100.5 and 790.
WSGW News Time 8:11.
The all-new Halo LED is the industry's first LED in-duct whole-home air purification system that's both mercury-free and zero ozone compliant. The Halo LED treats all air-conditioned space, reducing airborne and surface contaminants and pollutants. It's easily mounted into the HVAC air duct and wired to your furnace for seamless operation. The Halo LED was independently lab-tested to produce 90 bacteria, including mold, 99.9% of surface bacteria and viruses, and will kill 99% of microbes in a human sneeze within 3 feet. Best of all, the Halo LED has successfully proven to kill 99% of flu germs on surfaces. Not only will the Halo LED save you from germs, but it will also reduce odors, particulates, smoke, and chemical VOCs. Call Reamer Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning today to speak with someone about how Halo LED can significantly help your indoor quality. Hashtag got flu?
Anyway you spell it, Reamer means quality.
WSGW News Time now 8:12. Little Forks Conservancy is hosting a series of virtual workshops focusing on the environment, wildlife, and land management. A new workshop will be hosted each month from February to May and is geared towards landowners, volunteers, or anyone just interested to learning more about stewardship. The first workshop will be held on February 24th at noon with presenter Addie Dutton, a fisheries biologist with Michigan's Department of Natural Resources. The hour-long event will discuss a survey of fish populations conducted before and after restoration projects on the North Branch of the Cedar River at the George and Sue Lane Preserve in Gladwin County. The workshops are free and will be hosted on Zoom. Dates and topics for the remaining events can be found at littleforks.org. The snowstorm hitting Detroit has forced the city to reschedule vaccinations planned for today. Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan says while streets near the convention center will be plowed, it will be tough for residents to get out of their neighborhoods.
I think for most people in the city, you may not be able to get out of your neighborhood to get down to TCF. And so we don't want people missing their vaccine appointments. And so we are canceling the Tuesday vaccine schedule. We're moving all 3,000 appointments to Saturday.
Duggan says all individuals with appointments will be contacted to confirm the details for their new Saturday appointment. Jaguar is the latest luxury brand with plans to go all electric.
Jaguar is setting 2025 as a date by which all of its vehicles will be electric. Teaming with many luxury brands, with Cadillac wanting to be all EV by the end of the decade. Even really high-end Bentley and Rolls-Royce see the future as electric.
And that's on beat reporter Jeff Gilbert, who says many countries are moving to ban gasoline-powered vehicles long term. So it's coming, Charlie. Time marches on, and so does technology in the changing world we live in.
Projections of when those dates will supposed to happen, whether it does or not, I guess we'll know in the future, but there are timelines. It is 8:15 WSGW. You never know what might be happening between now and then. Well, let's find out what's happening between now and then for weather. Forecasting on WSGW, meteorologist Paul Trombley here.
With your weather advisory continues into the day today, as we'll see some lingering light snow and flurry activity with additional accumulations an inch up to 2 inches expected yet. Temperatures stay around the mid-teens for highs. North winds 15 to 25. For tonight, clearing skies, lows at 3 below. West winds 5 to 10. Wednesday, we'll see some sunshine, highs around 20. 10 on Wednesday night with increasing clouds. Thursday with cloudy skies, chance for snow showers late 26. Mid-20s with mostly cloudy skies expected Friday. Back to 26 on Saturday. This is weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Barometer 2990. It's actually rising now. North wind averaging 20 with gusts and a 9-degree temperature, 9 above, 10 below wind chill at WSGW, your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region and your connection to the world. On your morning team show, this show is sponsored by the Sound Asleep Lab. Those locations you find in Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, and Mount Pleasant. Remember, the Sound Asleep Lab, the morning team show sponsor, is the only freestanding accredited private sleep lab in the area that's owned and operated by a physician, the most cost-efficient sleep lab and consulting facility in the area. Find out more online at soundasleeplab.com. Soundasleeplab.com. Call 989-792 for Sound Asleep Lab, your morning team show sponsor. Matt Johnston's getting ready to do the sports update. Next on WSGW.
Planning for retirement can get really complicated if you're not getting the right guidance and advice.
If you're stuck in that job, how do you know when you can retire? Sit down with an advisor and start the income planning process. Up until this point, you've been planning for accumulation. You've been getting ready to retire. Now it's time to focus on retirement, and you need to change that focus to income planning.
For more help like that, tune in to Simply Financial with Kevin Ray. Saturday mornings at 10 on News Radio WSGW.
Hackers are targeting small to mid-sized businesses and holding their data hostage. The answer? NetSmart Plus from Applied Imaging. Protect your network with NetSmart Plus from Applied Imaging.
Mark Lewis here for Thalen Ram Truck. Any observation of any highway in Michigan will tell you we are in love with our pickup trucks. And the one I fancy is the Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab 4x4 I'm driving this month from Thalen Ram in Bay City. Ram trucks are engineered to bring you confidence in the most demanding road conditions. With no compromises, it's the benchmark in capability, technology, and luxury. With a host of best-in-class features and class exclusives, there's a Ram truck tailored to your needs. Stop into Thalen Ram Truck on North Euclid Avenue in Bay City. Look over their extensive inventory and take the Ram truck of your dreams for a test drive. Then sit down with a Thalen representative to talk about buying or leasing a Ram truck. Thalen searches the marketplace for the best price on their new and used vehicles and pass it on to you because it's the right thing to do. Online, it's thinkthalen.com.
President Biden says he will defeat the NRA. And now the NRA is fighting back. All this week, Newsmax TV's Stinchfield tells the real story about Biden and the NRA. Watch Stinchfield at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax TV. It's on all major cable systems. Check your guide or call them. Tell them you want Newsmax. And download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or smart TV and watch us now. 30 million Americans watch Newsmax. You should too.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but thought it would be too difficult? Then try Babbel. Babbel starts by teaching you words and phrases that gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations. So in 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel is built around real life. It teaches you practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free. Just text TRY to 64,000 to start learning a new language today. That's TRY to 64,000.
As we're heading to sports with Pat Johnston on WSGW. It's 8:19. A little more of the Fat Tuesday flavor. We'll be checking with our host in just a few minutes.
Sing out a song of the cheer, cheer, cheer. I just like you all.
It is 8:20 on WSGW.
Sports, we start with NHL hockey. The Detroit Red Wings played another tough close game, but eventually fell 3-2 in overtime against the Chicago Blackhawks at the LCA. As you heard on WSGW, the Wings earned at least a point, thanks in part to this pretty third-period goal by defenseman Christian Juice, which tied the game at 2-2.
Here's Juice now, the stutter step move, he scores! Juice made a move from his right to his left. He got the goaltender moving just a little bit, and he fires it behind Subban to tie the game at 2.
It's his first goal as a Red Wing, but the Blackhawks would seal it when Dominic Kubalik scored the game-winning goal at the 4-4 session, dropping Detroit's record to 4-10-3 on the season. Vladislav Nemetsnikov scored his fourth of the year for Detroit, which continues to struggle on the power play as they are now just 0-26 in their last 9 games. On the bright side, Detroit has earned at least a point in back-to-back games for the first time this season. The Wings host the Blackhawks tomorrow night with coverage beginning at 7:15 p.m. on 790 News Radio WSGW. In other NHL scores from last night, Ottawa outlasted the Maple Leafs 6-5 in overtime. Arizona blanked the Blues 1-0. Islanders bested Buffalo 3-1. It was Carolina over the Blue Jackets 7-3. Florida outplayed the Lightning 6-4. The Panthers are just a point back of Central Division leading Tampa Bay. Winnipeg held on for a 6-5 win against Edmonton. Calgary topped Vancouver's 4-3, and the Sharks beat the Ducks 3-2. In NBA basketball, the Detroit Pistons will have to wait until tomorrow to play their next game. Their scheduled game tonight against the San Antonio Spurs has been postponed due to a positive COVID test inside the Spurs locker room. It's the 25th postponement in the NBA this year and third for the Pistons, who will visit the Dallas Mavericks on Wednesday night. Meanwhile, Pistons rookie Sadiq Bey is the Eastern Conference Rookie Player of the Week. He joins Kelly Tripucka as the only rookies to earn the Player of the Week award in franchise history. And we also learned on Monday that veteran forward Blake Griffin and the Pistons have agreed to part ways. Griffin will remain out of the lineup until he and the organization agree on his future. Pistons general manager Troy Weaver said that we respect all the efforts Blake has put forth in Detroit and his career and will work to achieve a positive outcome for all involved. Griffin turns 32 next month and is not part of Detroit's long-term plans, kind of like the parting of ways between the Detroit Lions and quarterback Matthew Stafford. As for Monday night scores across the NBA, the Utah Jazz outscored Philadelphia 134-123. Jordan Clarkson tallied 40 points in Utah's 8th win in a row. Ben Simmons scored 42 in the loss for Philly. The Clippers doused the Heat 125-118. Chicago topped Indiana 120-112. Washington prevailed 131-119 against Houston. The Knicks defeated Atlanta 123-112. Brooklyn held on for a 136-125 win against Sacramento as James Harden recorded a triple-double for the Nets. And Golden State handed the Cleveland Cavaliers their 8th straight loss with a 129-98 blowout rout. In college basketball, the Michigan State Spartans visit the Purdue Boilermakers later on tonight at 7 p.m. Number 16 Florida State upset number 7 Virginia 81-70. And in Australian Open tennis, Serena Williams has reached the semifinals. The 23-time Grand Slam champion and 7-time Aussie Open champ disposed of second seed Simona Halep in straight sets 6-3, 6-3. She moves on to face world number 3 player Naomi Osaka. The 3-time major champion proved to be too much for Shui Sui, winning 6-2, 6-2. She and Serena will battle it out on Thursday. And what a story on the men's side. After a sluggish first set, Aslan Kqrzysiak dominated 18th seed Grigor Dimitrov in 4 sets to become the first man to reach the semifinals of a Grand Slam in his debut during the professional era. Kqrzysiak, who is ranked 114th in the world, will play the winner of the Novak Djokovic-Alexander Zverev match later on tonight. I'm Pat Johnston with Sports Headlines on WSGW.
Time now for the New Hope Minute. We're here today with John Zarnecki with New Hope Senior Communities.
Now that we are past the holiday season, our phone has really been ringing both here at New Hope A and New Hope Valley. And the number one concerning question that folks have is how are we not only dealing with the COVID-19 virus, but when are you looking to have the vaccine administered to your residents and staff? And the good news is, as of the end of January, at both New Hope Valley in Saginaw Township and here at New Hope Bay in Bay City, we have had the COVID vaccine administered here to our residents and our staff. For those of you who have been looking at New Hope Bay or New Hope Valley, or if you've just been waiting to hear the news of the vaccine rollout, we certainly invite you to give either one of our communities a call, and let's see what we can do to help you to find a spot for your mom or dad. Go to newhopeseniorcommunities.org. You can look at our floor plans. You can look at our all-inclusive approach to assisted living. Look at what we have to offer. Contact us. And then you can arrange a time, talk to us, give us a call, and we'll help you out any way we can.
Are you drowning in IRS debt? There's a team of tax professionals who specialize in helping taxpayers just like you. Get ready to take down this number to take advantage of all the new IRS tax forgiveness programs. This is Sean, a truck driver from Alabama.
Prior to calling Allied Tax Relief, I was in big trouble. I owed the IRS $42,000. About to get garnished. Allied Tax Relief was amazing. They put a stop to my garnishment, and they were able to resolve all my tax issues with the IRS. You guys saved my life.
Call Allied Tax Relief now, 800-489-4408, and speak to a qualified professional who can protect you from all the added fees and negotiate your tax debts. Allied Tax Relief can open new doors with the IRS Fresh Start program that is available now. The consultation is free. The information is free. This call could save you thousands, tens of thousands. Don't hesitate. Call today. 800-489-4408. That's 800-489-4408.
We're at 826 WSGW. Let's return to Kqrzysiak's House Restaurant in Bay City. Arlo's holding forth to help us with some of that Fat Tuesday fun going on this morning.
Yeah, and the key word is fat. Eat one of those punchkis at 1,000 calories, and you got the idea. And I did. I couldn't resist this morning.
What flavor did you have?
Blueberry.
Ooh, nice choice.
Yeah, I debated between that and custard, but I took the blueberry. Anyway, we are here at Kqrzysiak's House Restaurant at Casson, Michigan, their annual Fat Tuesday celebration. Punchkis everywhere. I mean, thousands of them. The Kowalski Brothers Polka Band is playing their music, and limited seating, but seating here at Kqrzysiak's House for breakfast. Come on in and enjoy a little Fat Tuesday music and kind of pretend that everything is normal. Pretend.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, even so normal that I have the access page open. Thought I'd mention that.
Oh, okay. Fantastic.
So, little inside radio there, folks. And you can watch on twitch.tv, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube as we broadcast both on the radio and virtually this morning from Kqrzysiak's. And later on, we'll kind of spin the camera around and let you see the band. After the 9 o'clock news, we'll talk to Major Ray from the Salvation Army, a beneficiary of all these happenings today, because Kqrzysiak's donates a piece of the sale of every punchki to the Salvation Army. So it's a multiple cause.
All right. Well, we'll have another check-in with you after the news coming up at 8:30.
And by the way, I've decided in another life I want to be an 8-year-old border collie named Lulu.
Oh, yeah.
Her owner left her $5 million for her care.
It's good to be a dog sometimes.
Good to be a dog sometimes. Yes, it is. All right. We'll talk to you after the news.
We'll listen to a little bit more of the music that you have going on there before we head into our Sean Hannity morning update. That Tuesday live for you from Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City on WSGW. It's 8:29.
Waking up on the right side. This is the Sean Hannity Morning Minute.
As Lindsay said, I don't know who McConnell was trying to impress, but certainly wasn't the people that voted for him. He's right on that comment. And if Senate Republicans ever hope to reclaim the majority, job one needs to be what? I think probably getting new leadership, considering that the leadership of the Republicans has lost touch with the base of their party. That's not going to end well for anybody. Graham said, I think Senator McConnell's speech, he got a load off his chest, but unfortunately put a load on the back of Republicans. You know, that speech you're going to see in 2022 campaigns against Republicans. And I would imagine if you're a Republican running in Georgia, Arizona, New Hampshire, where we have a chance to take back the Senate, they may be playing Senator McConnell's speech and asking you about it.
From coast to coast, from sea to shining sea, it's the Sean Hannity Show.
Eating, working, living pain-free. These are a few of the things many of us take for granted. Yet for many United States military veterans, finding and affording oral health care is a challenge. Dental Lifeline Network is looking for dentists who can change this. Will you volunteer to help people like Richard, a U.S. naval veteran who suffered severe PTSD after his service? He was left homeless for a period of time, and his oral and overall health are suffering. Because of congressional limitations, the VA can't provide the dental help he needs. Through our Will You See One Vet program, we focus on helping U.S. military veterans like Richard. Now we are seeking more general dentists and specialists to donate treatment to at least one veteran with special needs. When you volunteer with DLN's program to see one vet, we handle the details so you can focus on the care. If you are a dentist or know a dentist, please share this message and help us make a difference in the life of a veteran in need. Visit willyouseeonevet.org to learn more. That's willyouseeonevet.org.
8:31 WSGW. Good morning for a Tuesday morning team show on WSGW. You with Dave, Pat, Art, and Shirley. The morning where we are digging out from the snow. Pretty good snowfall, depending on your location. Could be a 5, 6, 7 variety. Maybe a little bit more here and there, especially some of the drifting going on. If you're dealing with that stuff happening. And you got to be careful with that wind that's still whipping around, even as you might clear snow. It starts to blow back because of that wind. Travel still going to be slow. You know, a lot of the road crews are out doing what they can to open up main roads, yes. The secondary side roads still going slow. More Fat Tuesday fun we're going to have for you as we're checking again with Art Lewis from Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City coming up. That's one of the things we'll be doing. Always doing more news. Now to Dave Maurer in the WSW newsroom.
Thank you, Charlie. Dozens of districts with a few hundred schools are closed across the Great Lakes Bay region this morning because of the overnight storm. Delta College classes are also canceled today. However, the COVID-19 vaccine site will be open. And SVSU has also canceled classes for the day. And their second dose vaccine will be in operation from 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. today at SVSU. Saginaw Valley State University is responding to the growing demand for mental health services by building a new model to serve its campus community. WSGW's Michael Pritchard reports.
The incidence and prevalence of mental illness, substance use, and emotional distress on college campuses have been trending up for years, and COVID-19 is compounding the problem. The American Council on Education reported 68% of higher education presidents listed student mental health as among the most pressing issues in academia. A national survey in 2018 found major depression affected 18% of students compared to 8% in 2007. Severe anxiety affected 14% compared to 6%. And 2% made a suicide attempt compared to 0.6% in 2007. SVSU is establishing a new campus mental health and wellness center and have hired the center's first director, Margaret Bach. The new model is expected to strategically respond to a wide range of mental health concerns for students, faculty, and staff to provide a range of short-term solutions and or referral as appropriate. Education and training will be made available for faculty, staff, and students on topics such as alcohol and other drugs, substance abuse, and suicide prevention. Michael Pritchard, News Radio 100.5 and 790.
State Representative Phil Green from Millington has introduced a plan to make broadband internet more accessible communities. WSGW's Rick Antonio has more.
The plan would eliminate sales and use tax for broadband equipment, bringing down the cost of a broadband introduction project. Green says, quote, lowering the cost makes every dollar go further and makes expansive rural projects more feasible. He adds the changes would be another tool in the tool belt bringing broadband to the area. The measure comes in addition to the legislature's $14.3 million appropriation for rural broadband infrastructure that was signed into law in October, and the establishment of the Broadband Expansion Act of Michigan that outlines requirements for awarding grants and ensures public broadband expansion dollars are used efficiently to bring service to the unserved. Rick Antonio, News Radio 100.5 and 790. WSGW News Time, 8:33.
Jim Wilson, are customers surprised to find such a big selection of used vehicles here at Midland Ford Lincoln?
I've had many people tell me this is the best selection of used cars and trucks they've seen in Michigan. Not just in quantity, but in the quality of our vehicles.
You seem to have the cars and trucks everyone is looking for. Hard to find models you'd expect to find only in classified ads by private parties.
Our volume sales means customers always have a bigger selection of better quality cars. Our minimum pricing policy means Midland Ford customers always pay less.
But better doesn't mean more expensive. You have cars and trucks in every price and payment range, even for the tightest budgets.
From inexpensive basic transportation to late model luxury and a great selection of trucks, we have what you're looking for. We currently have more tough Ford trucks and used Escapes and Explorers than we've ever had in our history.
America's falling in love with Ford, and you have a personal invitation to find out why today at Midland Ford Lincoln, your savings store.
WSGW News Time now 8:34. A new forecast says the auto industry could lose a production of more than 1 million vehicles because of the global microchip shortage. Here's Autobeat reporter Jeff Gilbert.
1.3 million to be exact. They've already lost 450,000 vehicles. This is a worldwide number, but many plants in the U.S. have been impacted as car makers work to get chips to their most important vehicles. Meanwhile, the production of microchips in Japan was briefly halted earlier this week when an earthquake hit the region.
The bodies found this week in a wooded area in western Michigan have been identified as a couple who went missing earlier this month.
Authorities say the deaths of Gary and Laura Johnson will be listed as homicides. Their bodies were unearthed Friday at Groutneck State Game Area in Portage, just about 3 miles away from their home. Last week, officials with Portage Public Safety said police entered their home Tuesday and found signs of violence after Gary's employer said he had not logged on for work. The couple's 27-year-old son is in custody on other charges. Police say he was found in a storage unit at an apartment building and had his parents' car. Jason Scott, the Michigan News Network.
After a brief delay, the IRS is now accepting and processing tax returns for 2020. Spokesperson Luis Garcia says taxpayers should double-check to make sure they have all tax documents, including W-2 and 1099 forms, before starting their returns. And if you received unemployment benefits last year, that income is taxable as well. You'll need the 1099-G form. While some people end up owing money, Garcia says most in Michigan will see a refund this year.
It's about 74% of people in Michigan get money back when they file their taxes. And the interesting thing is that the majority of people who wait till the last minute are getting money back.
And Charlie, the sooner you file, the sooner you'll get your refund. So even though the deadline to file is April 15th, Garcia suggests filing your tax paperwork as soon as possible.
Good luck on that.
Yeah, if you have all of your documents.
And some people already have, and more power to you for doing so. And just remember, April 15th is the actual deadline this year. There's no extension because of any kind of weird holidays. Remember, last year was an extension because of
it was
COVID.
like 2 days, wasn't it, until like the 17th?
Yeah. And I think there was even more of that, extension of that because of the COVID situation for some cases. So.
Right.
837 WSGW. Weather forecast, we've got that for you. It's brought to you by Premier Kitchen and Bath Gallery in Midland. There's a moving sale going on because Premier Kitchen and Bath Gallery is discover the sale and the great deals at 800 South Poseyville Road in Midland. Discover online, premierkitchenandbathgallery.com, premierkitchenandbathgallery.com. Not a Paul Tremblay.
Our winter weather advisory continues into the day today as we'll see some lingering light snow and flurry activity with additional accumulations an inch up to 2 inches expected yet. Temperatures stay around the mid-teens for highs. North winds 15 to 25. For tonight, clearing skies, lows at 3 below. West winds 5 to 10. Winds highs around 20. 10 on Wednesday night with increasing clouds. Thursday with cloudy skies, chance for snow showers late 26. Mid-20s with mostly cloudy skies expected Friday. Back to 26 on Saturday. This is weatherology meteorologist Paul Tremblay.
The barometric pressure from 2990 on the rise. A wind that's northerly averaging 20. The gust with 9 as your actual temp. 10 below your wind chill. WSGW, your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world. Here, Paul Tremblay talking about those weather advisories throughout the morning. Last time we checked the update of the National Weather Service, the advisory is officially expected to expire around noon. But we are in the back end of the storm system, just a little light stuff that's flying around. But keyword is flying, and that's again wind, and causing the wind chills and causing all that blowing snow, reduced visibilities and such, and even snow that gets cleared, and you get some of the drifting that starts to take place too. Main roads becoming more passable. We're seeing traffic move pretty decently on Tittabawassee Road, as a matter of fact. But we know once you get off the main roads and into the residential areas, side roads, things like that, it's going to slow down again. And we continue to urge caution as you need to get out and do what you need to do. If you don't, then don't. And just sit back and relax and maybe just enjoy what's going on with you and WSGW. And from Kqrzysiak's house, which we'll have more of that coming up for you on WSGW in just a moment. Reminder, our studio sponsors for the broadcast that we do, Stone Specialist, a direct source of granite quartz and marble countertops. Online, visit stonespecialists.net. That's stonespecialists.net.
From streamlined to advanced diagnostic and interventional procedures to open heart surgery and clinical trials, Mid-Michigan Health is your go-to place for heart and vascular care. Our new state-of-the-art Heart and Vascular Center was specifically designed to provide coordinated holistic care in a calm, healing environment. From prevention to diagnosis and treatment to rehabilitation and ongoing disease management, Mid-Michigan Health is committed to providing you excellent care and the best possible outcomes. Learn more at midmichigan.org/heartandvascular.
There's a Ram truck waiting for you at Thalen Ram, North Euclid Avenue in Bay City. Stop in and talk to a Thalen representative about buying or leasing a new Ram truck.
That's right, they're moving. Premier Kitchen and Bath Gallery is moving, and you are the lucky one. Right now, they have some great deals on clearance items, and if you were affected by the floods this past summer, they have some extra special deals just for you. Premier Kitchen and Bath Gallery is moving. Take advantage of the great deals today at 800 South Poseyville Road in Midland and online at premierkitchenandbathgallery.com or call them now at 486-8585.
Welcome at 841 WSGW. You all morning with Dave and Pat and Art, and appreciate the company as we are together through WSGW.com, through 100.5 and 790, and through Siri and Alexa as well. A morning where we have once again did our best to bring you the fun and the flavor, as we say, whether you're listening or because of technology, working at what's happening with Art Lewis, who has been joined with us since early this morning. from his broadcast location, not in the home studio this morning, but in the Kqrzysiak's House Restaurant studio this morning.
Very early. I forgot there are 2 4 o'clocks in the day.
It's good to be reminded every now and then.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But we are glad to be here at Kqrzysiak's House Restaurant, located at Casson, Michigan, and Bay City for their annual Fat Tuesday celebration. The Kowalski Brothers Polka Band providing the music. Kqrzysiak's providing great food and, of course, boxes and boxes and boxes of punchkis. I forgot what the number is, how many punchkis. It's something like 10,000 or 12,000 they make. They started on Sunday and worked right through the night last night to finish them up. All kinds of flavors, and just great way to, get ready for Lent. And that was the purpose of the punchki, to fill you up and get you full of fat and energy. And I don't know if it's as necessary as it used to be, but they still have the fat. They haven't got rid of that. Haven't figured that one out yet.
If you're going to have a punchki, you got to have a punchki.
And they make them the traditional way with lard. They don't fool around with any kind of vegetable oils or anything like that. They make them the very traditional way here at Kqrzysiak's, which is why I guess they're so good.
Mm-hmm. They're not baked. They're deep fried. Yeah,
they're deep fried. Yeah, lard and deep fried. Put that together, folks. See what you get. What you get is a punch around the middle. Is what you get. Oh my goodness! I think I once read they're close to 1,000 calories, and that's without any kind of serious fillings in them. So,
I was just, I have a note here. When we had a box here one year, I don't know, maybe they still attach the note to the box, which explains Punchki Day and the Kqrzysiak attachment to it.
Yeah, oh yeah, there is a note on the box.
Okay, yeah. And they describe the punchki, the extra large dough ball, rich with egg yolks, deep fried, overfilled with your favorite delicious fruit.
Yep.
And topped off with a sprinkle of powdered sugar.
That's it. You got it. I don't plan on bringing any back to you, by the way.
Yeah, and we have 2 guys working from home and no one to send, so we're out of luck.
Well,
today.
Henny may come back. I mean, he's over here at a corn meeting right now. I'm one table, and he's at another table doing his corn meeting.
I think he's going to be there through the farm show.
And he'll be here. Oh, yeah, he will be.
Yeah,
he will be.
right.
Yeah, I won't let him. So I can show you. So I can move this around reasonably. I don't know if I can get him or not.
Yeah, we should explain that.
There he is.
Has got the video stream going this morning.
There he is, smiling away. Yeah, we got the video stream going this morning, and I'll take that little camera later on and show you the band. If you're watching on Twitch, and Twitter, and Facebook, and YouTube, and all those things I had no idea about.
I heard the guilty polka earlier. And the guilty polka is the one I referred to, where the guy says, "She's not too fat for me," and I think, well, he must be the guy who fed her all the punchki.
Yeah, right. She's not too fat for you now. Just wait.
Yeah, they can still do that polka song in 2021.
Yep. And actually, there's probably more action up here than there is in New Orleans, because New Orleans, French Quarter, they closed down at 7 o'clock last night, and the bars all shut down. Bourbon Street is closed to traffic and foot traffic, all the French Quarter. So
they're having what's called the housey graw. They're having neighborhoods where they're running, driving through the neighborhoods.
No parades. They've canceled all the parades, so won't be quite the same in New Orleans.
That's okay. We have our own flavor, and we're
That's
happy to
right.
have it.
That's right. Been many, many years. Kqrzysiak's have been doing this about 22, 23 years, and we've been here, I guess, for all of them. Pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, we'll continue to broadcast. We'll check in again before the news at 9. We'll listen to the Kowalski Brothers. If you have that microphone turned away, then we'll do that.
Well, we got the screen closed right now because it was interfering with Terry's corn grower meeting.
Social Stream Live.
We can still hear the band playing. That's okay. I hear
you can hear
the
them.
song now.
Yeah, you can hear them, just not quite as loud. So I'll leave it up.
All right.
All righty.
Sounds good.
Talk to you later.
we continue with our fun this morning, and thanks again to Art for getting out there and trudging through the snow like a lot of you have been doing, or those who have not been doing, we're happy to do it for you, and so we can have that Fat Tuesday fun here on the Morning Team Show on WSGW.
Yeah, if you're shoveling, don't overdo it. A little at a time, take a break every now and then.
Yeah.
It's deep snow.
Make sure you're safe. It's not, it was out doing after walk here at our studios. It was definitely was deep. It wasn't too wet and heavy.
Not wet and heavy, it's just deep, yeah.
I think it was cold enough that we didn't have to worry about the moisture content.
The only thing that looks like your snow is pretty much done for the day, but what you have to be concerned about is if the winds pick up and then you start getting drifting and glazing all over the roads that might have been cleared by then.
Yeah, which is going to happen through the day. By tonight, the winds will start to diminish, but even right now, I mean, those gusts are going to 30, and the average right now is still 20. So, yeah, that's going to cause some of the concern, especially getting to those open areas. We'll be traveling those roads in between farm fields right now.
We're making up for a snow deficit this year, that's for sure. Have you seen the size of the piles from plowing our lawn out here? It's getting up there to almost to the rooftop height on a car.
It's been a while since we've had a good storm like this one.
Right.
All dumping at once. Oh, and also, by the way, just for fun, I noticed coming in this morning, did it happen yesterday or was it just this morning that gas prices went up?
In most places, some places it's $2.65.
Yeah.
But the one over the freeway was still at $2.43 this morning.
Still, yeah, I saw that coming out. I thought to myself, too bad I don't need it. I could have got it because I actually filled up the other day and got it for the cheaper price. But yeah, folks, that's just winter blast and a little gas price blast for you.
And I wonder how that impact of the weather in Texas has shut down the biggest refinery in the country for a few days, how that might affect the gas supply.
Stay tuned. 8:49 on WSGW. We'll stay tuned for the update of going up to the hour with up-to-minute news and business and weather and sports. We'll start that for you next on WSGW.
Avoid the crowds and skip straight to savings with RV show prices all winter long at General RV in Birch Run. Whether you shop safely in store or online, you will save thousands with our exclusive RV show discounts and all-time low financing. Plus, we're giving you a trade-in bonus on top of your trade-in value. We've moved our most popular floor plans indoors, and we have thousands more RVs online in our virtual showroom. Save thousands with our RV show prices online and in-store at General RV in Birch Run off I-75.
Planning for retirement can get really complicated if you're not getting the right guidance and advice.
If you don't sit down and you don't figure out how your retirement income is going to come, you are just rolling the dice. Don't roll the dice. Sit down and take some action. Don't take that chance because this is the second half of your life. You worked all these years. Now you want to enjoy all these years. So sit down, take the action, and do the planning.
For more help like that, tune in to Simply Financial with Kevin Ray. Saturday mornings at 10 on News Radio WSGW.
It's 8:50 WSGW. Up to the hour does start now for the news and the business and the weather stories. Here's Dave Maurer in the WSGW newsroom.
North Carolina authorities say at least 3 people were killed when a tornado tore through a seaside town. At least 10 people were injured in the deadly tornado that hit just after midnight in southeastern Brunswick County near Grissettown. The tornado comes as millions of people in Texas are still without power early today amid sub-freezing temperatures. Nearly 4 million homes and businesses were without power early today in Texas, where temperatures dipped into the single digits overnight. Police say a woman and a girl died from suspected carbon monoxide poisoning at a Houston home without electricity from a car running in an attached garage. The attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6th has reignited the debate over how law enforcement should handle domestic extremist groups. In nearly half of the more than 200 federal cases, attackers appeared inspired by conspiracy theories, right-wing propaganda, and racist or extremist ideologies. That's according to an Associated Press review of court records and social media posts. The FBI has linked at least 40 defendants to extremist movements. Among them are at least 16 members or associates of the neo-fascist Proud Boys, and at least 5 connected to the anti-government Oath Keepers. Iran's state TV says Iranian and Russian militaries have kicked off a joint naval drill in the Indian Ocean aimed at boosting security of maritime trade in the region. The TV said units from Iran's Navy and the powerful Revolutionary Guards Navy will take part in the exercise dubbed Iran-Russia Maritime Security Belt 2021 in the northern part of Indian Ocean. An Iranian admiral says a Russian destroyer A logistics ship and a helicopter were to participate in the drill. This is the second such joint Russia-Iran exercise since 2019, when the two nations plus China held a 4-day exercise. A Detroit area hospital system has canceled 1,884 appointments for second doses of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine because it didn't receive enough from the state. Beaumont Health said yesterday that it learned Friday of a significant reduction in its vaccine allocation. The appointments had been scheduled for Thursday. Beaumont Health said it was working to automatically reschedule them to a week later at the previous times if it receives enough vaccines. So important, but we're seeing a significant decline in numbers of cases and numbers of deaths here in Michigan. People doing a good job, apparently, Charlie, of stopping the spread.
Thank you at 8:53 with WSGW. And let's do a job here with the update of what's happening with business stories, financial news. The Fox Business Report.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Google has reached a deal in which it will pay the Australian news conglomerate Seven West Media the right to publish Seven West content, the recently launched product Google News Showcase. The announcement is significant because it comes as lawmakers in Australia are considering a law which would force Google and other search engines to pay for all news content in its search engine results. Google has said it would shut down its Australian search engine if the law is passed. The deal with Seven West Media does not include search engine results and is limited to Google's News Showcase offering. The stock market is closed today for President's Day. Meanwhile, stocks are higher in most overseas markets. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Roger Stern, invested in you.
President Biden says he will defeat the NRA, and now the NRA is fighting back. All this week, Newsmax TV's Stinchfield tells the real story about Biden and the NRA. Watch Stinchfield at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax TV. It's on all major cable systems. Check your guide or call them. Tell them you want Newsmax. And download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or smart TV and watch us now. 30 million Americans watch Newsmax. You should too.
WSW continues up to the hour, up to the minute weather. It's being brought to you by Consumers Energy. You can visit consumersenergy.com/cold weather for a wide range of tips to keep you safe while saving money on your bills. If you're struggling to pay bills, as a matter of fact, you can apply for state emergency relief. Visit MI Bridges, that's My Bridges, MI Bridges, or call 211 to connect with resources in your community. That's 211 to connect with resources in your community. Now with meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Our winter weather advisory continues into the day today as we'll see some lingering light snow and flurry activity with additional accumulations an inch up to 2 inches expected yet. Temperatures stay around the mid-teens for highs. North winds 15 to 25. For tonight, clearing skies, lows at 3 below. West winds 5 to 10. Wednesday, we'll see some sunshine, highs around 20. 10 on Wednesday night with increasing clouds. Thursday with cloudy skies, chance for snow showers late, 26. Mid-20s with mostly cloudy skies expected Friday, back to 26 on Saturday. This is weatherology meteorologist Paul Trombley.
Barometric pressure continues to rise, 2990. Wind out of the north, averaging 20, but the gusts going to 30. 9 actual, 10 below wind chilling at WSGW. Your connection to the Great Lakes Bay region, your connection to the world.
What does it take to be the best in comprehensive cardiac care? It takes the drive to continually raise patient expectations and the commitment and compassion to exceed them. That's how we created the McLaren Cardiovascular Network, where our expert team of specialists across Michigan offers patients everything from complex and minimally invasive procedures to cutting-edge clinical trials. That's cardiac care at McLaren. That's doing what's best.
856 WSGW. To the news we go at 9, and then to Kqrzysiak's house for Lewis and his regular radio show this morning.
And we're going to start out talking to Major Rick Ray from the Bay City Salvation Army, beneficiary of all of the happenings here at Kqrzysiak's house. Then we'll have open phones right up through 11 o'clock this morning, and on Focus, we will focus on BSVRC Downtown Marketplace. All of that ahead this morning.
All right, we'll look forward to that. Thank you again for your time and efforts this morning, Artie Lewis.
You're welcome.
As Art get out early to help us with the bringing of the poker party and the punchki from Kqrzysiak's Family House Restaurant in Bay City. We thank Kqrzysiak's for allowing our invasion and continuing again with Art's broadcast. And Terry Henney, too, coming up with his farm show on WSGW. To get out of here musically, well, in between some of the breaks we were having here on our morning team show, as the Kowalski brothers were playing, we had the recordings going, so we'll give you a little flavor of some of the musical fun that the Kowalski brothers were doing at different times during the morning team show, and you're busy doing our news or sports or what have you. To take us out, continuing the musical fun from Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City. This is what it sounded like at some point this morning, because you knew this song had to be played at some point.
Here we go. We got some blue lights, run, see how the sound of cheer, now it's time to roll a barrel for the day and here we go again. Come on, gotta sing with us.
From Kqrzysiak's house, Restaurant in Bay City, a little earlier this morning. Some of the sounds coming forth from the Kowalski brothers, helping with the punchki party. Happy Fat Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock at WSGW.
From the Stone Specialist Studios, this is WSGW, Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, WSGW-FM, Carlton.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A historic winter storm has spawned tornadoes in the south.
Tried to crawl to a closet, but there was glass shattering everywhere, so we just stopped and fell on the floor, held our kids and prayed.
Latanya Craddock in Early County, Georgia was lucky. Others in coastal North Carolina, not so. At least 3 people were killed when a twister ripped through just after midnight. CBS's Jim Kqrzysiak.
The storm hit near Sunset Beach, North Carolina, just before midnight. Dozens of 2-story brick homes have been reduced to piles of rubble. Vehicles were tossed around like toys. Many of the tall pine trees in the area were snapped in half like toothpicks.
Ice, snow, and bitter cold have forced rolling blackouts in places like Austin, Texas, where it is 10 degrees right now. Mayor Steve Adler tells CBS this morning.
Reaching these cold temperatures at this level for this duration is something that the state obviously did not plan for.
Harsh conditions knocked out power to a facility in Houston, storing over 8,000 doses of COVID vaccine. KTVT's Britt Conway.
In Missouri, COVID-19 mass vaccination events across the state have been canceled for the rest of the week to keep people from waiting out in the brutal cold and off the roads. Vaccination sites in Alabama and Georgia are temporarily closed too. Same goes for Kentucky.
This weather is going to slow down our vaccinations some. There's simply going to be too much snow.
There's a new COVID outbreak on the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Correspondent Cammie McCormick.
The Navy says 3 sailors have tested positive for COVID-19. They have not experienced symptoms and they're being isolated. This comes a year after the carrier made headlines with an outbreak that sickened many, left 1 sailor dead, and led to the firing of the the ship's commander, who claimed he wasn't getting enough assistance from the Navy.
In New York, Governor Cuomo has taken responsibility for a delay in reporting the number of COVID-related deaths at nursing homes.
I am in charge. I take responsibility. We should have provided more information faster.
Last week, an aide admitted they feared retaliation from the Trump administration. Thousands of people are streaming to the southern border.
The border is not open. That was the message from White House Press Secretary Psaki last week, but not everyone is understanding it. President Biden announced tens of thousands of asylum seekers forced to wait in Mexico by the Trump administration while their cases proceed will slowly be allowed into the U.S. starting Friday. The Biden administration is discouraging people from coming to the border, but some are policy is their chance at a new life. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
S&P futures are up 13, Dow futures ahead 134.
CBS News Radio is your home for breaking news with our team of reporters around the country and the world you can trust.
RocketGrabPlus.com. This week's deal on RocketGrabPlus.com is for a $20 gift certificate to King's Fish and More for only $10. That's right, you're getting it half off. King's Fish and More is open Tuesday through Sunday and has such an eclectic menu, you're sure to find something that you love, like the Eddie King Burger, their Southern Raised Catfish, or my personal favorites, the ribs. Do yourself a favor and head over to RocketGrabPlus.com right now to snag your deal.
RocketGrabPlus.com.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but thought it would be too difficult? Then try Babbel. Babbel starts by teaching you words and phrases that gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations. So in 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel is built around real life. It teaches you practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free. Just text TRY to 64,000 to start learning a new language today. That's TRY to 64,000.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And Doug.
Breathe out and repeat after me. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Your bird is eating my candles. No, seriously, he's making a mess.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Get a customized quote at libertymutual.com.
Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with Peak Long Life Universal Pre-Mixed Antifreeze and Coolant. On sale now for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. Plus, earn double O-Rewards points. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Live from the 100.5 and 790 newsroom. This is WSGW News. It's 10 degrees at 9:05. Good morning, I'm Dave Maurer. The winter storm is affecting vaccination operations in the city of Detroit. 3,000 appointments scheduled for today at the TCF Center have been rescheduled until Saturday because residents may have a hard time getting downtown. Mayor Duggan made the announcement with Detroit Chief Operating Officer Hakeem Berry, who is overseeing the vaccination operation at the TCF Center.
We did want to make sure that 3,000 people did not have to worry about their appointment. So we're going to make it convenient for them. You can just come back on Saturday. That was always our weather contingency plan because we live in Michigan. Sometimes we have a little bit of unpredictability in February and March.
Those with appointments are encouraged to show up at the same time as they were scheduled, but only on Saturday now. A Michigan education leader says it could take some children 2 to 3 years to recover from the coronavirus pandemic. Many students have been learning remotely since the pandemic first hit last March. Robert McCann, the executive director of the K-12 Alliance of Michigan, says it's not only academics, but social and emotional growth that need to be considered.
First, assess what their needs are. How behind are they in academics? What are their social and emotional needs that are going to help them start that recovery process? And then build a plan around those unique needs of that student to get them back where we want them to be.
McCann says the crisis won't end with everyone getting a vaccine and reopening schools. He says there should be an assessment of every student. He says we've never seen anything like this before, and all resources should be made to support the kids. Delta College's Board of Trustees has initiated a national search process to fill an important leader position with the announced retirement of President Dr. Jane Goodnow. WSGW's Rick Antonio has more.
The NAACP Saginaw Branch Executive Committee met February 6th to approve a list of qualities and characteristics to guide the search effort and decision-making of the Delta College Board of Trustees in the appointment of a new leader for the college. In a news release, Saginaw Branch President Terry Pruitt says they hope the Board of Trustees will extend every effort to appoint a well-qualified individual to serve as president of the college and put forward a significant effort to identify minority individuals as part of a finalist pool of interview candidates for the position. He says this will signal and confirm the board's leadership and commitment to the principles of diversity and equity in the development of the senior administrative team. Rick Antonio, News Radio 100.5 and 790.
WSGW News Time, 9:07.
Who will help you get there? You've spent years working, taking care of your kids, saving money, and now you're nearing retirement. Now it's your turn. You get to decide where to go next. Will your retirement include travel? Do you have a guide to help you get there? Jason and Carl Kreiderman and their team at Great Lakes Investment Advisors have helped hundreds of families create their retirement roadmap. Don't let financial limitations take you off course. Jason and Carl want you to have the retirement you've worked so hard for. They can help you create a retirement roadmap that's tailored to your lifestyle and long-term financial goals. Call Jason and Carl Kreiderman and the team at Great Lakes Investment Advisors today at 989-848-1188 and schedule a visit. 989-848-1188. That's 989-848-1188. And for more on retirement planning, tune in to Jason and Carl Kreiderman's radio show, Your Financial Empower Hour, every Sunday morning at 8. Investment advisory services offered through Great Lakes Investment Advisors Incorporated, a registered investment advisor with the state of Michigan.
WSGW News Time, now 9:08. Residents in the Sanford area are advised to stay off the river and lake bed south of the Edenville Dam due to hazardous conditions, which will be increased tomorrow as the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, or EGLE, conducts a drawdown of the rivers north of the dam. EGLE will begin working on lowering the Tobacco River spillway crest by about 12 feet, which will allow for more water to flow through the dam and into its natural downstream channel. Anyone with ice shanties on the river will need to remove them before the work begins, which is expected to last between 10 and 12 days, weather permitting. Meijer has announced a donation of $1 million in turkeys to 10 food banks within its service communities to help feed those in need. Details from MNN's Rob Mason.
Meijer kicked off its donation series recently with the delivery of 6,000 frozen turkeys to the Greater Cleveland Food Bank's weekly food distribution event. In total, the retailer is donating 50,000 frozen Meijer and honeysuckle turkeys to several of its food bank partners that include Forgotten Harvest in Oak Park and Gleaners in Detroit. The turkey donation is in addition to the more than $7.6 million it donated in 2020 to help feed hungry families across the Midwest through its Simply Give program. Rob Mason, the Michigan News Network.
The Michigan Department of Natural Resources has announced changes to the state's 2021 deer hunting regulations. Officials say they're meant to further simplify deer regulations and remove barriers to hunting participation. Antlerless licenses may now be purchased without an application in the Lower Peninsula and portions of the South Central Upper Peninsula. Licenses may be used on public or private land. In the Mid-Zone Upper Peninsula, a deer hunting access permit must accompany the universal antlerless license. A permit is no longer required for supplemental feeding in the Upper Peninsula. The changes go into effect with the start of the 2021 deer hunting seasons in September. When you see news happening, call the WSGW newsroom at 752-0790. It's 9:10. I'm Dave Maurer.
Here's your WSGW weatherology forecast. A winter weather advisory continues. Snow and widespread blowing snow in the area today, mainly before noon. Maybe a few breaks of afternoon sunshine. Highs will top out near 17 degrees. And north winds will be blustery 10 to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy to mostly clear skies and diminishing winds. Lows fall below zero. Wednesday, an abundance of sunshine. Wednesday, light. Highs approach 20. Wednesday night, it becomes mostly cloudy. Lows drop to 9 above. And then Thursday, chance for snow developing and highs reach 25. I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with the WSGW weatherology forecast. Right now, it's 13.
Now,
The only local radio talk show offering you the chance to ask your questions and express your opinions from around your block to around the world. The Art Lewis Show is on 100.5 and 790 WSGW and online, WSGW.com.
Well, good morning to you and welcome. Welcome to another edition of the Art Lewis Show here on WSGW, coming to you from Kqrzysiak's house restaurant in Bay City, where it is Fat Tuesday. This is an annual event, been going on about 23 years here at Kqrzysiak's, where they have a band. You can hear the band in the background. Bring it up a little bit. And they'll be playing throughout the morning. We're going to have open lines for the next couple of hours. We were going to talk to Major Ray, but I think he had to leave. I might be back later, so we'll grab him from the Salvation Army when he does come back. But Kqrzysiak's house, the home of punchkis made the traditional way, lard and deep fried. Gives you all that fat you store it up for Lent, which, of course, tomorrow begins the season. Everything was different this year because of COVID, though, even the Mardi Gras in New Orleans was a shadow of itself. They closed the bars at 7 o'clock at night. Bourbon Street and all the streets in the French Quarter closed to both car and foot traffic, unless you were at a hotel in the district and can demonstrate that you were heading back to your lodging. No foot traffic allowed in the French Quarter in the evening. They were afraid of COVID-19. Last year, they say that many thousands of cases of COVID-19 may have come out of the Mardi Gras. So this year, they didn't take any chances, and it's a little bit different, as is most everything. Even here at Kqrzysiak's, limited to 25% capacity. They have plenty of takeout. I mean, the punchkis are going out the door constantly. They did them by time, so they kind of staggered it so not everybody comes at once. But they have, I mean, they probably made 10, 12,000 punchkis, to say the least. And it's been a tradition, not only here, but other places in the Great Lakes Bay region. But Fat Tuesday. So here we are. All right. As I mentioned, open phones, whatever you'd like to chat about at Saginaw, Bay City, 752-6111. And you can also watch me on twitch.tv/WSGW radio, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube. Just put in WSGW radio, and we will come up. Our numbers, 752-6111, toll free, 866-790-WSGW. That 866 number is for inside the state of Michigan only. It is an intra-state number. If you are outside of the state of Michigan and you want to contact us, dial 989-752-6111. And most carriers don't charge you long distance or roaming anymore. So it's like a free call. And you can do it from anywhere in the country. We have listeners all over the place, and we have all kinds of folks that give us a call once in a while from around the country. And we love to talk to you, see what's going on. Have you tried or have you received your corona vaccine yet? COVID vaccine? We got our second shot on Friday. Very well orchestrated, I have to say. We got our second shot at Covenant Cooper, the main hospital, and it was extremely well organized. Our appointment was for 1 o'clock. We got there about 10 minutes early, 10 to 1. We were in the chair getting the shot by 5 to 1. And at 10 after 1, we were out the door. It was just flawless. And a lot of them have been doing that. The Saginaw Valley State University vaccination program was touted as being very, very well run. There's been a program at Horizons Conference Center, very, very well run. So for the most part, the reports are good. Have heard from people who said they haven't been called yet, which is going to take a little time because they can only call and service the number of people for which they have vaccines. They don't want to call you and tell you, come on down, and then you get there and it's an empty syringe because they don't have the vaccine. So they're trying not to do that. But have patience, have a little faith. They will get to you eventually. And when you do, remember, even if you've gotten your shots, like we've gotten both shots, and, there was discussion, well, do you have to wear masks? Do you have to do this, that, the other thing? The shot goes into full force in about 14 days after you get both of them, where you'll be fully protected. But that doesn't mean that you're 100% protected. There still is that little chance that you could get it. Consequently, mask up, as they say. Here in the restaurant, we wear a mask when we're not on the air like we are right now, and we're in kind of an isolated room with no one else around us. We're taking it off to do the show, but the minute we get up and walk around, the mask goes on. And it's not to be unexpected. Let's talk to Vaughn Begic at Bay City. He was just in here getting his punch keys. You didn't eat them already, did you? Vaughn? There you are.
Taking to my tax man. Yeah. I am actually going to have my taxes done, so I'm going to have to share some of the punchkis with my tax man. Maybe I'll give you a little discount on that.
Yeah, good luck. I did mine the other day. I submitted the February 12th. Friday was the first day you could submit, and I had prepared them. I'd had them all ready, so I just hit the magic button and got all done. I don't have to worry about it now.
I used to do it my own way, but now I use the tax man.
I've done both over the years, but I've gotten so accustomed to doing it myself that it's just as easy for me, and it's not that complicated. So it's. So
I want to thank. I'm on the Salvation Army board, so I know some of my people were there, and they talked to Major Rick. So I want to thank Kqrzysiak for hosting us. We actually that year for them that they weren't making the money they usually would have made, that we didn't really need to have them give to us, but they still wanted to donate. So we appreciate their support through the years. They give a percentage, and then we have the kettle there also.
Yep.
Raise some money. So we appreciate their support through the years. Actually, it turned out pretty good for the Salvation Army. The kettle drive didn't meet our goals, but the mail-in, we did pretty good on the mail-in this year. We exceeded our goal. So
that's good. That's
good.
good.
All the people who did the mail-in versus dropping it in the bucket.
It was a tough year for everybody.
Good.
Tough year for everybody, Vaughn. All right, my friend. Appreciate the call and enjoy those punchkis. Take care. And let's go down to, we'll talk to you. Let's go down to St. Charles and talk to Sandy before we take a break. Sandy, good morning.
Good morning. The tax man cometh. However, I'm calling about the vaccine.
Sure.
I was on the list from the health department and Meyer from the beginning, and nothing happened. My daughter in Florida is concerned, so she got a hold of her church in Heartland, who got in charge of somebody, and I'll get my vaccine on Thursday. But
good. Well, what'll happen is
why is it?
You'll get your vaccine on Thursday. At some point, though, if your name is not taken off the list, the health department or Meyer will notify you that you're eligible, but you just ignore it because you already got them.
Right, but how hard it should not be, that it shouldn't be that
well,
difficult
yes, but, for example, I think the first day or two, the health department had their list out. They had 30,000 people sign up just the first day alone. And they don't have that much vaccine. The vaccine is portioned out a little at a time. So they obviously just couldn't get to everybody all at once. So they're going down the list as they get vaccine. The thing that surprised me was that on the registration, it didn't ask you for underlying conditions or your age or anything like that. And so I began to wonder, how are they choosing? And I don't know the answer to that. But I do know that.
You couldn't.
Go ahead.
You couldn't get it through your pulmonologist or a heart doctor or anything. You know.
Not because they didn't have the vaccine. I mean, the vaccine was on limited distribution. Now, with some of the pharmacies like Walgreens getting the vaccine, that will tend to loosen things up a little bit, and it should go a lot quicker.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you're getting yours, though.
It was a weird way to get it, but I'm going to get it. So there you go.
That's what counts.
Thanks.
And they'll give you a card, and then they'll give you an appointment for your next one.
They already did on the phone, so.
Oh, good. You're all set then.
Yep.
You bet. Thanks, Andy. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And that opens the lines for you on this Tuesday morning, Fat Tuesday, coming to you from Kqrzysiak's. Let me talk to you about Phelan Ram truck. Boy, am I glad I had that Ram truck this morning. Well, the snow we had outside, driving was not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be coming up here. And, if you look at any place in Michigan, you know we're in love with pickup trucks. And the one I'm driving now, a Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab 4x4. Boy, am I glad I had that 4x4. They're engineered to bring you confidence in the most demanding road conditions, and it did this morning. Absolutely. No compromises in capability, technology, and luxury. It's all there in the Ram truck for 2021. Stop at the Phelan Ram truck on North Euclid Avenue in Bay City. Look over their extensive inventory and find the one that's right for you. Take it out for a test drive and then sit down with a Phelan Ram representative to talk about buying or leasing a Ram truck. Phelan searches the marketplace for the best price on their new and used vehicles. That's the price you pay because it's the right thing to do. Online, find them at thinkphelan.com. We'll take time out, and we'll be back with more from Kqrzysiak's. Lines open for you on the Art Lewis Show.
Jim Wilson, we've heard people talk about your volume discount pricing. Just what does that mean? How does it save me money on a new Ford Escape or an F-Series truck?
We try to sell our cars and trucks for as little as possible, not as much as possible.
You're saying volume sales spread your overhead costs and profit over more vehicles?
We'd rather sell 1,000 vehicles at $100 profit than 100 vehicles at $1,000 profit.
So that's why you have acres of new vehicles here.
That's why you'll find a bigger selection of Ford Escapes, Ford trucks, plus a complete line of Ford and Lincoln vehicles.
Is it true that dealers, even from other states, buy from you because of your inventory?
I can't comment on that. However, like always, we encourage everyone to shop and get the very best price of the Ford or Lincoln of their choice, and then let us show you what real savings are.
Everyone loves to save money, and right now, you can help yourself to thousands of dollars in savings and the best possible selection at Midland Ford Lincoln, your savings store.
Fever is a leading symptom of the coronavirus, so take your temperature twice a day with the Kqrzysiak temporal scanner. It's quick and easy to use, and its accuracy is backed by more than 80 clinical studies. Have your family start and end their day with the only home thermometer used and recommended by hospitals, doctors, and nurses. Your family can take their temperatures in seconds to know where they stand in the fight against COVID-19. Protect your family from the spread of this deadly disease and stay safe with Kqrzysiak.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
Listen to this radio station on the radio.com app. Discover and enjoy your favorite music, news, and talk radio from live stations across the country. Listen anywhere on all mobile and home devices with the radio.com app.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
General Mills is about to reinvent itself, focusing on cereal, pet food, ice cream, snack bars, and Mexican food. nearly half of its sales last year. It's the maker of Cheerios, Blue Buffalo, Haagen-Dazs, Cascadian Farms, and the El Paso brand. Southwest Airlines says its business in January was down more than 60% from a year ago. Southwest says while it continues to experience significant year-over-year negative impacts because of COVID-19, it's recently seeing an improvement in leisure passenger demand and bookings this month. Drugstore chain CVS Health's recent quarter was stronger than expected. CVS also says it's administered more than 3 million COVID-19 vaccines in more than 40,000 long-term care facilities. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola, invested in you.
President Biden says he will defeat the NRA, and now the NRA is fighting back. All this week, Newsmax TV's Stinchfield tells the real story about Biden and the NRA. Watch Stinchfield at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax TV. It's on all major cable systems. Check your guide or call them. Tell them you want Newsmax. And download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or smart TV and watch us now. 30 million Americans watch Newsmax. You should too.
Proper, effective, healthy bowel movements are easy to attain, and so many areas of your life get better. Go to poopfix.com. Gentle and clean. Go to poopfix.com. That's poopfix.com.
On the next Markley Van Camp and Robin show,
you know what we do, try to make sense of it all and have some fun at the same time.
Emphasis on having fun. Then why do you yell so much?
I don't know why.
WSGW is looking for pictures you capture of storm damage, fires, traffic crashes, and more, plus positive and inspirational scenes, too. You can be a contributor to the WSGW News team when you witness breaking news. Our newsroom is your newsroom as we team up together to cover the Great Lakes Bay region on air and online with 100.5 and 790 News Radio WSGW.
All right, we're back with you here at Kqrzysiak's Family Restaurant. Fat Tuesday. The Kowalski Brothers Polka Band entertaining a smaller than normal crowd because of the COVID-19 restrictions. I was talking to Donnie Kqrzysiak earlier about what it's been like in the restaurant business the past year. And, it's survival of the fittest. It's been a very, very, very difficult time. And even now, with only 25% allowed, restaurants can't make it on 25% capacity. Those that are open and doing business are doing so just to keep their customer base and hope for better days. I think the current order goes through the 21st of this month. And then hopefully maybe she will loosen up a little more, maybe go to 50%. But 25%, a lot of restaurants aren't going to make it. We've already lost a ton of restaurants. It was estimated last year that a third of the restaurants, this was back in March and April, when the closure orders first came into being, the executive orders, there was a lot of speculation that we were going to lose a third of the restaurants back then. Well, we've probably lost that third and then some. And it's the same story around the country. You can't do business when nobody walks in the door. And takeout is fine, but it can only go so far unless you're a takeout type restaurant. But if you are not a takeout type restaurant, you're hurting. And, a lot of restaurants were operating on very narrow margins to start with. And now, of course, those margins were just about erased, if not totally, completely. They started dipping into their reserves. And if they didn't have much reserve, then they're done. And not only do we lose as customers, but all the employees in the kitchen and the front of the house, they all lose too because they're out of work. And now they have to go find jobs. The only thing you can say about it, history has shown us when we've gone through these kinds of things, it's sort of like, okay, now there's room for the new to come along with new restaurants or new businesses to replace the old businesses. But that can only happen when the economy rebounds and when things loosen up and people can go out and do what they want to do, how they want to do it. Why, for example, right now, would you open up a new restaurant? I wouldn't. I'd wait. Obviously, it didn't make any sense to go in and try and open up a business which is doomed to fail if you don't get a change in government policy. So that's the way it is. And, we've learned to live with it, although we'd rather not. I would like to see some data that says restaurants were to blame for any kind of serious degree of COVID-19, because I don't believe they were. But they keep saying the science and the data, but we never see any of the data. We never hear any of the science, other than the fact, well, when you go in a restaurant, you sit down, you got to take your mask off so you can eat. Well, okay, space us out, which they were doing anyway. I just think that we got a little carried away. Now, we are at a point now where the numbers are going down, which is a good thing. And there's no longer really a way to prove one way or another that restaurants were culpable in any way. But I do think that the time has come to start, loosening the stranglehold a little bit and allowing these businesses to begin to recover, hire back employees, and kickstart this economy a little bit. Now, there's some have done very well in this economy. I've talked to some restaurateurs that were takeout oriented anyway, and they have done very, very well. And all you have to do is wait in line at some of the popular drive-through type places. I will tell you this one, Culver's down on Gratiot is a place. Once in a while we'll go down. My wife likes their fish, and I'll get their shrimp or something like that. And when I go down there, every time I go down there for dinner, there's probably 12 or 14 cars in front of me. I usually just make it into the driveway so my car isn't hanging out on Gratiot. And it takes about a half hour, 40 minutes to go through. And it's continuous. So they've done all right with takeout. And they have not opened up their dining rooms yet. The day will come when they will, but their takeout business has been substantial. Not everybody can say that. Not every restaurant can say it. Let's talk to Ed in Harrison. Ed, good morning to you.
Good morning, Art.
Morning.
You said you had your second shot. Now, I have a question for you.
Yep.
Did you have any side effects after your second shot?
None. Had it on Friday and feel fine today, and felt fine Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Had no side effects at all.
Right.
After the first shot, I had a little bit of soreness at the shot, but that was it.
Well, that's how I was at I just received mine last Thursday. My arm was a little sore the next day, but not bad.
Right.
But the day we got our shot, when they were signing us up for our second shot, they were telling us to, a couple days before you get the second shot, to load yourself up with vitamin C and lots of water.
Yeah, I've heard all kinds of things. I didn't do anything. I just went and got the shot.
That's what,
And listen,
it ain't going to hurt probably.
No, and we all have to remember we're all different. What affected me or didn't affect me,
and that's just it. Too,
might affect somebody else. So can't use me as the barometer. All I
want to know.
Yeah, no, I had no problems with it at all. And
right.
Most of the people I know, I will tell you this: the people that I know that have had their second shot, I've heard everything from no problems whatsoever, like me, to one person had a headache the next day. One person had a fluish feeling for a couple of hours, and that was it. That's the worst I've heard.
Yeah.
So
like you said, everybody's going to react differently.
Yep, absolutely.
Everybody is different.
Everybody is.
All right, that's all I want to know this morning.
All right, good enough, Ed. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now. Let's take a break. We'll get back. We'll talk to Dave in Saginaw when we return here at Kqrzysiak's house on WSGW.
I'm attorney Jerry Ripe, and I have practiced elder law, estate planning, asset and business protection planning in Michigan for over 3 decades. As a veteran, I've also helped veterans and their spouses benefit from special VA programs. Many of you have attended my monthly workshops. In this time of restrictions on personal interaction, I am offering a webinar entitled Estate Planning Blunders, available on my website at jerryrifelawyer.com. Please join me to learn the 5 biggest estate planning blunders. Number 1, making poor choices with your medical and financial power of attorney. Number 2, leaving your IRA to probate and creditors. Number 3, not updating your beneficiary designations. Number 4, failing to have a current health care directive. And number 5, leaving a trust unfunded.
To locate the webinar on the website, look for the button on the left-hand side entitled Masterclass, and you will be able to view the webinar at your convenience. After viewing, feel free to book a call to answer your questions, or you can have the webinar emailed directly to your inbox by calling my office at 989-790-1461.
We're proud to make Pioneer Sugar for you and your family. Proud to be found in your kitchen, the heart of your home. And it doesn't really matter what you make with Pioneer Sugar. Whether it's with our granulated white, light brown, or soft confectioners, it's the memories you'll make using it that will matter the most. Pioneer Sugar, pure and all natural, made from sugar beets grown right here. What could be sweeter than that?
The spread of COVID-19 is still unchecked across the nation, and you need to keep your family safe. Make a new habit and check your temperatures twice a day, once before dinner and before leaving home in the morning. You can't afford to take chances, so use the Kqrzysiak temporal scanner. Its accuracy is backed by more than 80 clinical studies, and it takes an accurate reading in seconds. It's the only home thermometer used and recommended by hospitals, doctors, and nurses. Quick and easy to use. You can count on Kqrzysiak to keep your family safe 24 hours a day.
The WSGW Morning Team Show.
The WSGW online poll is about Michigan's school days requirements. Recently, the superintendent of Michigan's schools, Michael Rice, appeared before a joint hearing of the House and Senate Education Committees and suggested lawmakers should increase the number of required school days in the wake of COVID-19. Rice said students and staff need more days coming out of a pandemic, and he further said he believes the current requirement of 180 days was low even before the pandemic. He also talked about lower class sizes for young students to help with early literacy, more counselors. Poll question for you: should the current Michigan educational requirement of 180 days be increased? It's either yes, or it's no, or it's I'm not sure. We would like your opinion when you vote in the WSGW online poll. Scroll down the homepage, find the poll box, and make your vote that way. Like Pat Johnston advocating 363 days of school year. Giving you Christmas and New Year's off.
He doesn't have to go.
The Morning Team, weekdays 5:30 to 9 on WSGW. From the Stone Specialist Studios, this is 100.5 and 790 News Radio WSGW.
And we're back with you on the Art Lewis Show from Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City. Fat Tuesday. The Punchki's rolling out of here today. That is for sure. In just a couple of moments, we're going to talk to Major Rick Ray from the Salvation Army. But we have a caller waiting for us. Let's talk to Dave in Saginaw before we chat with the Major. Dave, good morning.
Good morning, Art. A couple of questions, please. You and I share about the same age, and along with many friends and relatives, and we're literally like the rats in a cage running around not knowing what's going on and can't get a vaccine anyhow. I'd like to ask you, if you would, please, how did you get a vaccine and where?
Well, there were. What happened was I got a call from a doctor, and they wanted to do a show on the vaccine because registrations were running low, particularly in minority communities. And he asked me if I'd been vaccinated yet, and I said no. And he asked me if I was on the list, and I said yes. And he said, well, we'll bring a vaccine to you and do it right on the air so that we can get people interested in getting the vaccine. So what was I going to say? No. I said, okay. And so they gave me the vaccine and took me off the list. And as it happened, I guess where I was on the list, I was going to get called anyway. So it didn't move me up. And then right after you get your first vaccine, they give you a card and an appointment for your next one. So we had our second one on Friday. I know people that are on both the county list, and depends what county you live in. I'm in Saginaw County. I know folks on the Saginaw County list and the Meyer list, and some have been called, some haven't yet.
Well, we're on 3 lists and haven't been called by by anyone.
You will.
I'm
They
afraid-
got to keep up with the vaccines.
I'm sure we will.
You
Yeah,
know, that's the
You
problem.
could contract the disease today. The question is, and what I'm seeing is that there seems to be winners and losers that are being administered vaccines. I don't know. I don't know what the process is, but it sure is strange, and it begs for answers.
Well,
And
here's the problem that I saw with it, and here's the problem I saw with the registration. They didn't ask you enough questions. Like, they didn't ask you if you had underlying conditions. I don't remember them asking for my age even when I
well, they
filled
did
it
on
out.
both of my sites that I registered on.
They asked for your age?
On my profile, health-wise.
Oh, well, see, I didn't have that.
I'm sorry. No offense intended. You're
No,
a media
I
person.
understand that, but
You're a media person, Art, and it just seems that the line is pretty short for certain segments of society.
yeah,
And
well,
I talk to people all around the state of Michigan who are getting vaccinated, and Saginaw is probably, from what I can gather, and it's my guesstimate, it's not professional or anything, but Saginaw seems to be the worst as far as vaccine administration. There's just a lot of people in the same boat I am with health issues, my age, your age. Of course, fortunately, you were vaccinated. I don't hold anything against you, but it just, the whole thing reeks of being wrong and
I don't know
unfair.
I don't know how they're choosing. And I'll tell you what,
Ask you this, Art.
I'm
We're
going to
gonna
ask.
ask-
Let me
point blank.
tell you this. Let me tell you this. What I will do. I'm going to try and get a hold of someone at the health department, preferably the health officer, and see if I can get some answers. Because I don't have them for you.
I would like to hear that because, from what I understand, St. Mary's is the only location that's mass vaccinating. And
Well, I don't know about that because my
privilege.
my second shot was at Covenant Cooper, and they were busy. They were steady.
Well, I called Covenant Cooper 3 times. I'm a regular patient there, and they tell me that they're not administering. So it's
well,
it's just
then I don't know what to tell you because I got my shot there. So
well, yeah. Again, Art, no offense.
no, and listen, the people that were there when I was there it looked like ordinary folks getting their shots, and it was pretty steady. So I don't know how they choose them.
Yeah, I don't either, and that's the question.
I'll try and
question
find
that
out.
needs-
It's a good
the
question.
that needs to be answered. It won't be answered.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it will.
Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it.
All righty. Take
You
care.
have a good day.
All right. Jim in Kochville. Jim going to be our last caller this hour. Jim, good morning.
Good morning. Just thought to tell you that my wife, she had heard online that Rite Aid was taking calls, not calls, but signing up. She signed up on Friday and got her shot on Saturday.
How about that?
But we told all our friends, and some got through right away. I mean, you got to do it online, but you can pick the Rite Aid you want and see if you can get an appointment.
Worth trying.
Good luck. Yeah, but it's just for information. Unfortunately, the word might have got out by now. So
Well, yeah, it could be, but it's still worth trying.
yeah,
All right.
Maybe that person that called could help him. So
Good
take
enough,
care.
Jim. Thanks. Bye-bye now.
Goodbye.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We come back. We're going to talk to Major Rick Ray from the Salvation Army in Bay City. All ahead.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial. ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
If I'm not commuting anymore, where do I really want to live?
While you handle life's questions, Merrill Guided Investing helps you manage your portfolio and invest for your next move with the option to work with an advisor at a low cost and minimum. Merrill, a Bank of America company. Visit merrilledge.com/investinggoals to get started today.
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, both a registered broker-dealer and investment advisor, member SIPC. Investment products are not FDIC insured or not bank guaranteed and may lose value.
Coming up on the next Big Impact, we turn our attention to what it means to experience real, true joy, not just happiness.
I don't really like happiness because it's a word used in a lot of ways. Like a guy in a Barco lounger with a six-pack of beer watching an NFL game could be called happy. But that isn't what I'm talking about. We're talking about something deeper.
Don't miss the next important conversation coming up on the Big Impact, Sundays at 9 p.m. on WSGW.
All right, back with you here on WSGW. And before we get to our guest, take a moment to talk about Blue Cross Blue Shield. When you choose Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan for your Medicare coverage, it's easy to get the care, tests, and treatment you need whenever you need them. When you need access to care, Blue Cross provides you with more options that work for every lifestyle. Schedule appointments for checkups or routine care at a time that's convenient for you. And if you'd like to stay close to home, give the Blue Cross 24/7 nurse line a call or schedule a virtual doctor visit. Whatever you need in the way of assistance, Blue Cross will connect you with the information and help that you need. With a Blue Cross Medicare plan, you'll never have to go without your medication. Their easy-to-use prescription drug plans allow you to refill and pick up your medication from your local pharmacy or have them delivered by mail. Get access to the care you need as soon as you need it with Blue Cross, the company more than 500,000 people in Michigan trust for their Medicare coverage. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, confidence comes with every card. See what other members are saying at bcbsm.com/senior care. And with me right now is the commanding officer of the Bay City Salvation Army. We say good morning again to Major Rick Ray.
Good morning.
Morning, Major. We mentioned earlier, of course, this is an important fundraiser for you that happens every year, and theoretically happens every year.
Rain or shine or snowstorm, I guess.
What kind of a year? I mean, COVID-19 impacted everybody.
Yes, it did.
What kind of impact did it have on the Salvation Army? Because, I mean, as a layperson from the outside, I can see where there was a financial downturn at the same time, more demand for service. How close am I?
You're spot on. It all started really. We know the date when everything happened, when everything shut down. It was March 16th of last year.
Yeah,
just incredible. It was a year. It'll be a year. But we started when it first opened up. We saw that a lot of people who were laid off were coming to our program, and we were asked to shut down our Matthew 25 Cafe from serving lunch inside. And I said, we're not going to do that. We're going to continue serving the community. And we started going through delivering the lunches out our back door as a carryout process.
And demand was high.
And the demand was high. Within that first week, we were running ourselves ragged. So blessed to have volunteers. We had, still got some volunteers that have been working since day one. So our lunch program, like I said, goes Monday through Saturday. That first couple months, we were running into 400 to 500 meals a day from 11 to 1.
Wow.
So
and we're just talking about Bay.
Yeah, just Bay County. Yeah, Bay City. And
Bay City mostly.
We did get and then we started. We didn't think we were doing enough, I guess. So we started doing some food giveaways. We saw the need was great for food. So Michigan Food Bank provided some free stuff for us to give away.
You anticipated my next question. Where were you getting the food? Because all of this takes money. And
yes.
This is at a time when finances were weak. You weren't getting the donations, were you?
We were very fortunate with our Matthew 25, our cafe, excuse me. Because of our kettle campaign the year before, we were able to set money aside allocated for the kitchen. So we were able to have, I guess, a nest egg stored up for that event.
Smart.
So then we started the food giveaways, mass food giveaways with Michigan Food Bank on Monday mornings. And that we were serving about 200 families a day for that. It was once a week. I mean, we would do these food giveaways. Then we heard that there were some people that were still working, essential workers, they were calling them, but they still weren't getting enough hours. Their hours were cut, but they're still working. And could they partake of this food giveaway? So then my wife and I guess we didn't think we were doing enough. So we talked to their volunteers and we
The
said,
Salvation Army way.
doing the most good, I guess. So we decided to break the food giveaway into two: a morning for the people that were not working, and then an evening from 5 to 7 for those that were working. And we started. It was about 150 in the evenings. We had to suspend the food giveaways during Christmas because we figured we were doing way too much coming into our kettle season. So we had to suspend that. But then the Lions Club took on 2 days. So we just started last week. So they're going to do once this month, and then the 22nd is the next food giveaway. And the Lions Club has offered to volunteer their service club members to run that for us. So more hands, less work for us.
Kettle Drive across the country, they were down, right?
They were. COVID was a fear factor in it. Even when the vaccination came out and people were just leery of being out in the public and that, we still went ahead and did our kettles. In short, we have, for Bay County, I have 17 locations, and I was only, excuse me, we pay people as well to give some supplementary income. Normally I can fill those spots. I put out 75 applications. I only had 8 of those 75 willing to work. So that just showed, out of my 17 locations. So, and then service clubs weren't able to volunteer, or they, so the Lions Club, again, they volunteered for 3 Saturdays. And they, without the service club, and we had many other volunteers who would give 1 or 2 hours. And I would put in practice a safety net where we provided PPEs, personal protection stuff. We provided the mask, we provided gloves, hand sanitizer, and just to keep them safe, and face shields if they wanted the face shield. But it still deterred people from volunteering. But, you know, the Lord provides, and people, I think, started sending stuff to us in the mail.
Mail-in campaign was not bad, right?
And dropping it off. I did 4 hours out there myself one day, and Major Kim put it out there as a challenge I was supposed to try to beat my divisional commander on what he was raising. And lo and behold, you know, every year we get our gold Kqrzysiaks in our kettle.
Yeah.
Well, the donor came to me and they said, I saw you have a kettle challenge and you need to beat your commander, your district commander. I said, yeah. And they said, well, don't tell anyone who I am, but here they are. I want them to get in your kettle. So needless to say, the value of the gold with the dollar being gone and, you know, are down. And the benefit of COVID with the stimulus package coming in, when we print more money, gold and commodities go up. So
yeah, well, so does inflation when we print more money.
Yeah, that's
so we
true.
shouldn't print more money.
Yeah, but so those gold coins brought in $1,800 a piece.
I was going to say, because the price of gold is
it's up.
It's up there.
Yeah, so we were able to get $1,800 a piece for those 2 coins, and I won that little challenge. I beat my district commanders thanks to the volunteers that saw us out there.
That's
in
all right.
snow.
He will expect it from now on.
Yeah, I told him, I said I'm going to raise $1 more than next year. So,
have you seen? Because you know the Salvation Army is a church.
Yes.
Have you seen COVID drive people back to the church?
Unfortunately, with the COVID issues, and as a minister's stance, COVID drove them away from the church. And for faith-based stances, and I believe other ministries can agree with this, the longer you stay from church, the more comfortable you're getting of being away from it.
Yeah.
And we've seen a decline in our numbers, but we have an older congregation as well. So we keep in touch with them. My wife and I, she came up, she's a phenomenal thinker because we're in the Lent season starting tomorrow. So what she said, well, since we can't have our Lent services and like normal, she's going to put Lent in a bag and not lint from your pocket, but lint in a bag. So she put some activities for the families to do at home in this bag, and we delivered them around to them yesterday. So for each Sunday, if they don't come to church, they can do something at home that represent that Sunday in Lent.
Interesting.
So we'll see how that goes. So we still try to keep some connection with our congregation.
Because the general public, I mean, they hear about the Salvation Army work, and in the Salvation Army is one of those organizations that you never hear negative news about.
Well, that's good to hear.
Knock on wood, right?
Yes.
But it's always positive news. But I don't think people realize just the scope of what the Salvation Army does.
Yeah.
It's huge.
It is. We, like our shared in the past, our founder, William Booth, he was from the Methodist Church. Him and his wife were in England, and he saw that the street people needed to be in church as well. And if they weren't really drawn in because they weren't accepted because of the way they, unfortunately, it would be not to be crude, but they smelled, they were bad, they weren't clean. So he went and did street evangelism. They left the church, go to the street. I call it Churchism 101. So we went out to teach them how to be in church, clean them up, get them ready, and send them into the church.
Yeah.
That was their goal as the Salvation Army. But the church still in England didn't accept their congregation because they knew who they were, where they came from.
Yeah.
And they felt comfortable with William Booth.
I got to interrupt because I'm running out of time here. But if you're here next hour, we'll sit down with you a little bit more. Major Rick Ray from the Salvation Army of Bay City, Michigan. And we'll take our last break and come back and close out this hour.
Hey, Verizon customers, are you tired of paying all those extra taxes and fees? The average Verizon wireless customer pays over $120 a year in added taxes and fees. With Spectrum Mobile, you'll pay $0 in added taxes and fees, no matter how many lines you have. So stop paying and start saving with Spectrum Mobile. See how much you could save by SpectrumMobile.com/saving today. Spectrum Internet required. Visit Spectrum.com/facts for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work.
RocketGrabPlus.com. This week's deal on RocketGrabPlus.com is for a $20 gift certificate to King's Fish and More for only $10. That's right, you're getting it half off. King's Fish and More is open Tuesday through Sunday and has such an eclectic menu, you're sure to find something that you love, like the Eddie King Burger, their Southern Raised Catfish, or my personal favorites, the ribs. Do yourself a favor and head over to RocketGrabPlus.com right now to snap deal. RocketGrabPlus.com.
All right, we're going to take time out for the news here on WSGW, the Art Lewis Show, coming to you from Kqrzysiak's house in Bay City. Fat Tuesday, Punchki Day. We'll be back to talk to you after the news.
From the Stone Specialist Studios, this is WSGW, Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, WSGW-FM, Carlton.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
South. Tried to crawl to a closet, but there was glass shattering everywhere, so we just stopped and fell on the floor, held our kids, and prayed.
Latanya Craddock in Early County, Georgia was lucky. Others in coastal North Carolina, not so. At least 3 people were killed when a twister ripped after midnight. CBS's Jim Kqrzysiak.
The storm hit near Sunset Beach, North Carolina, just before midnight. Dozens of 2-story brick homes have been reduced to piles of rubble. Vehicles were tossed around like toys. Many of the tall pine trees in the area were snapped in half like toothpicks.
Ice, snow, and bitter cold have forced rolling blackouts in places like Austin, Texas, where it is 10 degrees right now. Mayor Steve Adler tells CBS this morning.
Reaching these cold temperatures at this level for this duration is something that the state
obviously did not plan for.
The harsh conditions knocked out power to a facility in Houston storing over 8,000 doses of COVID vaccine. KTVT's Britt Conway.
In Missouri, COVID-19 mass vaccination events across the state have been canceled for the rest of the week to keep people from waiting out in the brutal cold and off the roads. Vaccination sites in Alabama and Georgia are temporarily closed too. Same goes for Kentucky.
This weather is going to slow down our vaccination. There's simply going to be too much snow.
There's a new COVID outbreak on the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Correspondent Kenny. Navy says 3 sailors have tested positive for COVID-19. They have not experienced symptoms and they're being isolated. This comes a year after the carrier made headlines with an outbreak that sickened many, left 1 sailor dead, and led to the firing of the ship's commander, who claimed he wasn't getting enough assistance from the Navy. In New York, Governor Cuomo has taken responsibility for a delay in reporting the number of COVID-related deaths at nursing homes.
I am in charge. I take responsibility. We should have provided more information faster.
Last week, an aide admitted they feared retaliation from the Trump administration. Thousands of people are streaming to the southern border.
The border is not open. That was the message from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki last week, but not everyone is understanding it. President Biden announced tens of thousands of asylum seekers forced to wait in Mexico by the Trump administration while their cases proceed will slowly be allowed into the U.S. starting Friday. The Biden administration is discouraging people from coming to the border, but some are misunderstanding the changed policy at a new life. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
S&P futures are up 13, Dow futures ahead 134. This is CBS News.
Indeed delivers great candidates fast. In fact, Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined, according to Talent Nest. More at Indeed.com/credit.
Thank you for calling Dow Chemical Employees Credit Union. How may I help you?
Well, I think there's been a mistake. I just logged into the mobile app and noticed a big deposit to my savings dated January 1st.
Oh, this must be your first member give back.
Give back?
Yes. DCECU typically shares a portion of our earnings with our members. For 2020, we gave back more than $15.5 million through rebates of interest paid on eligible loans, bonuses on interest earned on eligible deposits, and rebates on debit card purchases.
So that deposit is mine?
All yours.
Wow. Now what to do with that money?
Find out how you can get in on the give back at dcecu.org/join. Membership eligibility required. While member give back with great regularity, this credit union benefit is not guaranteed. Not all loan and deposit products are eligible for member give back consideration. Some limitations apply. Insured by NCUA.
RocketGrabPlus.com. This week's deal on RocketGrabPlus.com is for a $20 gift certificate to King's Fish and More for only $10. That's right, you're getting it half off. King's Fish and More is open Tuesday through Sunday and has such an eclectic menu, you're sure to find something that you love. Like the Eddie King Burger, their Southern Raised Catfish, or my personal favorites, the ribs. Do yourself a favor and head over to RocketGrabPlus.com right now to snag your deal.
RocketGrabPlus.com.
I'll be right there. We got to redo the whole thing.
Indeed knows unexpected growth can stretch your business
We
thin.
need to finish these today.
Like at Phil's Machine Shop. To keep carving out more revenue, he needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
It's 20 degrees at 10:05. Good morning. I'm Ann Williams. We hear a lot about the economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic, but a state education leader says it may take 2 to 3 years to bring students back to where they should be in the classroom. Robert McCann, the executive director of the K-12 Alliance of Michigan, says funding needs to take into account not only the academic needs of students, but the social needs as well.
What's critically important for people to remember is that this crisis that they are going through does not end with a vaccine. It does not end with simply opening classroom doors back up and bringing them back in. We are planning for the needed, in many cases, a 2 to 3 year recovery plan for some of these students.
McCann and his group have been encouraging the governor and lawmakers allocate full funding for schools as soon as possible. An imprisoned former priest from Saginaw may be released early. WSGW's Rick Antonio has this story.
Robert DeLand was sentenced to 15 years in prison in 2019 on several charges after 3 men accused him of sexual assault. DeLand pleaded no contest to second-degree criminal sexual conduct causing personal injury, to gross indecency between 2 males, and to delivery of an imitation-controlled substance. After serving what will be 24 months, he may be released as soon as April. The Saginaw Diocese issued a statement following the announcement of his possible release, saying they continue to pray for all victims of sexual assault, especially minors, and that they are deeply sorry for wounds that have been inflicted on the faithful members of the community. After his release, DeLand would be forbidden from presenting himself as a priest or exercising public ministry. Rick Antonio, News Radio 100.5 and 790.
WSGW News Time coming up on 10:07.
Jim Wilson, are customers surprised to find such a big selection of used vehicles here at Midland Ford Lincoln?
I've had many people tell me this is the best selection of used cars and trucks they've seen in Michigan, not just in quantity, but in the quality of our vehicles.
You seem to have the cars and trucks everyone is looking for. Hard to find models you'd expect to find only in classified ads by private parties.
Our volume sales means customers always have a bigger selection of better quality cars. Our minimum pricing policy means Midland Ford customers always pay less.
But better doesn't mean more expensive. You have cars and trucks in every price and payment range, even for the tightest budgets.
From inexpensive basic transportation to late model luxury and a great selection of trucks, we have what you're looking for. We currently have more tough Ford trucks and used Escapes and Explorers than we've ever had in our history.
America's falling in love with Ford, and you have a personal invitation to find out why today at Midland Ford Lincoln, your savings store.
WSGW News Time is 10:07. The Saginaw Major Crimes Unit is investigating a shooting that happened yesterday about 8:40 p.m. on Van Etten Street near Cambrai Market. Police found a 17-year-old man on the ground near the gunshot wound to his left leg. Police believe the victim had an altercation with 2 people outside the market prior to being shot. He suffered non-life-threatening injuries. If you have any information, call the Saginaw Major Crimes Unit at 759-1289. Little Forks Conservancy is hosting a series of virtual workshops focusing on the environment, wildlife, and land management. A new workshop will be hosted each month from February to May and is geared toward landowners, volunteers, or anyone just interested to learn more about stewardship. The first workshop will be held February 24th at noon with presenter Addie Dutton, fisheries biologist with Michigan Department of Natural Resources. The hour-long event will discuss a survey of fish populations conducted before and after restoration projects on the North Branch of the Cedar River at the George and Sue Lane Preserve in Gladwin County. The workshops are free and will be hosted on Zoom. Dates and topics for the remaining events can be found at littleforks.org. Tax filing season is officially underway. IRS spokesperson Luis Garcia says taxpayers should file as soon as possible, as 74% of Michigan residents will receive refund checks this year. The deadline to file your taxes is April 15th, and here's Luis Garcia.
Because of some of the delays with mail, because of the delays due to the pandemic, some people may not have all of their tax documents, their W-2s, their 1099s. So we want to make sure that everybody, before they file, does a quick mental list and make sure that everything, whether it's from a bank, from unemployment, from an employer, that you have everything in front of you before you start your tax preparation.
The deadline to file your taxes is April 15th. When you see news happening, call the WSGW newsroom, 752-0790. It's Williams.
Here's your WSGW weatherology forecast. A winter weather advisory remains in effect today. We'll see areas of blowing snow at times here for today with cloudy sky conditions and a high into the mid-teens. Winds out of the north between 10 and 20 miles per hour, at times gusting as high as 30. Then for tonight, decreasing cloud cover, a low around -3. Wednesday, mostly sunny skies, high around 20 degrees. Then Thursday, a slight chance for some snow showers here, cloudy sky conditions, a high around 26. Friday, slight chance for snow early, high around 27. I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki with the WSGW Weatherology Forecast. Currently, it's 13.
Now, the only local radio talk show offering you the chance to ask your questions and express your opinions from around your block to around the world. The Art Lewis Show is on 100.5 and 790 WSGW and online, WSGW.com.
And a good morning to you and welcome. Welcome back to the second hour of the Art Lewis Show. Not from my home studio today, as you can tell by the background. We are at Kqrzysiak's house. Kqrzysiak's House Restaurant in Bay City for Punchki Day, Fat Tuesday, an annual event. And been here since about 5 o'clock in the morning and be here till after the farm show. Speaking of which, this guy sitting next to me, for those of you watching, Terry Henney, our farm director, was up here this morning. He is on the board of the Salvation Army, but also here to do his farm shows. It's been an annual event. I don't know. They've been doing this 23 years, and I think we've been doing it just about all of them.
Do we really want to
No.
tell them how?
No,
I didn't think so.
No, but I wanted you to sit down and explain what you did to us with the weather.
Long overdue, quite frankly.
You know, unfortunately, Terry, that's true. We live in Michigan. We should expect it. But these storms have been brutal, not necessarily for us, but they have brutalized the rest of the country.
Well, we're taking a look right now, and of course, what's getting all the national attention right now, Art, is Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas. We're talking power outages of millions of people, and it's not just for 2, 3, 4 hours. We're talking days, and people with no water. And in some of these cases, when you get to the agriculture part, it's animals without water.
So, normally in the wintertime, we think of La Nina and El Nino and things like that. This is a big polar vortex coupled with storms coming onshore from the Pacific.
What we saw a polar vortex this year bubble out, herniate is what I call it, over Europe. Some of the nations on the other side of the globe, and they've had to contend. Germany, Poland, they've had to contend with a lot of bitter cold weather over a much longer period of time than what we have been seeing here. And finally, it withdrew from that part of the globe, and here it
came up over the top and dipped down into us.
But Siberia was truly Siberia this year for a long period of time. It was extremely cold. And what we've seen here in North America is, for the most part, that subtropical jet stream has just stayed so far south that it has allowed this cold air to drift all the way down into Texas, where this morning Houston started at 14 degrees. New Orleans, they are looking at the coldest ever on record Mardi Gras
Which
day.
isn't happening much anyway because they close everything down.
And now there's, as far as parades concerned and
They
all that
cancel
stuff,
those anyway.
Yeah, everything is just shut right down, and you get and it works its way almost to Florida, but not quite.
It looks to me, and I'm strictly a novice at this, but it looks to me that by the weekend we'll be heading back up toward a more normal range, and then maybe breaking through into the plus over the freezing mark at some point.
I really think that we'll be,
of it?
yeah, we'll be seeing temperatures right around 30 degrees, and then we're going to settle back down just a little bit. But to finish the month off and move into the first part of March, we will be above average on the temperatures. Not a lot, but we'll be above, and I'll take it.
We'll take it.
Average is about 31, 32 during the day, and about 17, 18 at night. So we'll probably be a couple of degrees, maybe 3. So we'll be in the 30s, which is really going to help.
And before we get there, we're probably going to see more snow this week, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. We've got another one coming.
Just like this one.
We're going to keep our eye on this one because there is a little bit better potential of getting more snow here in the Great Lakes Bay region out of this second one. I think it's probably going to be very similar to this one. down in the Detroit area. Those folks, of course, have really been hard hit this morning, and it does appear as though they're going to get it again. But the big recipients of a lot of this just flat out nasty weather, other than the southern states, which have just been getting it, the East Coast. The East Coast started with all of those hurricanes. If you think about it, we're going back several months. Hurricane season last fall was horrific for our Gulf Coast states. And it all went up. Yeah, it all went up that East Coast. And they've really not seen any let up. And at this stage of the game, they're exceptionally wet.
Well, it almost seems year to year that we're seeing a new pattern of these storms pushing up the East Coast and into New England regularly.
Yes.
We didn't see for a while, a long time ago.
And by contrast, you go west of the Mississippi. You start looking at those states like Colorado, Wyoming, New Mexico, exceptionally dry. As a matter of fact, drought conditions for, I want to say, the western third of the continental United States, and it's been that way for a while. We can think of a lot of different reasons why maybe we've had all those fires in California, but the fact of the matter is it's been dry lightning, dry thunderstorm activity. The storms have been there, but no precipitation, and they are exceptionally dry out in that part of the country. And it is worrying a lot of folks involved with agriculture, especially when you're talking Oklahoma, Kansas, and western Nebraska.
Yeah. So, if you look ahead, what's the spring look like, particularly for agriculture around here? Because obviously, once things start budding out and growing, you don't want to deep freeze.
The nice thing about the long-range forecast right now is there's quite a bit of optimism that we're going to have a very timely spring. One thing that we've noticed over the last several years, one thing we've noticed about our springs is, and I think our fruit and vegetable people will understand this, we've had late season frosts, but not of the number like we've had in years past. We've had some years where, boy, every time you turn around, there's another frost. They've got the smudge pots out, and you're not seeing as often. Matter of fact, we've had some springs as of late where we haven't had any late season frost.
Yeah. I posed this to Mark Torgrosa, and I don't know if he agreed with me or not when I chatted with him, but it just seems to me from the time we moved here in 1974 to now, gradually less and less snow, warmer winters. Now, by warm, I don't mean they're hot winters, but the average seems to be pushing up. Now, I don't know if that's my imagination or not.
Horticulturalists will tell you, no, that's not your imagination. That is, in fact. Matter of fact, a lot of these guys, when they sell the plants to you, whether it's trees, shrubs, whatever, there's a zone.
Right.
When you go and order seeds in your catalog, if you're zone 4, zone 5, whatever, we're about a zone warmer right now than what we were back in the 70s and the 80s. And it's good because, in one way, because we're able to have some plants around here that are more likely to be grown in Kentucky, Tennessee, southern sections of Indiana. The only problem is with a lot of these plants, let's say you put them in and you've got 3, 4, 5 years of beautiful growing plant, and all of a sudden you get a blinger. Yeah. Bitter cold. They're gone. And it's like, what happened to that plant? Well, that plant isn't exactly zone hardy to what you just experienced, you know. So, and again, with the Big Icks, with Paul, and now with Jim, they've noticed over the past several years with their operation, they have had to change a little bit when it comes to recommending people for landscaping, what you should be putting in, because they want you to push the envelope a little bit, but they don't want to have you walking in the door saying, hey, boy, Terry, you recommended this and it died. Well, you got to give them another plant. They're not going to go and do that.
All right, we're here at Kqrzysiak's house chatting with Terry Henney, our farm director and weather guru. And we will pause as the music resumes here during their Fat Tuesday celebration at Kqrzysiak's Punchki Day, and the Kowalski Brothers Polka Band doing their thing. Listen to a little bit of this. All right, we will be back after these notes on the Art Lewis Show.
Avoid the crowds and skip straight to savings with RV show prices all winter long at General RV in Birch Run. Whether you shop safely in store or online, you will save thousands with our exclusive RV show discounts and all-time low financing. Plus, we are giving you a trade-in bonus on top of your trade-in value. We've moved our most popular floor plans indoors, and we have thousands more RVs online in our virtual showroom. Save thousands with our RV show prices online and in-store at General RV in Birch Run off I-75.
If you're not having regular, healthy bowel movements, you feel just plain yucky, mentally, emotionally, and physically. You know when things aren't right. Well, proper, effective, healthy elimination is easy to attain, and it doesn't involve laxatives, fiber, probiotics, diarrhea, nor constipation. The fact is, when you have better bowel movements, so many areas of your life get better immediately. So where to begin? Go to poopfix.com and take the 7-day poop challenge. Then try Viscera 3, otherwise known as Poop Fix. Within a few days, going to the bathroom becomes a pleasure.
I'm Dr. Rick. Poop Fix works because of its revolutionary ingredients. It's the way your lower colon should work. It means a gentle, clean, and easy poop first thing in the morning, and it's the easiest way to slim your waist fast by reducing bloating.
With Poop Fix, you'll see and feel the results within 7 days. Go to poopfix.com and take the 7-day poop challenge. That's poopfix.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
I'm Neil Cavuto, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Stocks opened higher. Investors are believed to be focused now on the prospects for additional economic stimulus and support from the Federal Reserve to steer a broad economic recovery. The New York Federal Reserve's Business Conditions Index rose this month to the highest level since July. Carnival's AIDA Cruise Lines, based in Germany, is getting ready to sail again March 20th with a cruise around the Canary Islands. However, Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings is extending its suspensions of cruises through May 31st. Bitcoin has crossed the 50,000 mark for the first time. And Marriott's president and CEO Arne Sorensen has died. He was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer last year. He recently reduced his schedule to accommodate his treatments. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda, invested in you.
Did you know just the simple act of dressing for work can make you more productive? According to a recent study by the Wall Street Journal, getting dressed for work each morning can even improve your performance. Untucked shirts are the easy way to look sharp instantly, and they're designed to be worn untucked so you'll stay comfortable all day long. So for your next Zoom call, lose the t-shirt and grab an untucked shirt instead. It'll also be your go-to when we start returning to all the things we've been missing. Try one today at any Untucked store or at untucked.com. Untucked shirts, designed to be worn untucked.
Northeastern Paint Supply invites you to listen to the WSGW Focus Show with Art Lewis, weekday mornings from 11 to 11:30. You'll hear local business and community leaders. Sponsored by Northeastern Paint Home Decorating Centers in Saginaw and Bay City.
On the next Markley Van Camp and Robin show.
You know what we do. Try to have some fun.
Emphasis on having fun.
Then why do you yell so much?
I don't know why.
Markley, Van Camp, and Robbins. Weeknights at 7 on 100.5 and 790 News Radio WSGW.
And we're back with you here on WSGW. Art Lewis Show coming to you from Kqrzysiak's House Family Restaurant here in Bay City, Michigan for the Punchki Day, Fat Tuesday.
Cheers yet, Art?
What?
Punchki?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, geez. Well, I got another one for you here.
Those watching on our stream, I don't want another one. Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
Raspberry?
At 1,000 calories a piece or whatever they are. I don't need another one. I had blueberry already.
14.
Oh, 14?
Yes.
Good
yes.
thing. You're a real
Get it
help.
right. This is one of these where you can eat and you walk out in a 40-mile-an-hour wind and you won't blow away.
You won't blow away, yeah.
Right.
I got to make an announcement here, though, from Saginaw Valley State University. They have a vaccine event running today by appointment only from 9 to 6. So it's going on right now. They are running a second dose event, but this, again, is by appointment only, and they want you to know it is going on. So if you have an appointment, plan on going out to Saginaw Valley for your second dose. Classes are canceled today. There's no classes at the university. You may have heard that, but the vaccination program is continuing today.
Now, you've got your second one, right?
Yeah, last Friday. We got it.
Yeah.
No
I did too.
symptoms whatsoever.
No, other than I think I had maybe for about 5 minutes a sore shoulder.
First one, I had a little bit of a sore shoulder for a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Nothing on the second one.
I'm amazed. It's the miracle of medicine nowadays, what they can come up with, and
how
of course
fast they come up with it.
And that's a whole different show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's all about COVID-19, and so my question is, how has COVID-19 impacted agriculture?
Probably in terms of transportation, logistics, more than anything else. Simply because the whole system of delivery, not just with agriculture products, but everything, changed dramatically. And we went through quite an upheaval at a rather difficult time last April, May, and June, where, for our regular consumer, trying to get stuff out of the grocery store was really hard. I mean, there was nothing there, nothing on the shelves in many cases. Well, in the case of agriculture, some of the really important nutrients, some of the things that farmers needed to keep the crop going, couldn't get it very easily. And you did have to put some of those applications off. Now, eventually, everything worked out and we were okay. The other thing, and in a way, there are businesses out there that say, quite frankly, it didn't hurt us at all, and it really helped us a lot.
Yeah.
Now,
There's always winners and losers.
I won't say that agriculture was a big winner, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't hurt agriculture as bad. And one of the effects of we're seeing right now is agricultural prices. We have seen soybeans, corn, and wheat at price levels right now for selling that you normally don't see, especially this time of the year, the end of a calendar year and the beginning of a new.
You're talking higher, not lower.
Oh, yes, higher, much higher. I think a lot of the numbers that we're seeing right now where growers are selling their product is very similar to what we saw in 2012. And in 2012, that occurred in the late summer and the early fall because of a drought. So we had that situation take place then and other times of the year after some big government reports and that sort of stuff. You would see these prices fluctuate rather wildly. But to see prices climb as we approach the end of the year and then see them continue to climb into January and into February, unheard of. You didn't see
so
that.
A lot of farmers who might not normally do it, are they putting their crops to contract now?
Yes, and they have. Quite a few farmers have forward contracted at a price that's higher than what it is right now. Now, what does that mean in the grand scheme of things here over the next year? It means that you're getting more for your product. But if you didn't contract some of those input costs when they were lower,
you're not coming out ahead that much.
Well, not that much, right?
Yeah. So I could understand during the height of COVID-19 going into the store and seeing for a day or two, okay, there's no chicken, for example, or they're short supplied on this vegetable or that vegetable. I can understand that. I couldn't understand the toilet paper aisle.
And
of all the things to
really
hoard,
you really have to think. Yeah, I agree as far as the hoarding goes, but you really have to think for a minute or two about those things: paper toweling, toilet paper, some of the things that you use in the kitchen, in the bathroom, some of the living things that you need every day. A lot of people went to the office every day.
Yep. Oh, that's
they
right.
went to the restroom
absolutely.
at the office.
Mhm.
They went out and grabbed something to eat and brought it back, or they packed their lunch, or whatever the case may be. They did that not in the home, so you didn't have to have all of those products. The other thing that I'm sure you and I experience all the time, because you'd go to the radio station and you'd print something off. You went to the printer and got it. Well, now you go to the printer. Our printer's at home, so that means we got to buy the paper. That means we got to buy the ink. That means we're paying for a lot of stuff that our business used to pay for.
No, I'll give you a secret. I go to the radio station. I know where the paper's kept.
There you go.
They haven't bought my ink yet, but I know.
I was going to say I'm not going to tell anybody, because the next time I go there, there'll be a lock on it.
They see me all the time. We got a caller. Let's talk to Paul in Saginaw. Paul, you're on the Art Lewis Show. Good morning.
Morning, guys. I got a question basically for Terry. Terry, how much of the corn in the grocery store is GMO in the can or the fresh produce, and how much is regular?
You know, it's very difficult to answer that, Paul, simply because you read the label and you get the impression that almost all of it is GMO, right? But yet,
that's what I was wondering.
But yet, you know, is it in fact, is there a percentage that is GMO that would qualify it as being labeled GMO? And what we're seeing right now, there are some individual groups out there that are trying to get more accurate labeling of our vegetables and some of these other products that are being labeled as GMO. We're kind of going through the GMO process with many
Tell
of our
everybody
foods.
what that stands for in case they don't
Genetically
know.
modified organism. And the whole thing with labeling started back several years ago when it came to our meat, what we eat. Where is that meat coming from? Is it coming from the United States, or is it coming from China, Mexico, Canada? So there was a whole big deal about correct labeling. And they even went to the extent of not only labeling it by country, but they were trying to get labeling by state. Well, that didn't go. But now we're looking at the whole GMO process, and what's happening now
I have to ask this, though. Have we given GMO a bad name? What does it really do? It modifies it so it lasts longer, grows better? What does it do, and why has it gotten the rap it's gotten?
I guess, Art, and again, you bring up a really good question and a really good point. GMO initially, in my mind, started when I wanted to have a tomato that was beefsteak, was juicy.
And lasted more than a day.
Mm-hmm. And by doing whatever they would do, whether it's editing the seed, the hybrid, all this sort of stuff, it became genetically modified so that it filled my need. Now, what they've done, and again, try to make it as simplistic as possible, now all of a sudden that tomato, there's a fear out there that tomato is making you going to grow a sixth finger or something like that because it's genetically modified organism.
That's why I asked.
And it really doesn't have anything to do with that. But you know, unless you were a biological PhD, you're not really going to know or understand that. And I'm sorry, I'm far from a biological PhD.
Yep, got it. All right, Paul.
Hey, can I
real
do a
quick
follow-up
real
on that?
quick.
Yeah, Terry, how does that GMO corn, when it passes through our body, does it have any different tendencies? Like when I look at my toilet bowl sometime, I see a lot of corn floating around in there. Is that a GMO corn or is that regular corn?
That's historic.
I never.
That's historic.
I don't know.
Our body doesn't process it all. There's nothing new about that, Paul. All right. Have a good one. Take care. Bye-bye now.
All right.
Take care, Paul.
We'll take a break here, come back, and we'll talk to Mark in Bay City when we return here on the Art Lewis Show from Kqrzysiak's house. It's Fat Tuesday. We'll be back.
We're proud to make Pioneer Sugar for you and your family. Proud to be found in your kitchen, the heart of your home. And it doesn't really matter what you make with Pioneer Sugar, whether it's with our granulated white, light brown, or soft confectioners. It's the memories you'll make using it that will matter the most. Pioneer Sugar, pure and all natural, made from sugar beets grown right here. What could be sweeter than that?
What makes Fast Cash from the Michigan Lottery so thrilling? The progressive jackpot that keeps building with every ticket sold all day long. From the moment you wake up, the jackpot's building. And while you're in the shower, it's still building. Even while you're working, it's still building. Until jackpot, a winner, right on the spot. The fun keeps building with Fast Cash, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but thought it would be too difficult? Then try Babbel. Babbel starts by teaching you words and phrases that gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations. So in 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel is built around real life. It teaches you practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free. Just text TRY to 64,000 to start learning a new language today. That's TRY to 64,000.
O'Reilly. This is Sarah's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
Driving cross country with 2 young children is ambitious, to say the least. Then our check engine light came on. We pulled into O'Reilly Auto Parts and they tested it. Turned out it was a faulty sensor. They referred us to a great mechanic just down the street and we were back on the road in no time.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
The weather can be unpredictable. Be prepared with windshield wipers that can handle anything. Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades are real-world proven for extreme weather performance, lasting 2 times longer than other blades. New Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades, only available at Walmart.
Hi, inventor of Simple Green, the concentrated cleaner that's perfect for making your auto, RV, cycling, boating, and other sporting equipment look like new again. Visit us at simplegreen.com.
This is the Stone Specialist Studios, 100.5 News Radio WSGW, 790 News Radio WSGW.
All right, we're back with you here on WSGW, chatting with our farm director, Terry Henney, and Mark is in Bay City. Mark, you're on with Terry. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. How are you today?
We're doing all right.
Yeah, I had a question for Terry, since we don't get to talk to him that often.
Yeah, Mark, good morning.
Morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Oh, not too bad. I enjoy listening to you and your weather forecast.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, so am I.
not when the sun is shining.
Yeah.
Only in the bad weather.
So what's the question?
My question for you is market manipulation on China. You said the other day that they cancel contracts. So they drive up the corn price when they purchase it. Am I right on that? Or
they have struck a
contract that we have.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go right ahead.
Oh, they've struck a deal with the United States government to buy product at a given price. And, when they live up to their agreement, the price of that commodity does go up a little bit, simply because they're buying the product. But it's not up. The price isn't going up to them, but it is going up because we're getting rid of product that we need to get rid of so we can produce more. By contrast, if they don't live up to that agreement and they say, hey, we've decided we're not going to take that amount right now, well, what's going to happen to that product.
It down, doesn't it?
Sure, big time. So
Right.
Do
they do that often, or is there a stopgap on that, like 1 week prior to shipping it out? Or I just was curious on that.
Let me put it a different way, Mark. See if Terry can answer it this way: are they doing it to manipulate the market, or are they doing it as they see their demand?
It's not their demand. I mean, if it was based on demand, they'd be buying every day, 24 hours a day. Yeah. When you take a look at how many billion people they have in that country. And the interesting thing about it is a lot of the product that we're selling them, it's not for human consumption. The feed. Because their livestock really short on feed, and now they've got a major pork problem over there. They can't keep a pig alive over there.
Yeah.
So
I thought they were doing. I thought they were. They came up with a pig that was lab created.
Well,
haven't heard. Don't know.
I really haven't heard that one.
It's conceivable they've cloned them, but I don't know.
Yeah, but don't again, to produce the number
but there
of
has
hogs,
been a shortage. I know that.
Yeah,
a shortage.
And they're purchasing hogs. They're purchasing pork right now, nonstop.
Wow. All right. There you go, Mark.
Yeah, fair enough. I just wondered if there was a cancellation on that contract prior to shipping, and then you're sitting on all this product, and the market got moved.
Well, what's really interesting, and again, from the time that we raise it and put it on the market, and it's bought, and it actually takes delivery, you're looking in some cases close to 2 years. So whatever they bought over the last with the last agreement, they haven't taken delivery on a lot of that so far, and probably won't for another 12 months. Yeah. And then you factor into that, here we are, it's sold, it's going to be shipped, whatever, and then along comes Brazil or Argentina, and they have a product, and they're going to be able to sell it to them considerably cheaper without any kind of agreement, contract, anything like that. Well, they're going to try to pick up on that as well. Sure. So that's why we really have to keep an eye on South America as far as product that's available there.
All right, Mark. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Fair enough.
Take care.
Take care, Mark.
One more caller here, Ron in Midland. Ron, you are on with Art and Terry. Good morning.
Good morning, Art.
Morning.
First off, I want to say happy Fat Tuesday.
Hey, you too.
Happy Snow Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy President's Day. A lot of good things happening.
Busy week.
I love February.
Yeah.
Who knows what happens tomorrow? I just called really just to vent a little bit. I'm happy to hear so many people have been getting their shots. That's a good sign. But it has becoming increasingly frustrating for people like me. I'm 77 with several underlying conditions, heart, diabetes. I've signed up on a county board of health. I've signed up on Meyer website. I've signed up in Mid-Michigan Health Portal. I've called 211, and I've heard nothing yet. And I understand there's a short supply, like it's obvious, but I was hoping they would do a better job. I was listening to your show, and somebody said, well, they got their shot through Rite Aid or some pharmacy. If they could do a better job of county-wise communicating to people who are not so proactive that these things are available elsewhere, instead of survival of the fittest, go and find out for yourself, it might be helpful.
Yeah. I hear you. It's and the news stories come out nationally and they don't always relate locally. So it's you hear about, the government's sending all these pharmacy shots. Well, where are those pharmacies? Are they in your neighborhood or somebody else's neighborhood? So it's I understand what you're saying. It is it has not been nationally, hasn't been choreographed very well, no doubt about it.
Right. Or even within the state, Art. I mean, I'm hoping they do a better job.
Yeah, well,
county-wise.
yeah.
They all have our email addresses and phone. They can at least send a mass text out. They do it for emergencies, like on 9/11 calls or whatever.
Yep. That's not a bad idea.
That's just a frustration.
Good. All right, Ron. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care.
The day.
Yep, you too. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Take a break, and we will be back more at Kqrzysiak's House Family Restaurant on Fat Tuesday.
When it comes to finances, does it ever feel like you're all alone with lots of questions and too few answers? Maybe it's time to find a credit union home, excited about working together with you through life, where you belong, and connect with local folks who know you as more than an account number, who answer your questions before you even ask, and are passionate about your possibilities, flexible about changing and growing right alongside you, trustworthy like a friend or neighbor. Belonging at Wildfire Credit Union means your money stays right in your own backyard, helping to build this community so we all live fully. If you're an individual or business looking for a place that truly cares about people, relationships, and community more than money, we welcome you to join Wildfire. You belong here. Together. Let's do this. Wildfire Credit Union. Distinctively better. Member NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
This is an advertisement. Paid non-attorney spokesperson Ricky LeBlanc, admitted in Massachusetts only. Sokolov Law LLC, Chestnut Hill, Mass. Paul J. Morgan, Winter Park, Florida. Greg Hoppy, New Jersey. Michael Bro Gonzalez, admitted Louisiana. While this firm maintains joint responsibility, most cases of this type are referred to other attorneys for principal responsibility. Mesothelioma. If you know what mesothelioma, someone you love has likely been affected by this devastating cancer, you may be entitled to compensation. Call Sokolov Law today. 1-800-578-2400. The only known cause of mesothelioma is asbestos exposure. Thousands of U.S. veterans and trade workers are at risk for the disease. Nearly $30 billion in court-ordered trusts has been set aside to pay money to asbestos victims. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call now. You may be able to receive compensation without ever going to court or filing a lawsuit. Call for a free legal consultation at 1-800-578-2400. That's 1-800-578-2400. 1-800-578-2400.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
Listen to this radio station on the radio.com app. Connect with your favorite radio shows through contests, social media, and podcasts. Create custom alarms with your favorite radio stations, all free with the radio.com app.
I'm Joel, co-founder of the company behind SuperBeets. I'm excited to share with you our newest product, SuperBeets Heart Chews, which includes clinically researched grapeseed extract, shown to be 2 times as effective at supporting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone.
Get a free 30-day supply of Super Beets Chews, plus a free 30-day supply of Super Grapes with your first purchase when you shop at getsuperbeets.com/sky. That's getsuperbeets.com/sky.
This is not a drill. COVID, the virus, the plague, it's spreading widely. Russia hacked. Steal coronavirus vaccine. That's crazy.
This is madness.
It's an OMG moment. Be ready. More coming.
News coverage around the clock.
The madness hasn't stopped.
Your world
Everywhere.
happens here.
Uncertain world. Pay attention to what's happening.
News coverage on WSGW.
And we're back with you on the Art Lewis Show here at Kqrzysiak's House Family Restaurant in Bay City. Casson, Michigan's where we're located. The music goes on till at least noon, maybe longer. And they do have some seating, limited though. They're down to 25% seating.
How many did they say it would hold?
I think they can hold 75 or 100
Yeah,
or
something like that. Yeah.
Also, punchkis, of course, they've got them out front while they last. And let's see, Father Andrew's on the phone in Bay City. Father Andrew, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to Bay City.
Hey, thanks.
And, I drove by there and I saw there was a lot of cars. I said there was a lot of people out there that want to get a punch key. So,
you need to stop by. There's one with your name on it.
Yeah.
Are you is he paying for it?
Yeah.
I've never seen Terry. I should drive by just so I can see what he looks like.
Hey, you got a computer. You can turn it on and look right now.
Well, I don't, but see, I was just going to say, Arthur, when you have radio and it has pictures, they call that television.
Yeah, I know. Tried that. Didn't like it. But now I got to do it because, but it's different now. See, this is double the fun. We get to do radio and we get to do TV at the same time.
That's pretty good.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I mean, I've been broadcasting from home for the past year or so. I could get up in the morning and throw on an old, ugly, torn up sweatshirt. I can't do that now.
No.
You have a tie on?
No, I don't have a tie on. I never wore ties and won't wear them now.
You bring up a really interesting. You bring up a really interesting question. Yes, I always have worn a tie because I also go out and see businesses and I talk to people, and I always felt because I started in this business like Art a long time ago. You wore a tie, a professional person. Since March the 14th, other than a wedding that we went to, I have not worn a tie. So I told my wife, even to church, I just haven't worn a tie. I told my wife, I said, on March the 1st of this year, you'll see me in a tie. And she dresses me because she got it all right down. So get the ties out. We're going to go for it. March the 1st. It's a year. It's a whole new year, right?
Right.
So for one day, he's going to wear a tie.
I haven't worn a tie for many years.
No, well, you have a collar.
That's right. And it doesn't have a little tag on it either. It's
I'm real curious. Obviously you called to ask a question, but I got a question for you. What do you think of the virtual services? Virtual services. Do you like them?
It's hard to pass a collection plate on the virtual. Does that answer your question?
I hear you 100%.
Yeah.
In fact, I might bring a plate into Kqrzysiak in a little while. So.
Hey, there you go.
Father Andrew is retired from the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, but he still serves.
Yeah.
So he does.
Fills in. I'll still take money. I'll still take money. But I wanted you to know, Arthur, I got my first shot.
Oh, good.
I get my second one on the 10th.
Mm-hmm. Good deal.
So I'm happy. I got it through Walgreens, actually.
Yeah. So you signed up and they called you, or how did it happen?
They called me a couple of days after I signed up.
There you go.
Then I signed my brother up, and he got called within less than 24 hours to come in and get his shot.
It may be that you're better off going through the pharmacies these days. I don't know. Good to know.
So I was happy. So
Yep.
I told him, I said I wanted to be ahead of Art, but I didn't get there.
Sorry about that.
They said the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. So.
There you go.
Amen. Thank you.
So anyway, take care, you guys.
All right, Father.
God bless you.
Same to you.
God bless you.
Day.
Yep. You too.
Take care.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Father Andrew in Bay City, a real card. Lots of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of fun.
Yep. No, we were very fortunate. The health department out in Tuscola County, where we live, is where we had our first and second shot. And I've got to say, hats off to those folks. They had it right down. Boy, You had your appointment, you walked in, you filled out your papers, you walked over, you got your shot, you sat for 15 minutes, and out the door you went. It's such a smooth operation. I can't say enough about those folks. And our second shot was administered by a young man who's in the armed services out of the Okemos branch, which I guess is the medical branch.
Also, just want to remind everybody again that the Saginaw Valley setup where they're doing second shots today by appointment is operating despite the weather from now till 6 o'clock. They are running the second dose event, but it is by appointment only. If you don't have an appointment, don't go out there. But classes are canceled. Not running classes, but they are running the event today. So if you had an appointment to go out to Saginaw Valley State University for your second dose, do go, because they are operating. We will take our last break and then come back and finish up the Art Lewis Show. And on Focus, the SBRC Marketplace will be the subject of our thoughts, all coming up.
Do you promise to love, honor, and cherish, forsaking all others?
I do.
I do.
And now, by the power vested in me, I now pronounce you roommates. Go forth.
That's not the vow you took. But if struggles with CPAP have you and your spouse sleeping in separate rooms, it might be time to look into Inspire. Inspire works inside the body with just the click of a remote. That's right, just a button. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Inspire. Sleep apnea innovation.
Talk to your doctor to see if Inspire is right for you. Review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Detroit area attorneys, a partner men can count on. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com. Offices in Troy and Ann Arbor.
Chrissy is refinancing her home, so she shopped around for the lowest rate and found it at Amerisave.com, setting her up for a lifetime of savings. It's one decision she'll never regret, unlike wearing tap shoes to a surprise party.
Sorry, guys. Just trying to find the perfect hiding place.
Pretty regrettable, Chrissy. Unlike finding that low mortgage rate at Amerisave.com that's got you on your way to a lifetime of savings. Amerisave's rates won't be this low forever, so go to Amerisave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings. Call 866-5146 or visit Amerisave.com/licensing for cost information, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all states except New York. NMLS number 1168.
All right, that's going to do it for this edition of the Art Lewis Show. We thank our friends here at Kqrzysiak's house for allowing us to broadcast up here today for Fat Tuesday, Punchki Day. Coming up on Focus, we're going to talk about the SVRC Marketplace in downtown Saginaw. That will happen right after the news. We have CBS News coming up at the top of the hour. Then the local report to bring you up to date on everything happening in the Great Lakes Bay region and in the state of Michigan. And then we'll be back with Focus. Terry Henney will have his farm show from Kqrzysiak's all ahead here on WSGW. We'll talk to you right after the news.
From the Stone Specialist Studios, this is WSGW, Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, WSGW-FM, Carlton.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Facet Wealth.
I'm Steve Kathan. There's brand new legal action stemming from last month's deadly attack on the U.S. Capitol. CBS's Cammie McCormick says it comes from Mississippi Democrat Benny Thompson, who chairs the House Homeland Security Committee.
This lawsuit filed this morning alleges Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, the Proud Boys, and Oath Keepers conspired to prevent Congress from certifying the presidential election. It claims they directly violated the 1871 Ku Klux Klan Act. The suit claims the plan was carefully orchestrated. The NAACP's president says Donald Trump tried to destroy the nation, and we will not let him get away with it.
At least 3 people were killed when a tornado roared through part of a seaside county in North Carolina. 10 people were left injured. WNCN TV reporter Joseph Holloway.
We are seeing damage all over the place. Actually, where I'm standing, I'm looking at a storage facility that has a ton of damage. There's an exterminating business that has damage as well. There are just branches or trees scattered all over the place.
The rough weather came from the same storm system that has the southern plains in an icy deep freeze.
Even though all the doors, all the windows are closed, it's freezing.
She's one of millions without power, mostly due to an overworked power grid. Steve Adler is the mayor of Austin, Texas.
I need for people to be able to get their heaters going again in their homes. We're trying to get to the people that are most medically vulnerable at this point, that have medicines in the refrigerators and equipment that needs power.
That's around 0 right now in Oklahoma City. White House correspondent Ed O'Keefe tells us President Biden is taking his sales pitch for a COVID relief plan on the road to
Wisconsin tonight, his first official trip on Air Force One as president, first official trip west, to sell his nearly $2 trillion COVID relief plan in a town hall meeting. He's hoping to convince voters in the state that he narrowly won to sign on to this legislation as Republicans continue to criticize the size and scope of what he calls the American Rescue Plan.
The financially struggling U.S. Postal Service is poised to push for some rate increases, as we hear from CBS's Diane King Hall.
According to multiple reports, the agency is planning to raise stamp prices and other rates and change the way it delivers mail. The Postal Service has already hiked the price for first-class mail this year by 1.8%. and 1.5% for some other categories.
Adidas says it's making plans to sell or spin off its Reebok brand 15 years after buying it, to compete against Nike in the U.S. Checking Wall Street right now, the Dow is up 65 points. This is CBS News.
Facet Wealth, personalized and affordable financial planning for everyday Americans. No wealth or asset minimums. Quality financial advice for every stage of your life.
Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing mobile provider in the nation. It's easy to see why millions have chosen a better way to mobile. With Spectrum Mobile, there are no contracts and no added fees. Even nationwide 5G is included at no extra cost. Switch today and you could save big. Grab your current mobile bill and use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator to see how much you can save. Go to spectrummobile.com/saving today. Spectrum Internet required based on Q2 2020 subscriber data. Services not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial. ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
The spread of COVID-19 is still unchecked across the nation, and you need to keep your family safe. Make a new habit and check your temperatures twice a day, once before dinner and before leaving home in the morning. You can't afford to take chances, so use the Kqrzysiak temporal scanner. Its accuracy is backed by more than 80 clinical studies, and it takes an accurate reading in seconds. It's the only home thermometer used and recommended by hospitals, doctors, and nurses. Quick and easy to use. You can count on Kqrzysiak to keep your family safe 24 hours a day.
Live from the 100.5 and 790 newsroom, this is WSGW News.
It's 11 degrees at 11:05. Good morning. I'm Ann Williams. The Saginaw is investigating a shooting that happened yesterday about 8:40 p.m. on Van Etten near Cambrai Market. Police found a 17-year-old male on the ground near the intersection with a gunshot wound to his left leg. Police think the victim had an altercation with two other people outside the market before being shot. He suffered non-life-threatening injuries. If you have any information, call the Saginaw Major Crimes Unit at 989-759-1289. Residents in the Sanford area are advised to stay off the river and lake beds south of the Edenville Dam due to hazardous conditions, which will be increased tomorrow at the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy as they conduct a drawdown of the rivers north of the dam. Eagle will begin working on lowering the Tobacco River spillway crest by about 12 feet, which will allow for more water to flow through the dam and into its natural downstream channel. Anyone with ice shanties on the river will need to remove them before the work begins, which is expected to last 10 to 12 days, weather permitting. For many people, today will be a snow day, but Murray Feldman of the Michigan News Network says some companies, there's no such thing anymore.
We've got to use the defense production.
When a worker misses a day of work and is not replaced, a recent study estimated it could cost the company nearly $600 a day in wages and lost productivity. That's for each worker that doesn't come in because they called in sick or maybe severe weather shut the company down and they couldn't come to work. But now that more workers are operating remotely, snow is no longer as big a factor as it used to be. Some companies could be saving millions of dollars a day because so many of their workers are remote. 4 out of 10 workers have been working from home, and on days like today, they could be keeping companies up and running and helping to prop up that bottom line.
That was Murray Feldman reporting. WSGW News Time, 11:07.
The all-new Halo LED is the industry's first LED in-duct whole home air purification system that's both mercury-free and zero ozone compliant. The Halo LED treats all air-conditioned space, reducing airborne and surface contaminants and pollutants. It's easily mounted into the HVAC air duct and wired to your furnace for seamless operation. The Halo LED was independently lab tested to produce 97% of airborne bacteria, including mold, 99.9% of surface bacteria and viruses, and will kill 99% of microbes in a human sneeze within 3 feet. Best of all, the Halo LED has successfully proven to kill 99% of flu germs on surfaces. Not only will the Halo LED save you from germs, but it will also reduce odors, particulates, smoke, and chemical VOCs. Call Reamer Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning today to speak with someone about how Halo LED can significantly help your indoor quality. #GotFlu.
Any way you spell it, Reamer means quality.
WSGW News Time, 11:08. Saginaw Valley State University is responding to the growing demand for mental health services by building a new model to serve its campus community. Michael Percha has more in this report.
The incidence and prevalence of mental illness, substance use, and emotional distress on college campuses have been trending up for years, and COVID-19 is compounding the problem. The American Council on Education reported 68% of higher education presidents listed student mental health as among the most pressing issues in academia. A national survey in 2018 found major depression affected 18% of students compared to 8% in 2007. Severe anxiety affected 14% compared to 6%, and 2% made a suicide attempt compared to 0.6% in 2007. SVSU is establishing a new campus mental health and wellness center and have hired the center's first director, Margaret Bach. The new model is expected to strategically respond to a wide range of mental health concerns for students, faculty, and staff to provide a range of short-term solutions and or referral as appropriate. Education and training will be made available for faculty, staff, and students on topics such as alcohol and other drugs, substance abuse, and suicide prevention. Michael Percha, News Radio 100.5 and 790.
Michigan needs more vaccines. That's the word from Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. She says she's hopeful that everyone who needs to get vaccinated will be able to do so by this summer.
We've got to use the Defense Production Act, and we've got to make more, and we've got to get more in. And you know what? There's no point in looking back, because what happened, and I'm not going to blame anybody else. I'm going to say, what do we need to do to get this done and get the vaccine in the arms?
Dingell says she is on a mission to make sure that happens. When you see news happening, call the WSTW Newsroom, 752-0790. It's 11:10. I'm Ann Williams.
Here's your WSGW weatherology forecast. A winter weather advisory remains in effect today. We'll see areas of blowing snow at times here for today with cloudy sky conditions and a high into the mid-teens. Winds out of the north between 10 and 20 miles per hour, at times gusting as high as 30. Then for tonight, decreasing cloud cover, a low around -3. Wednesday, mostly sunny skies, high around 20 degrees. Then Thursday, a slight chance for some snow showers here, cloudy sky conditions, a high around 26. Friday, slight chance for snow early, high around 27. I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki with the WSGW Weatherology Forecast. Currently, it's 11.
Now, it's time to focus as WSGW presents the people, the places, the businesses, the culture, the area events and activities, all put into focus on 100.5 and 790 News Radio WSGW and online WSGW.com. Focus is brought to you by Northeastern Paint Home Decorating Centers in Saginaw and Bay City. For all your home decorating needs, trust Northeastern Paint Supply, serving you since 1959.
And a good morning to you. Welcome to another edition of Focus on WSGW. On the road today to the Kqrzysiak's House Family Restaurant for Punchki Day, Fat Tuesday. The Kowalski Brothers Band is here. You can hear them in the background. Whoop, there we go. Anyway, today on Focus, we are going to focus on downtown Saginaw and the downtown Saginaw SVRC Marketplace. And with us to visit again is the market manager. We say good morning to Rachel Trumbull. Rachel, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Have enough snow?
Yes, I think we're good.
Yeah.
We've had a good winter, so I'm not complaining.
That's true. And you're not open today, so it didn't bother you at all.
No, it didn't. It didn't. No.
So what's new from the last time we talked? Anything?
Well, we have some new businesses that have come in, and I'm very proud to say that we have pretty much kept the facility full. We've definitely had some changes, but we definitely have had some new businesses coming in and excited to open in the community. So we look forward to them opening and continuing just to provide for the community.
I'm interested in one of the businesses you have in there that sell macarons. Is that right?
Mm-hmm, yes. Happy Little Treats. They do a phenomenal job.
Happy Little Treats.
Yes, yeah, and they are. They're delicious. They're happy. And he is so creative. He's coming up with ice cream sandwich macarons and all of these other different little unique things. So we're very excited for him. Very creative, and he's a new business, but become one of our most popular businesses.
And all the businesses operate on the same hours. Is that right? In other words, Wednesday to Saturday, nobody's open on Monday or Tuesday. They all have to be open the same time?
Correct. Yep, we're open 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday.
And will that continue through the summer?
It will. It'll continue through the summer, and eventually, I know we talk about it quite a bit, but eventually we would love to see more of a 5-day model or something like that as far as opening. But again, it's going to take the community support for us to be able to do that. But eventually we would like to see more, extra days so we can provide more for the community. But for right now, Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The allowance of dining in, have you put out tables now? Can people eat inside?
We have, and let me tell you, the first day that we were open with the tables, I think my heart was going to explode, and so some of our small businesses, because we actually had more traffic than we have coming into the facility, and it was really nice to see people actually sitting in our atrium and being able to just kind of look around and enjoying most of our small businesses. So it was a big day, I know, not just for everybody across the world, but it was a really big day for us. And so we're thankful that since we've had that atrium and seating area open, we've seen a little more traffic than we have, which is always a good thing for our small businesses.
You were doing takeout, though, right?
We were, yeah. And quite a few people didn't realize that we were even still open. So, I always make sure to follow us on Facebook. And we have a website, svrcindustries.com, and you can see exactly what's happening at the marketplace. But, yeah, most of our businesses offer takeout. They still do. They run with Grubhub, and they even do curbside pickups as well.
Are any of the other facilities going to open, the ballroom, things of that nature? Do you anticipate that you're going to be able to get to those pretty soon?
Yeah, we have. Now with the expanded COVID guidelines, we're able to open up our rental spaces. So we have our press room and our ballroom. of course, with the restrictions of 100 or less individuals inside the space. But again, that's been taking off as well too. So we are offering those spaces, and they are available for rent.
And if somebody's interested in those, how do they go about doing that?
They can go ahead and give me a call. On my number is 989-770-0233. And then they can also email me at rtrumbull@sbrcindustries.com. And all my information is blasted everywhere pretty much. Facebook, our website. You can just look me up and give me a contact, and then we can make that happen.
Do you also have office space available?
We do have a little bit of office space. I'm proud to say that we don't have much left, but we do have a little bit. So if anyone needed some kind of office space, we do have that available as well.
All right, we'll take a break. Come back. We're talking to Rachel Trumbull. She is the market manager of the SVRC Marketplace in downtown Saginaw. Just a reminder for you, Saginaw Valley State University, second dose of the COVID vaccine being administered today by appointment only, and they are doing it despite the weather, despite the fact the university classes are not being held today. The university is holding its vaccine clinic for second dose appointments only. And you can, if you have an appointment, you can plan on attending right up through 6 o'clock, whatever your appointment time is. And we will take a break, and we will be back with Rachel after these notes.
Northeastern Paint, Home Decoration Center. We're more than a custom paint store. We have everything you need. From carpet to lighting, it's all here. With quality and satisfaction guaranteed. Northeastern Paint, Home Decoration Center.
Since 1959, count them, that's 62 years, Northeastern Paint Supply has been serving the Tri-Cities. We have the most knowledgeable staff in the area, offering you the highest quality products in the industry. Benjamin Moore Paints, Hunter Douglas Blinds, Quazell and Kitchener Lighting, Flooring from Flooring America, Fireplace Doors, Gas Logs, and custom-made rugs. It's all here under one roof. Northeastern Paint Supply, Saginaw and Bay City.
Northeastern Paint, Home Decoration Center.
WynnBET is live in Michigan, bringing you real sports betting and online casino play with all the excitement of Wynn Las Vegas. Get in on all your favorite sports action, slots, and table games. Great promos, odds, and slot payouts are happening right now at WynnBET. Sign up today to receive a risk-free sports bet of up to $1,000 or a 100% deposit match on casino wagers up to $1,250. Get the details at wynnbet.com and download now. Must be 21 or older and physically present in Michigan to participate. Terms and conditions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
Do you promise to love, honor, and cherish, forsaking all others?
I do.
I do.
And now, by the power vested in me, I now pronounce you roommates. Go forth.
That's not the vow you took. But if struggles with CPAP have you and your spouse sleeping in separate rooms, it might be time to look into Inspire. Inspire works inside the body with just the click of a remote. That's right, just a button. No mask, no hose, just sleep. Inspire. Sleep apnea innovation.
Talk to your doctor to see if Inspire is right for you. Review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
RocketGrabPlus.com.
This week's deal on RocketGrabPlus.com is for a $20 gift certificate to King's Fish and More for only $10. That's right, you're getting it half off. King's Fish and More is open Tuesday through Sunday and has such an eclectic menu, you're sure to find something that you love, like the Eddie King Burger, their Southern Raised Catfish, or my personal favorites, the ribs. Do yourself a favor and head over to RocketGrabPlus.com right now to snag your deal.
RocketGrabPlus.com.
Direct from the Stone Specialist Studios, this is 100.5 and 790 News Radio WSGW.
Welcome back here on the Art Lewis Show from Kqrzysiak's House Family Restaurant on this Fat Tuesday, Punchki Day here in Bay City and elsewhere. But this has been a tradition now for 23 years that we come up here and broadcast during Fat Tuesday. The Kowalski Brothers polka band is in the house, and they have been entertaining guests throughout the morning with the same limits as everybody else, 25% or 100, depending on the size of your business. And it's all happening here at Kqrzysiak's at Cass in Michigan. We're talking to Rachel Trumbull. She is the market manager for the SVRC Marketplace in downtown Saginaw. Rachel, other than the COVID-19 year, which we'd all like to forget, has the marketplace lived up to the vision of SVRC and what they saw when they first decided to do it?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, it was a big deal for SVRC as SVRC is a nonprofit. So, kind of going out of the nonprofit and going to a for-profit was something completely different for SVRC. And, our CEO had a vision of starting something that was providing something unique and different and making Saginaw a destination location and obviously supporting small business and entrepreneurs. And so I believe we've continued that. I mean, we've had some hiccups and some growing pains along the way, that's for sure. But we learn every day, and I think we are growing. And people still don't know that we're this hidden gem in Saginaw. So it's always very exciting to hear people say, I never thought Saginaw would have something like this, because it most definitely does, and we're just so proud to be a part of it.
Tell them where you're located.
We are located right on Riverfront Saginaw, so we are in the old Saginaw News Building, and we are across from Dawn of a New Day, Valerie Downtown, which are both phenomenal small businesses across the way, and next to what used to be the Bancroft.
And the marketplace is really, it's a combination of things, because you have food, you have restaurant type food in there, and a variety of international array, if you will. But you also have small businesses that have nothing to do with food.
Mm-hmm, we do. We have retail businesses. So we have Purple Sage Beach Store. She makes and fixes jewelry, beautiful stuff. We have the Little Yarn Shop, which is one of our most popular business suites. So you can learn to do all of these amazing things in a very comfortable setting. We have clothes. We have with True Millennium Gear. We have jewelry from Elacentric. And I have inquiries from other businesses wanting to come in that sell Michigan gear and all of these different kinds of things. And I truly feel like we're a shopping experience. We have flowers for somebody who may need something. So, you can get food, you can get a gift, and you can walk out knowing that you supported a small business and just being able to purchase something very unique that you might not be able to find in, a bigger store.
Tell us about the pharmacy, because it's not spelled PH, it's FARM. Tell us about that business.
It is 989 Pharmacy. So they are selling fresh produce and raw meat, and also selling sandwiches and salads. And he utilizes a microgreen company that's out of Frankenmuth, which is just phenomenal. He sells all Michigan products. Had a little bit of a hard time with produce so far. Obviously, Michigan is some good produce. And with the amount of traffic coming in or not coming in due to COVID, kind of keeping that produce hasn't been easy for him. So we need the community to come in and support so that way he's able to keep that produce going and we can have it all year round.
And all the restaurants still there from the last time?
Yeah, most of our restaurants are. We've had, like I said, a couple different changes, but, our most popular restaurants, they still remain. They're still standing strong. I'm very, very proud of all of our small businesses during this time. I mean, if this was a time, for them to be tested, they definitely were tested.
Boy, that's for sure.
They worked really hard. Yeah. Hard to keep everything going. Stress levels, all of those were definitely there, definitely seen, but I'm very proud that they just continue to keep moving forward and get their business name out there and get the community involved. But yeah, most of our businesses have still remained, so I'm very proud to say that.
If somebody has a notion they want to be in small business, they have an idea, can you help point them in the right direction to get that idea to fruition and maybe get space in the marketplace?
Absolutely. So again, they can contact me and I can walk them step by step, and I can make that connection with some phenomenal Saginaw organizations that are out there that help. You can consultant that works with you. This is all free at no cost. It's a Saginaw organization. You can get loans through Saginaw organizations, and we have so many different outlets that I can help you literally take a thought and turn it into a business within just months of each other. So please feel free to reach out to me and let me help you, or let SPRC help make that dream a reality for you. Yeah.
All right, give me your phone number again.
989-770-0233.
And a website?
And website is www.sprcindustries.com. And then you'll just click on the marketplace.
Well, very good, Rachel. Always fun to chat with you, and stay safe and drive carefully in this weather.
Yes, you too. And please, everyone out there, remember to support small business. They need our support now more than ever.
You bet. All right, Rachel. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Art. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
And that'll do it for Focus. We'll take our last break, come back, and make way for 100.5 and 790 Farm Service with Farm Director Terry Henney from Kqrzysiak's house. We'll be back to do that after these notes.
They're moving. That's right. They're moving. Premier Kitchen and Bath Gallery are the lucky one. Right now, they have some great deals on clearance items. And if you were affected by the floods this past summer, they have some extra special deals just for you. Premier Kitchen and Bath Gallery is moving. Take advantage of the great deals today at 800 South Poseyville Road in Midland and online at premierkitchenandbathgallery.com. Or call them now at 486-85.
I'm attorney Jerry Reif, and I have practiced law in mid-Michigan for over 3 decades. Many of you have attended my monthly workshops where you have learned about estate planning, asset protection planning, avoiding nursing home costs, and how to save the family farm. Would you like to understand more about these topics? I'm offering 3 free e-booklets about estate planning, farm succession planning, and Medicaid planning.
To get your free e-booklet, go to jerryreiflawyer.com to download any or all of the e-booklets or call 989-790-1461 to request a copy.
My e-booklet, Understanding Medicaid, describes Medicaid, Medicare, and the difference between them. If estate planning is confusing to you, then get my e-booklet, Estate Planning Basics, and you'll find that it is a helpful guide for. If you have a farming operation and want to save it for future generations, then get my e-booklet, Estate Planning for Farmers.
If you want any of these free e-booklets, go to jerryreiflawyer.com or call 989-790-1461 to request your free copy.
Small business owners don't have the patience for nonsense, especially when it comes to their internet provider. They want the best services for the best price. Simply put, that's Spectrum Business. They give you great value, zero nonsense. Just call 833-919-2121. You'll get fast, reliable internet and phone with no contracts and no hidden fees, all for a price that could cut your bill in Spectrum Business. Call today, 833-919-2121.
While we've been staying safe at home, scientists have been on a journey. The destination, a COVID-19 vaccine. This journey began decades ago with research into other coronaviruses. Scientists built from there with months of research and development, cooperation with other experts worldwide, and clinical trials on tens of thousands of volunteers of diverse race, age, and health status. They arrived at a safe, effective vaccine. And hundreds of thousands in Michigan have already been vaccinated. But the next step is ours. We need to get the vaccine when we can. Keep wearing masks correctly and taking precautions until we reach our destination, freedom from COVID-19 and getting back to the lives we love. Discover the facts for yourself at michigan.gov/COVID vaccine. A message from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services.
The Focus Show on WSGW, brought to you by Northeastern Paint Supply in Saginaw and Bay City. For all your home decorating needs, trust Northeastern Paint Supply, serving you since 1959.
And that'll do it for Focus today. We thank you for joining us here on WSGW. I'm Art Lewis. Stick around now for Terry Henney and his farm program coming up next here on WSGW.
What makes fast cash from the Michigan Lottery so thrilling? The progressive jackpot that keeps building with every ticket sold all day long. From the moment you wake up, the jackpot's building. And while you're in the shower, it's still building. Even while you're working, it's still building. Until jackpot, a winner right on the spot. The fun keeps building. with fast cash, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
Planning for retirement can get really complicated if you're not getting the right guidance and advice.
If you're stuck in that job you hate, how do you know when you can retire? Sit down with an advisor and start the income planning process. Up until this point, you've been planning for accumulation. You've been getting ready to retire. Now it's time to focus on retirement, and you need to change that focus to income planning.
For more help like that, tune in to Simply Financial with Kevin Ray, Saturday mornings at 10 on News Radio WSGW.
Are you drowning in IRS debt? There's a team of tax professionals who specialize in helping taxpayers just like you. Get ready to take down this number to take advantage of all the new IRS tax forgiveness programs. This is Sean, a truck driver from Alabama.
Prior to calling Allied Tax Relief, I was in big trouble. I owed the IRS $42,000 and my wages were about to get garnished. Allied Tax Relief was amazing. They put a stop to my garnishment and they were able to resolve all my tax issues with the IRS. You guys saved my life.
Call Allied Tax Relief now, 800-489-4408, and speak to a qualified professional who can protect you from all the added fees and negotiate your tax debts. Allied Tax Relief can open new doors with the IRS Fresh Start program that is available now. The consultation is free. The information is free. This call could save you thousands, tens of thousands. Don't hesitate. Call today. 800-488. That's 800-489-4408.
Now, the only locally produced farm radio show with agricultural news, information, interviews, in-depth weather, and more. It's Terry Henney and his Farm Show on 100.5 and 790 News Radio WSGW and online WSGW.com.
A mostly cloudy good morning to you. I hope your day is going well for you, wherever you might be. We're having ourselves a good day. We're having a lot of fun. We are at Kqrzysiak's House Family Restaurant. We're going on today, as you've probably heard all morning, since about, 5:30 this morning. It's Punchki Day. It's Fat Tuesday, big celebration ahead of the Lenten season. And it's a fun time of the year. We really enjoy being here. This is something we've done for several years, and it just keeps coming every year. We just have more and more fun out here. The difference between many other years and this year is always the weather. And guess what? Today we had ourselves quite a winter morning. Many folks not able to make it here right away this morning. But as we've gone through the morning hours and now we're into the lunch area, it's pretty busy here at Kqrzysiak's house. We're at the corner of Cass and Michigan on Bay City's south side. We're going to be here right up until about 12:35, 12:40 when we finish up with our market update. So we look forward to seeing you. Come on by, stop by and say hello, all righty? 11 degrees right now at the airport. It's 10 at Radio Center. Downtown Midland is looking at 11. Downtown Bay City, we're a little cooler. We're currently at 8 degrees. Yeah, we do have a wind out there. The last time I took a look, which was just a moment ago here, I am looking right now at a north wind. It's gusting up to 25 miles per hour. And as we go through the remainder of the day, we will see those wind speeds begin to die down just a little bit. Not a lot, but just enough so that it'll be a little more bearable. That's probably a really good thing because tonight we don't need a wind chill. We're going to drop down to 6 below zero around these parts. We are going to owe it all to a high pressure system over Lake Superior. And that's the way it's going to shape up as far as the weather for tonight. And it'll bring us sunshine tomorrow. A little bit warmer too. We're going to be looking at a high of right around 21 degrees tomorrow. Tomorrow night will still be a little bit on the chilly side. It'll be 8. And we're going to keep our eye on a low pressure system, which will be forming over Louisiana. That low very possibly, and I say possibly because the jury is still out on the exact path. It does appear as though we're going to be looking at another system moving toward us. We're just going to have to keep our eye on the path because if it's the path that we currently had out of this system, it obviously will give us, once again, some snow. And over in Michigan's Thumb, we have seen some reports of some pretty heavy snow. If it doesn't take that path, it does appear as though the pathway will be a little bit further to the east. And if that's the case, instead of getting 3 to 5 inches in the forecast, it'll be more along the lines of 1 to 3 inches. But the wild card is going to continue to be the winds. And if it does pick up in intensity like this one did, the winds will generate the lake effect type activity. And once again, we'll see quite a bit of snow, blown snow, heading in our direction. Now, just to kind of give you an idea of how much snow we did see, the Tawas area, East Tawas in particular, did report 5 inches of snow. Down in Lenawee County, anywhere from 5 to 9 is what happened. Same thing with Monroe County. They're looking at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 inches in a number of cities there. Richmond, Michigan, a little bit closer to the water, over in the heart of Michigan's thumb, the mid-thumb. They picked up 10 inches of snow, and Lapeer is also looking at 10 inches of snow over the last 24 hours. Genesee County, anywhere from 8 to 10 inches of snow there. Durand, you had 6. And then we get a little bit closer to home. Saginaw, officially 5 inches of snow. Cass City had 7. Caro, 9.5 inches of snow in the last 24 hours. And I knew the back 40 in Richville was pretty snowy this morning. And we had a lot of wind out there, too. Officially, just to the east and a little bit to the south of my farm, my home, we're looking at 10 inches of snow at the Vassar reporting station. Chesaning, about 6.5. Over in Huron County, 5 to 7 inches of snow, very common there. Auburn, 5 inches. Oil City, about 4.5 to 5 inches. So our forecast, decreasing winds as we go through the remainder of the day, clearing skies. We are seeing a little bit of sun, glimpses of sun here at Bay City south end. We'll see a little bit more in the way of sun as we go through the afternoon. Clear skies tonight, as we said, below zero, 6 below zero. We're going to be looking at a light west breeze tonight. So that is really going to help us a lot. Sunshine tomorrow, 21. Again, that high-pressure system will be over Lake Superior. It'll be moving off to the east, heading into eastern Ontario province during the day tomorrow. So sunshine, 21 degrees for a high, 8 for a low. Tomorrow night, what's average? 32 in the afternoon and 17 at night. So as you can tell, we're a little ways away. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. Thursday, 24 for a high, 14 for a low. We're going to watch that low-pressure system. I think it appears to me right now as though we'll begin to see some activity from that low as we go through the day on Thursday. We're not going to start off with it right away on Thursday morning. It'll pick up in intensity Thursday night. Right now, it looks as though that low will be in Tennessee by Thursday evening. It'll be moving into Pennsylvania. Depending on the track, could be western Pennsylvania, could be eastern Pennsylvania, one or the other. And then it'll track up into New England by Friday. So as you can tell, it's a rather rapidly moving system. And it will be blustery. It will be windy. We are looking for temperatures a little bit milder Thursday night with the snow, 18. Then on Friday, clouds, 28 for a high on Friday, 10 for a low. Saturday, sunshine, partly cloudy, 30 degrees for a high on Saturday, 9 for a low on Saturday night. Then on Sunday, another system will be affecting our weather. Right now, it looks as though 33 degrees will be our high on Sunday, 28 for a low on Sunday night. So whatever we get out of that system on Sunday, especially later in the day on Sunday, it'll be more of a wet snow. Clouds on Monday, 35 for a high. Preview of things to come. Well, for the period of the 23rd through the 1st, we are looking for our temperatures to average above average for this time of the year. Precipitation pattern also above. So in a nutshell, that's what the weather looks like. We'll update and talk a little bit more about the weather as we go through the broadcast today. Rick Hollister is standing by over at the Andersons in Hemlock. We'll be talking to him in just a moment about the markets. But before we do all that, I want to remind you, the weather forecast is brought to you by the folks at Nutrien Ag Solutions.
Solutions has the local expertise to recommend the corn, soybean, and other seed products that are the best fit for your field. Plus, unparalleled agronomic support with products and services to unlock yield potential and improve crop performance from planting to harvest. Ask about our financing options to help you get more from every acre and lead the field. Visit your local Solutions branch or go to nutrienagsolutions.com.
They say there's a secret to growing a great crop. At Nutrient Ag Solutions, they beg to differ. It all starts with a strong foundation, and when it comes to fertilizer, there's no question that Titan XE drives dry fertilizer performance. They've been unlocking the potential in every prill of dry fertilizer with biocatalyst technology for over a decade. Visit lpi.ag/Titan or contact your Nutrient Ag Solutions crop consultant to drive your crop's potential today. You know, the extreme weather can make you feel a little bit anxious. Droughts, floods, they can and they do happen. You know, it might ruin your crops, but it shouldn't ruin your life. That's why you want to make sure that you secure your future with multi-peril crop insurance from NAU Country Insurance Company and the Wiki Crop Insurance folks in Chesaning. Now, you can rest easy knowing that NAU Country's multi-peril crop insurance is in force. You and your family deserve the NAU Country peace of mind. So see Kyle today, wikicrop.com, or you can give them a call, 888 toll-free, 845-7918 for more information. NAU Country Insurance Company is an equal opportunity provider. We say good morning to Rick Hollister over at the Andersons. Rick, how are we doing this morning?
Good morning, Terry. Doing well, thanks. Trying to stay warm.
Yes, we are. Hopefully we haven't had to burn much anything valuable yet, especially when it comes to these markets. I don't know. Are we burning up any energy there? Or are we onward and upward?
Well, we jumped higher in the overnight. Not quite as good here through the day as what we traded in the overnight. Corn's up 6 on the old crop, couple on the new. Old crop beans up just 3 to 4 now. Started out up 20 in the overnight. So not getting a good follow through there, but wheat's really your leader today on the upside, up 12 with concern about, what this cold temperature is doing for our new crop wheat out there. Not all areas in Oklahoma and Texas have gotten the snow cover to protect it. So that's a concern. Brazil and Argentina, kind of the same. Harvest is getting going and in Brazil, and they're planting their crops, their second corn crop, but everything is late. It looks like their soybean harvest is going to be compacted in a very tight window this year. So we're watching how that continues to develop, too, amid some really heavy rains in Brazil. Forecast in Argentina is for it to be a little warmer and drier as we move into next week. So keep an eye on that harvest activity.
So right now on the board, what do we have, Rick?
Yes, at Hemlock, corn, old crop at 5.15, new crop corn for fall delivery at 4.01. Soybeans are at 13.50. New crop is 11.25, and the new crop red wheat is 5.96, and the new crop white wheat at 6.06.
All right. You take care. Have a great day, okay?
All right. Stay warm, Terry.
Oh, I will. Take care. Rick Hollister over at the Andersons. Let's slide over to Oppenheimer with Doug Klein to get the latest of what's going on in Chicago. The market report brought to you by the folks at Bader & Sons Company. Mark this down now, 29th annual auction. It's going to take place on Saturday, February the 27th at the St. Louis location. It'll start at 9 o'clock in the morning. This is an annual event, as you can tell. They've been doing it for 28 years. This is number 29. And Bader & Sons would like to invite you, if you would like to consign some items, they can be taken care of. Just contact them at the St. Louis branch. Those items can be dropped off to the auction location on Monday the 22nd, Tuesday the 23rd, and Wednesday the 24th, anytime during the day between 8 and 4:30 in the afternoon. And again, that auction is going to be on Saturday, February the 27th. So have fun. Enjoy yourself. Lots of activities going on. They won't be able to provide that pancake breakfast, but they hope that they're going to have one next year. So kind of keep that in mind. Bader and Sons. Stop by, especially on that Saturday, the 27th. And again, if you want to consign anything, get in contact with their St. Louis location right now. Also brought to you by the folks at Foster Blue Water Oil. They want you to take your diesel to another level. You do get more power, cleaner injectors, faster cold starts, maximum lubricity, and up to 8% improved fuel economy with Diesel Guard Supreme Plus from Valve Tech Petroleum. Available today at Foster Blue Water Oil. Contact your Foster representative or go online, fosterbluewateroil.com. And the farm program from Kqrzysiak's House brought to you today by the folks at Foster Blue Water Oil. Morning, Doug. What are we looking at right now?
Well, we got two new highs today, crude oil and platinum. Platinum, is a very thin market, but that's over $1,300 an ounce. So that's, like I said, the highest it's been in a year. Crude oil, the same thing. Seems like the Saudis have it where they want it, so they're going to keep it. They're making money, right? So they're going to keep it right where they want it. Here's your numbers. The March corn, $5.45 1/4, up 6 1/2 cents. The December corn is $4.51, up 2 1/4. The March soybeans, $13.75 1/4, up 3 1/4. The November soybeans, $11.79, up 6 cents. March wheat, $6.49, up 12 1/4. And July wheat, $6.41 1/4. That's up 11 1/4. Crude oil is $59.90, and it cleared $60 today. It is up 52 cents. Heating oil is $178.56. It's up 2 3/4 cents. Gasoline $185.09, up 3 3/4 cents. And natural gas $2.93 3/4. That's up 3 3/4 cents. Canadian dollar, the U.S. dollar gets you $1.2688 at the border. That's up 50 ticks. The yen is at 105.80, up 44 ticks. The euro's at 121.10, down 17 ticks. Dollar's at 90.52, that's up 4 ticks. Gold's at 18.09, down $12.60. Silver's at 27.38, up 5 1/4 cents. Platinum's at 13.0240, it's up 43.50.
All right. You have a good day.
Yeah, thanks. You too.
You take care, Doug. Doug Klein over at Oppenheimer. We'll be right back with more from Kqrzysiak's House right after this.
Hi, I'm Steve Cook from the Cook GM Superstore.
Okay, Charlie.
Do you know what the big story
let
in the
me know if
automotive world
Jerry
is so far
is
in
on the line.
2021? It's inventory. Car dealer
If not,
inventories are
why don't you
depleted.
give
Factories can't keep
Craig
up,
a
and
call?
Michigan is the hardest hit state.
Craig
Just
Voorhees.
ask anyone who shops in the last 30 days.
Why don't you
at Cook Chevrolet
give him a
Buick,
call?
We've still got inventory of
Give him a call,
Equinoxes,
put him on
Blazers,
hold,
and Traverses. And guess
and
what has the
then
best
chirp
offers of any
me
Chevrolet? That's right,
if,
Equinoxes, Blazers, and Traverses. Check these out.
Jerry
Loaded
comes
LT
on.
Equinoxes, including
So
heated seats and
if I don't get the
remote
chirp,
start, now
we'll go to
for
Craig.
$204 a month. Loaded LT Blazers from $235 and Traverses starting at an unbelievably low $250. Don't take a chance. Get yours while prices are low, and you still have a choice. That's Cook Chevrolet Buick, M15 Top of the Hill Ambassador. P.S. If you're having a hard time finding a pickup, give us a try.
24-month GM employee and family lease, $696 on Equinox, $744 on Blazer, $760 Traverse.
Okay,
Quit
we'll
sign.
go to
Visit
Craig.
us online at CookChevyBuick.com.
We'll go to Craig.
Chevy, find new roads.
Had the opportunity to talk with Dr. Bruno Basso this morning on our Coffee with Corn put on by the Corn Promotion Committee here in Michigan. It's the Coffee with Corn presentation that we're a part of every Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, put on by the Corn Marketing Program. Now, coming up next week, we're going to talk trade, and that is going to be a very interesting topic. U.S.-China ag trade. Which way is forward? That's what we're going to be talking about. And a couple of experts, one in particular from Iowa State University, is going to be a part of that Coffee with Corn. I think you're going to be very interested in that simply because of the new administration and all the things that they are or aren't going to be doing with our agriculture trade. So very interesting program, Coffee with Corn. Again, that will be next Tuesday. Now, while we're on the subject of the Corn Marketing Program, they're going to have a Grain Marketing Basics workshop. That is going to be on the 23rd through March the 9th, and that's going to be in the evening. It'll be from 7 to 9 at night. It'll be Zoom virtual interactive workshops. They're going to be talking about the fundamentals, the application, and the strategies of grain marketing. So you might want to check that out. For more information on Coffee with Corn and the Grain Marketing Basics Workshop, all you got to do is go to micorn.org. Craig Voorhees on the line with me right now. Craig, a lot of folks plowing some snow this morning, I see.
Yes, Terry, looks like Mother Nature is trying to get us our whole season full of snow all at once.
And she's doing a pretty good job of it too, isn't she?
Yeah, I was out for quite a while this morning. So, and oddly enough, well, not really odd, but it's on everybody's mind. I got the question yesterday. What if I go plow out the neighbor and, be the good Samaritan and the good neighbor? Am I okay to do that? Yeah, yes, you certainly are okay to do that. Where the insurance world gets a little funny is when you decide to collect money, maybe put a post out on social media that give me a call and I'll come plow your driveway. And then you're running more of a business in the insurance company's eyes. So if you're doing anything like that, make sure you get in touch with your agent and let them know, because the standard auto policy usually will not cover you when you're plowing for hire.
Okay. And for more information on what you need, might be a really good idea to try to give you a call.
Yes, we are taking calls today, Terry. 800-572-0939. And you can also go to rumbleinsurance.com and look up the farm tab and send me an email.
All righty. You take care. Have a great day. We'll talk to you again, Craig.
Yes, I wish I was there with you.
Oh, yeah, you're missing out on some really good punchkis, I'll tell you. And incidentally, they are serving a really good lunch out here, too. Not to rub salt in the wound, all right?
Right, yeah, you would never do that.
Talk to you later, Craig. Have a good one. Craig Voorhees with the Rummel Agency. We're on the subject of meetings. Winter Agronomy Coffee Series going on right now. PC Ag Solutions putting it on. They're at the Gearstacker Farm Shop in Midland today. Tomorrow they'll be at the Zwerk and Sons Shop in Vassar and the Bob Green Farm Shop in Seabwing on Thursday. Everything starts about 8 o'clock in the morning. They have coffee and donuts, and they also have a lunch and social time as well. So you might want to take that in. The Winter Agronomy Coffee Series being put on by PC Ag Solutions. We'll be right back.
Ellen's Equipment is excited to announce that they now have a third location in Beale City. Ellen's Equipment is a full-line New Holland dealership offering parts, service, and sales, as well as a wide range of New Holland agricultural and construction equipment. Whether you're looking for a compact tractor, skid loader, or self-propelled harvesting equipment, check out the full line of New Holland equipment at Ellen's Equipment in Mavane, Ithaca, and now in Beale City.
All right, we are back at Kqrzysiak's House Family Restaurant for Punchki Day. One of the reasons why we're here, this is a part of a fundraising project going on as well. Along with me is Major Ray.
Yes.
Good morning.
Look like I'm about to land an airplane here.
If we're running the airplane, our passengers are in a heap of trouble. I'll tell you
They'll
that.
have a fun ride.
Yes, they will. Great fundraiser, and once again, the public has turned out even with inclement weather.
Yes, it started out a little rough this morning with at 4 a.m. The crowd wasn't too big, but it picked up. The polka band's been polking the whole morning along, and it's a party out there.
Yeah, it is. And again, for a very good cause. There's a lot of reasons why folks should think about giving their time and their money to the Salvation Army.
Yes. And we are very blessed to have the Kqrzysiak's House restaurant doing this for many years. I think it's 21 years now. Given some of the proceeds from their punchki sales to our Matthew 25 Cafe to help purchase food. The story I have heard that Big Don was on our board and he saw that he had a restaurant and we were feeding people. So what a connection. And he just felt this was his way of giving back to the Salvation Army and to the community.
So if folks would like a little bit more information about the Salvation Army, they can get a hold of you. How do they get a hold of the Salvation Army?
A lot of people go on our Facebook page. Just a Bay City Salvation Army Facebook page. We have a website as well. I don't know how to get onto it. You just type in and Google search Salvation Army Bay City and everything pops up. It's a magic elf in there somewhere.
Or we do have a phone number.
Yes. And you're going to ask me what it is?
Yes.
It is 989-893-3041.
Oh, you're good.
It took me 4 years to remember that.
Major Rick, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You bet. Major Rick Ray with the Bay City Salvation Army. You know, I think we've got Steve Anderson on the line. Charlie, if we do, why don't we switch right over to him and find out what's going on with our money markets? Maybe a little bit of money in our pocketbook, Steve Anderson, you think?
I do think so, indeed.
All right. What's going on in New York?
Right now, we've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average ahead by 34 points, putting it at 31,492 on volume of 458 million shares. The Nasdaq off by 52, though, at 14,043. Volume there is 762 million shares. Locally, Caterpillar 201.75, up 376. Deere 318.89, up 589. CMS 55.72, down 66. Dow 58.96, up 81. DuPont 71.62, up 15. Corteva 45 even, up 63. GM 53.51, that's down 9. Trujillo 61.07, up 202. Walmart 145.52, up $1.05. Home Depot 275.78, that's down $1.70. We've got Huntington Banks 15.03, up 58. TCF 44.10, up 167, and AT&T is ahead by 19 cents at 28.99. So
all right. Steve, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. You take care. Have a great day and stay safe out there. All right.
I will. You do the same. Thank you.
You betcha. Steve Anderson over at Baird and Company. We mentioned a little bit earlier about some meetings tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We're going to be featuring the Michigan Wheat Program's webinar series. It's number 1, which is at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll be talking about wheat marketing. And at 10 o'clock, we're going to be talking beans with Joe Kramer, the executive director of the Michigan Bean Commission. And we have arranged some North Dakota bean dealers to talk to us about what's going on out in that part of the country. So a couple of things coming up on our social stream live tomorrow that I know a lot of you will really want to see. We'll be back at 12:30 with an update, so you stick around. Now we're going to play, as many of our radio stations do all across the country, our national anthem.